kept us with the program. Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. Celebrating excellence across journalism.
And you're watching The Breakfast Show. We've got an action-packed show lined up just for you, but let's first take you through the headlines of the hour. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called a key meeting of member parliaments on delimitation. DMK and the AIADMK are set to skip the meet. DMK demanding that the Kaveri Mekidatu issue be addressed first. Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor has held up a mirror to his party, questioning why it failed to connect with the voters. Tharoor has even stressed that the Congress cannot afford to miss the pulse of the youth. The BJP has mocked and said that Tharoor has exposed the leader of opposition. The FCRA bill has triggered a fresh session inside the parliament, with the government rejecting any scope for amendments. India has also hit back at the US lawmaker, calling the issue an internal affair. The centre is tightening the scrutiny of Meta, flagging gaps in content moderation and demanding stronger human oversight. Deepfakes and CSAM are among the key concerns raised by the government. The Ranchi student protest is entering a decisive phase, with the Jharkhand government opening talks with the students. The first round has been described as positive, even as the CID summons 3 JPSC members. Well, we have some breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. The Government of India has now constituted a high-level committee on demographic change. The announcement for the constitution was done, in fact, same year, last year, my apologies, by the Prime Minister. The committee will suggest measures to deal with unnatural demographic shifts. The newly constituted high-level committee will be on demographic change. It's going to visit Jammu on a 3-day visit from the 10th of August. So big breaking news coming in at this hour, important information coming in as we understand that the high-level committee, the Government of India has constituted a high-level committee on demographic change. The announcement, remember, for the same, the constituting of the committee was also made last year by the Prime Minister himself. My colleague Pradeep is with us on the broadcast to bring us the details. Pradeep, walk us through the details. If I understand this correctly, then this committee is going to visit Jammu on a 3-day visit starting the 10th of August.
Yes, Richard, absolutely right. Jammu is going to be first on the agenda so far as this new committee or high-power committee on demographic change is concerned. As you rightly said, it was last year the Prime Minister on the 15th August had made an announcement in this regard, and finally the committee has been constituted, and this committee is led by retired Justice Prakash Prabhakar Navlikar, and besides this, the committee will be comprising of Census Commissioner. There will also be retired IPS and IAS officials. There are also Joint Secretary from Foreign Affairs as well as the Home Department. So they will be coming to Jammu on the August 10th, and they will be here for 3 days. And during that 3 days, they are going to assess the situation. Also, will be meeting the socio-political organizations, members from the civil society, and also some of the political organizations. The reason is that why they have chosen the Jammu, because for the last several years, we have seen the several parties, the social organization, they have flagged concern about the demographic change because of the illegal immigrants, especially the Rohingyas, settling closer to the army installations, because of which they felt there has been a security threat. Because the question everybody had been asking, how come all of a sudden the people from the Myanmar came out to this place, and instead of settling in any other part of the country, they came out to Jammu and they settled in areas which were close to army installations like the Sunjwa and military station. So they thought that there was a kind of a design they wanted that need to be looked into. So for the last several years, they had been expressing this concern to the government also, and finally now the committee will be coming. They will will look into all the aspects. And besides this, also there had been the concern that the members of the particular community, they have been trying to encircle Jammu region, and there's a kind of an unnatural demographic shift that is taking place, because of which it can influence not only electoral politics, but also the Dogra community will become a minority in this region. So that's one of the reasons that the committee will be coming out to this place. They will look into all the aspects, and they will see that what kind of measures can be taken, because for the detention, and finally taking out the illegal immigrants from this region. So those overall holistic view will be taken, and after that they will be moving to the different other border states where they will be looking into this. Already Home Minister has said that they will make India infiltration-free state, because there will be no illegal infiltration taking place from illegal immigrants coming over to this place, because that has been allowed in the past, which not only changed the electoral politics, but also that created a kind of a security concern. So that will be really a big sigh of relief for the Jammu region, because the committee will be coming, and on 10th they will be, the moment they will be landing here, they will be meeting the cross section of people from different sets of society, and they will be interacting with them and trying to find out their concerns in this regard.
Right, Pradeep, thank you so much for joining us this morning and sharing those crucial developments with us. Let's take you through more developments taking shape at this hour. Now, the battle over the proposed amendments to the FCRA is expected to dominate the parliament next week. Congress has issued a 3-line whip to its member parliaments, asking them to be present in the parliament on August 10th, 11th as well as 12th. ND has also asked its member parliaments to remain in Delhi from Monday as the government prepares to table the bill. Now, the deadlock over the bill continues. Sources tell NDTV that Centre is not inclined to amend the bill, even as the opposition pushes for changes for a joint parliamentary committee review. Meanwhile, after the US Republican lawmaker raised concerns over the bill, India has now firmly rejected the remarks, saying that legislative matters of the country are India's internal affairs.
It is not, Christian centric. It is actually, it will affect the Christian, it will affect the Muslims, it will affect even the Hindus. In fact, minority serves the majority in these types of areas, be it a college, school or a hospital. So all that it was pointed out. And another thing is, no hearing is provided under the rules. Where the property is going to be waste, there should be at least a minimum hearing. Notice should be there. Nothing is there. Mere cancellation will automatically vest with the authority. That is so draconian nature. It violates fundamental rights.
We have seen the comments. Legislative matters concerning India are our internal affairs, on which decisions are taken by the Parliament of our country. I would also like to point out that there are several nations, including the United States, which regulate the flow of foreign funds.
Let's take you through more developments taking shape at this hour. Now, the third round of talks between the government and Meta concluded last evening. But the compliance rate on Meta still remains high, with more talks scheduled for the upcoming week. As per sources, the latest round of talks, the focus was heavily on Meta's content moderation policy, with the government seeking more human-led intervention in Meta's architecture. Sources also say that the government has asked Meta to include more people who understand India's languages and context to improve the efficiency of content moderation. Meta reportedly has explained its existing policy in place in response, with more talks even scheduled for the upcoming week. Let's take you through more developments taking shape at this hour. Now, there's a sense of self-assessment from within the Congress that's emerging. Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor has made tough talk for his own party. He now points out that the issues raised by the CJP had already featured in Rahul Gandhi's Chhatro Ki Gunj campaign, but in fact failed to strike a chord with the public. Tharoor says the party must understand and introspect as to why the messaging did not translate into wider support, underlining the need to reconnect with people's concerns. Now, the remark comes as CJP's student agitation over the exam leaks and accountability gained greater traction despite the Congress raising similar issues earlier. Meanwhile, BJP has also taken a jibe at Rahul Gandhi over Shashi Tharoor's comments and called his Chhatro Ki Gunj campaign a flop show.
Interestingly enough, the issues taken up by the CJP and the Jantar Mantar protesters had been taken up by us earlier. We had a Chhatron Ki Goonj thing, where Rahul Gandhi was addressing students about the paper leaks, about the things.
And that didn't resonate, sorry to interrupt, but that didn't resonate as much as this did.
Correct. And that's why we need to ask ourselves, what did we fail to do? Did we fail to listen? Did we fail to tap into the old cliche of having your finger on the pulse of the people? Was our finger missing from the pulse of Gen Z? And that's something we really need to interrogate and solve.
शशि थरूर has exposed राहुल गांधी. शशि थरूर ने कहा है कि राहुल गांधी के छात्रों के गूंज इवेंट एक फ्लॉप शो है और वो युवाओं से कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा है और कांग्रेस पार्टी संसद नहीं चलने दे रही, इससे कांग्रेस पार्टी का नुकसान है. हर व्यक्ति को कांग्रेस पार्टी में पता है कि राहुल गांधी सिर्फ ड्रामा करते हैं. राहुल गांधी की नीति और नीयत एंटी यूथ है. एवरीबडी इन द कांग्रेस पार्टी नोज दैट राहुल गांधी's connect with youth is zero. Even the Congress party admits, कांग्रेस भी एडमिट कर रही है कि जेनजी राहुल के साथ में नहीं, जेनजी अगर किसी के साथ में कनेक्ट करते हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ में करते हैं, क्योंकि जेनजी की नीति और नीयत पॉजिटिव है, नेशन फर्स्ट है, एंड द कांग्रेस पार्टी स्पिरिट इज नॉट प्रो नेशन.
Rahul Gandhi has totally failed and flopped in connecting with the students and youth of our country. So much so that even a senior Congress leader, Mr. Shashi Tharoor, has said Rahul Gandhi has failed to resonate with the students of India and his programs have not created any impact. Look at the double-faced duplicity of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi does not have any empathy and neither does he find time to go and meet students in Jharkhand who are on a hunger fast, and some of them have even fainted. Yet today, Rahul Gandhi goes for his Chhatron Ki Goonj program in Prayagraj. He finds time for that, a program which even his own party leaders, Congress party leaders, have said has failed miserably.
Let's take it to Tamil Nadu. Now, the delimitation bill is set to take the centre stage in Parliament, but Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has, remember, reached out to member parliaments for a meeting to discuss the centre's proposal. The move comes amid growing political debate over the delimitation exercise as Vijay seeks a united discussion on the issue. However, DMK and the AIADMK are likely to stay away from these deliberations. Meanwhile, the PMK has claimed Vijay's move was prompted by the Congress pressure, while arguing that an all-party meeting on Kaveri and Mekidatu issues should be given the top priority. Now, the meeting is expected to see participation from the Congress, the VCK, the MDMK, CPI, CPIM, the IUML, as well as the AIADMK and the DMK deciding to stay away most probably.
So this is going to be very crucial and important meeting as far as Tamil Nadu politics are concerned, because this is one such first meeting where Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay has called for all party MPs meeting to discuss on delimitation. All political parties in Tamil Nadu have been opposing delimitation, but today DMK and ADMK MPs are not going to be part of this meeting. That's what we are hearing from our sources. DMK made it clear. First, they have put a condition to TVK. First, TVK government should call for all-party meeting over Meghdadu and Kaveri issue. TVK Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay to hold all-party MPs meeting this afternoon, 3 p.m. in Chennai. It is going to be very interesting and significant meeting.
A divorce case involving Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay and TVK Chief and Remember C. Joseph Vijay and his wife Sangeeta Sonalingam has been formally closed. The case before a family court in Chengalpattu after Sangeeta filed for a divorce earlier this year. But on Friday, she came up and she withdrew the petition. Here's more on the case. Take a look at the details.
A divorce petition involving Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and TVK Chief Vijay and his wife Sangeeta Sonalingam has been formally closed. The family court in Chengalpattu recorded Sangeeta's decision to withdraw the petition. She appeared before the court through video conferencing and submitted her reasons for withdrawing the case. The petition had been filed in February, with Sangeeta seeking dissolution of the marriage. She had cited irreconcilable differences and had also sought permanent alimony and permission to continue residing in the couple's matrimonial home in Chennai. The case saw several adjournments over the past few months. Vijay and Sangeeta have been married for nearly 3 decades. The couple married on August 25, 1999 in Chennai. They have 2 children, a son born in 2000 and a daughter born in 2005. Speculation about differences between the couple had surfaced publicly in recent years, particularly after Sangeeta was absent from several high-profile events involving Vijay. However, reports about marital difficulties had also been denied previously. The case comes as Vijay has emerged as one of the central political figures in Tamil Nadu. His TVK went on to become the single largest party in the state assembly election and formed the government with the support from the Congress and other alliance partners. For now, the legal proceedings over the divorce petition have come to an end. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Let's take it to Jharkhand now. The Jharkhand exam row has entered a crucial phase. After days of protests by the JPSC and the JPSC aspirants in Ranchi, the Hemant Soren government has opened a formal channel of dialogue. The first round of talks between protesting students and a panel of 4 state ministers ended on a positive note. Both sides described the meeting as constructive, with the government assuring that the students' demands will be seriously considered. Even as talks begin, the probe is now intensifying in the case. The Jharkhand CID has summoned 3 JPSC members for questioning on Monday in connection with the recruitment controversy. Meanwhile, amid BJP criticism over Rahul Gandhi's absence from Ranchi, the Congress has hit back, asking why every issue is expected to be taken up by the leader of opposition.
छात्रों के प्रतिनिधियों से जो सरकार के प्रतिनिधियों से बातचीत हुई, उस मामले का कोई अभी फाइनल निष्कर्ष नहीं निकला है। हालांकि छात्रों का कहना है कि जो पूरी बातचीत हुई है सकारात्मक हुई है। उन्होंने अपनी मांग को काफ़ी मजबूती से रखा है और जो मंत्रीगण थे उन्होंने भी उनकी बातों को ध्यान से सुना है और उसके बाद उनका कहना था कि उनकी मांगें जायज़ लग रही हैं, लेकिन इसका जो अंतिम निर्णय है वो मुख्यमंत्री ही ले सकते हैं। तो मुख्यमंत्री के समक्ष वो गए हैं अपनी बातों को रखने के लिए। इनकी जो मुख्य मांगी थी उसमें जो 14वीं JPSC की परीक्षा थी उसे कैंसिल करना और साथ में CBI इंक्वायरी की मांग करना, ये 2 जो मुख्य मुद्दा है, ये उस पर छात्र जो है वो डटे हुए थे और मंत्रियों का कहना है कि ये सारी बातों से मुख्यमंत्री को अवगत करा लिया जाएगा और जो अंतिम निर्णय है वो मुख्यमंत्री लेंगे। तो फिलहाल अभी पहले राउंड की वार्ता हुई है, उसके बाद दूसरे राउंड का वार्ता इस पर जब होगा वो उसकी सूचना सरकार जो है वो स्टूडेंट्स को देगी और उसके बाद इस पर दूसरे राउंड की वार्ता होगी। लेकिन अभी फिलहाल डेडलॉक बना हुआ है और जो छात्रों ने घोषणा की है कि वो अपने कार्यक्रम को यानी कि अपने जो प्रदर्शन है उसको जारी रखेंगे।
छात्रों के साथ सौहार्दपूर्ण माहौल में हम लोगों ने तमाम वार्ता को किया, छात्रों की मांगों को हम लोगों ने समझा। सरकार सहानुभूतिपूर्वक छात्रों की मांगों पर विचार करने को तत्पर है।
पहला वार्ता था बहुत ही सकारात्मक और परिवार जैसा लगा। सर लोग के मैम लोग के साथ बैठकर बहुत ही सकारात्मक वार्ता हुई और हमें विश्वास है कि हम लोग की जो भी जायज मांगे हैं उस पर सरकार, आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, तमाम मंत्री जी जो है सो हमारी मांगों को जायज मांग मानेंगे।
बात हुई, हमारी डेलीगेशन गई। ये अच्छी बात है कि हर चीज राहुल गांधी करें। मोदी क्या करेगा फिर? अमित शाह क्या करेगा? सदन में नहीं आएंगे और राहुल गांधी घूमे, यहां भी जाए वहां भी जाए तो क्यों? इलेक्शन जीतने के बाद ये लोग यहां आते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बनते हैं और सब काम राहुल गांधी करे। जवानों की बात राहुल गांधी उठाए, किसानों की बात राहुल गांधी उठाए। तो आप यहां क्या करने आए हैं? विदेशों में घूमने आए हैं?
वो झारखंड हो, वो प्रयागराज हो, वो कोटा हो, वो दिल्ली हो, राहुल जी के लिए हर छात्र महत्वपूर्ण है। कांग्रेस के लिए हर छात्र महत्वपूर्ण है और राहुल गांधी जी हर छात्र की बात सुनेंगे।
NDTV's managing editor Padmira Joshi has exclusively spoken to former Union Minister and BJP leader Smriti Irani. Let's also listen in to what she had to say.
If you ask me as an Indian citizen, my opinion on how citizens congregated in Pune, how citizens who are young are congregating in Jharkhand, it is my right to show that opinion, to express that opinion, and applaud the conduct of the students of Jharkhand. Why should not I applaud the conduct of the students that congregated in Pune, who were respectful of their country, who were respectful of their flag, who were respectful of uniformed personnel? Why would you take away the respect that I express for fellow citizens and young citizens?
Because
why is my opinion only to matter if I compliment a particular subsection?
Because
and not the other.
The insinuation seems to be that those at Jantar Mantar are being demonized while comparing them to what's happening at Ranchi.
There is no insinuation. Those at Jantar Mantar did beat up police personnel. Those at Jantar Mantar did give naras for Azadi. Those at Jantar Mantar did abuse institutions of India, including the judiciary.
But that's
anybody who presumed that you can insult and instigate abuse against the judiciary, against the armed forces of our country, and find favor with the citizens of India, I think has not understood the citizens of India. Padmaja, 64 crore Indians went to vote in the last general election. It does not matter, and I've said this before, it does not matter who we vote for. 64 crore people turned up to vote means they believe in our institutions. We may have voted for different parties, we may have promoted different ideologies, but we all collectively believe in the institution of law. We all collectively take pride in our armed forces. We all collectively take pride in our democratic process. Because ask those 64 crore people, will they stand for abuse of the judiciary? I am not saying we live in a utopian era.
Well, recent breaking news coming in from Karnataka. Let's take you through it. There's been an update that's emerged in the Udupi shooting case. An important update coming in as the Udupi police have now arrested one of the suspected sharpshooters allegedly involved in the murder of former Gram Panchayat president and contractor David D'Souza. D'Souza, remember, was shot dead yesterday with the murder captured on CCTV cameras. Those are the visuals right there on your screens at the moment. And based on this footage, police have in fact launched an investigation to identify and track down the accused. Remember that around at 1:45 a.m., all three suspects were traced, and after that, according to the police, the suspects allegedly attempted to open fire at the police team during this very operation. In retaliation, the PSI Tejasvi reportedly fired at the leg of one of the suspects, who's later been identified as Raj, a sharpshooter from Uttar Pradesh. Now, this sharpshooter was subsequently apprehended and was shifted to the Manipal hospital for treatment. My colleague Deepak now joins us with the details coming in. Deepak, an important update coming in. It seems as though the police officials have now made a breakthrough in arresting three of the sharpshooters in the case. Walk us through the details. Where does the investigation stand?
Well, quite a shocking case, isn't it? This coming to light from Udupi. This man named David was shot dead in front of a church. There were two assailants, one on a bike waiting for the other to complete the job, and the other, of course, you can see from the visuals, points a gun at him right when he's about to enter his car, then shoots in his head, and then he immediately collapses to the ground. And then a couple of more shots fired. It looks like certain people who noticed the shooting tried to come to the rescue, but they were also fired at, is what we are picking up. Now, cops immediately, of course, launched an investigation and traced where this accused was. While they reached, where he was, it's believed that they tried to attack the cops. One of them also allegedly injured at this point in time. During that time, there was an encounter where the police, of course, have shot at the leg of this accused. He's believed to be a sharpshooter from Uttar Pradesh. Who actually hired him is the question that really comes up at this point in time. More importantly, we should also note that the cops are saying that this could be a financial issue, but they are not ruling out other angles as well. This individual, of course, was a former Gram Panchayat member too, was associated with some political parties. He was associated in certain protests, and certain cases were registered against Mr. David as well. But at this point in time, the cops are saying that two more accused fled the scene when they tried to arrest them. The investigation is going on all angles.
Well, thank you so much for joining us this morning and sharing those details with us. Let's now take you to Assam, from where we have some breaking news coming in at this hour, especially with regards to the floods. The Assam flood updates have in fact come in, and the death toll has risen to about 98. There have also been 50 deaths in Sivasagar districts alone on July 19th. 1.5 lakh people in 13 districts are still affected by the floods. As many as 464 villages are still inundated. My colleague Ratnadeep now joins us to bring us the details. Ratnadeep, this is some devastating information coming to the fore. There have been so many deaths, and apart from that, we understand that there are several villages that still remain impacted. Walk us through the details. Where does the situation stand in Assam at this hour?
Well, the overall flood situation in Assam in the last 24 hours has improved because the water levels in most of the river, apart from Dhanshri in Golaghat district and Kushiara in Sribhumi district, in these two rivers the water level is above danger level, but in other places it has the water level has come down. In fact, in the most affected Sivsagar, the inundation has reduced in few areas. There is water logging, and now the restoration work is started. But ever since this flood took place from July 19 till today, Sivsagar district alone in this 3 weeks time has recorded at least 50 deaths. That is a huge number. Of the total 98 which has been reported by the government. Given the fact that there are still people who are missing, government fears that this death toll will only rise, and with water moving out of areas which are still inundated in certain pockets in Upper Assam, particularly in Sivsagar district, there might be more dead bodies coming out. This moment also the focus remains in terms of the aftermath. The government is trying to sanitize the area. They've sent out medical teams because there are chances of diseases breaking out. And if you look at it, at least more than 460 villages are still inundated. So therefore, if the rains don't come back, then this might ease out in 1 or 2 days. Otherwise, Assam might be also bracing for a second wave of the flood.
Absolutely, Ratnadeep. We hope that Assam bounces back very soon and that there is no further loss of life and infrastructure. Thank you so much for joining us and bringing us those details. Viewers, let's now take you to the national capital. The monsoon season is in full swing and parts of Delhi NCR were lashed by heavy rainfall. As in every monsoon, several areas witnessed familiar scenes. Long traffic jams, waterlogged areas and people wading through the flooded streets and even vehicles crawling at a snail's pace. From the Kapashera border where commuters struggled through waterlogged roads to Badarpur, where floodwater even entered a subway. Delhi witnessed heavy rainfall, with rainfall even exceeding 15 millimeters per hour in several areas. Push Bihar earlier recorded the highest rainfall at about 111.5 millimeters, while Jaroda too was not far behind in numbers. We've also seen that Delhi's August rainfall has broken a 15-year record. The city has received as many as 127 millimeters of rain in just the first 7 days of August, while temperatures have remained around 7 degrees Celsius below normal. Take a look at this report that my colleague Soumya brings you.
National capital Delhi and also the adjoining NCR areas were highly affected because of the heavy rain that the entire region experienced on Friday. It largely affected the daily commuters, the lives of the daily commuters in the Delhi and the NCR region. As of now, our presence here is here at Mehrauli Badarpur Road. You can see the situation here. The locals are saying that this waterlogging has been there. We have 2 buses who have been stuck and no help has been received by these buses and the workers.
कल गड्ढे में बहुत 4-5 लोग गिर गए. एक लेडीज बच्चा लेकर के गिर गई. उसका बच्चा खींचा गया. बताइए इतना बहुत परेशानी है.
Multiple cases were reported yesterday wherein people got stuck here because of the heavy waterlogging. You can see how the buses still continue to be stuck here. This is Soumya Jaiswal with video journalist Kumar for NDTV.
Alright, a major recognition for NDTV CEO and Editor-in-Chief Rahul Gandhi. He's been named the Media Person of the Year at the International Advertising Association Leadership Awards in Mumbai. Now, the award recognizes his contribution to journalism and media, with the jury selecting winners based on their work as well as impact. Take a look at this report that brings you all the details.
The IAA Media Person of the Year is Rahul Gandhi from NDTV.
A big moment of recognition for NDTV. NDTV Editor-in-Chief and CEO Rahul Gandhi has been honoured with the Media Person of the Year award at the International Advertising Association Leadership Awards in Mumbai. The award was presented by the International Advertising Association, recognizing Rahul Gandhi's contribution to the media landscape.
The iLeadership Awards are unique because they cannot be entered. No nominations, no campaigns, no presentation, no lobbying. In fact, the winners today would not even have known that their journey was being evaluated by such an eminent jury. Because leadership isn't something you apply for. It is something others recognize.
In his acceptance remarks, Rahul Gandhi spoke about the responsibility that comes with journalism. He said journalism's role is not to chase sensation or reduce complex issues to simplistic binaries.
Our responsibility is not to chase sensation. It is not to reduce every issue to a simple binary of yes or no, good or bad, wrong or right, because life and reality is rarely that simple. Our responsibility is to explore the shades of grey, to reflect the full diversity of public opinion, and to ask difficult questions to those in power, and to give audiences the information they need to make up their own minds.
Rahul Gandhi also put the spotlight on NDTV's evolving media ecosystem.
We are building what we call the NDTV multiverse with multiple new initiatives like NDTV Good Times, Automade, Lifeline, Launchpad, Tech 360, along with several ideas that allow us to build passionately engaged communities and for audiences to engage with the NDTV brand in new ways.
From journalism's responsibility to the future of media, the IAA honour marks another recognition for Rahul Gandhi and NDTV at a time when the media is undergoing rapid transformation. NDTV Bureau Report.
Well, that's all for now on The Breakfast Show. On that note, slipping into a short break. See you on the other side.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से जय हो देश हो विदेश हो जय के हो
देश का टायर जेके टायर।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला
लॉन्च कंट्रोल।
Hello and welcome to India Sense. I'm Gauri Dwivedi. As always, we start with the headlines on the show. First up, we demolish US Congressman Riley Moore's wild claims on India's new FCRA bill. We fact-check his religious targeting narrative and expose how Washington's own laws are actually far stricter. Truth coming up next.
Legislative matters concerning India are our internal affairs on which decisions are taken by the Parliament of our country.
Islamabad facing an absolute multi-front systemic collapse. Federal coalition ripping itself apart, violent opposition hitting the streets, fierce rebellions exploding across Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Balochistan. Islamabad has officially become an active powder keg right on India's doorstep. Our editorial verdict is clear. We decide how to destroy the threat of child exploitation. We demand absolute corporate accountability. Meta's algorithm can no longer hide behind code or profit from abuse. Tech giants must surrender their logs and bow to the sovereign Indian law. And historically, for India's space sector, Bengaluru-based Astrobase unveils the nation's first ever 3D printed 80-ton rocket engine, vaulting India into the elite global propulsion club. We begin this edition, viewers, with a story that needs to be highlighted in detail. We need to talk about US Congressman Riley Moore. He has jumped straight out of the frying pan and into the fire. Commenting on international legislation is one thing, but making claims that are completely wide and off the mark is quite another. Representative Moore has launched a scathing attack on India's proposed FCRA bill. He calls it a direct assault on a specific religious community. But there's a big problem there. His arguments do not hold water, but he is rather salty, or so it appears. They are built entirely on a foundation of sand. And let's separate the wheat from the chaff here and demolish each of those non-factual claims one by one. Congressman Moore claims that this bill is a targeted attack on Christians in India, but he's barking up the wrong tree. The legal text is completely blind to faith, in fact, treating a church, a temple, and a secular NGO exactly the same. No single community is being singled out, making his direct accusations of religious bigotry completely fall flat. Every foreign-funded entity must play by the exact same rule book, irrespective of the faith that they are focused on. He screams from the rooftops that religious institutions will be dismantled, but he's just crying wolf to grab headlines. The bill explicitly mandates that the religious character of any seized place of worship must be fully protected by law. Properties cannot be converted or bulldozed, showing that his alarmist warnings are completely detached from actual policy realities that are being proposed. The government is legally bound to keep the sanctity of these structures intact, completely disproving Congressman's narrative. Moore argues that the state is taking total control without any checks and balances, but that is a total distortion of the truth. Affected groups aren't left high and dry because the law provides a robust judicial safety net for aggrieved organizations. Entities have a clear 90-day window to take their case straight to a district judge to overturn any takeovers. This ensures that independent courts hold the final veto, as is and should be the case in any democracy. Moore then goes on to paint a picture of a lawless land grab, trying to stir the pot with tales of sudden asset seizures. In reality, the state only steps in after a license is legally cancelled, surrendered, or deliberately left to rot by the management. No legitimate rule-following NGO faces sudden administrative raids, completely blowing his confiscation narrative right out of the water. The law simply ensures that defunct foreign-funded wealth is accounted for, rather than letting it turn into a free-for-all. He acts like India is dropping the hammer on civil society by worsening punishments, but he has missed the boat entirely. The 2026 amendment actually cuts maximum prison sentences for compliance violations from 5 to 1. Reducing the penalties so drastically, the law then removes the sting of harsh criminalization rather than adding on to it. Moore's claims of an escalating legal crackdown completely miss the reality of the significant compliance relaxation in some elements of it. And it is not only India that is actually enforcing this. Washington enforces transparency by requiring foreign-funded entities to register and disclose finances, with violators facing up to 5 years in federal prison. London implemented the Foreign Influence Registration Scheme. It mandates strict registry requirements for individuals acting on behalf of foreign powers. The European Union requires that all cross-border political lobbying be recorded to ensure foreign funds do not influence legislation anonymously. Canberra operates a dedicated network to monitor external domestic interference, aligning with global security practices regarding foreign influence. When you look at the fine print, Representative Moore's arguments simply bite the dust. Instead of doing his homework, he chose to make a mountain out of a molehill for political points. Security and transparency in foreign funding matter to every sovereign country. India is no exception. Facts are stubborn things, and Moore's narrative just doesn't add up. Meanwhile, MEA has formally replied to this with a scathing response. Listen in.
We have seen the comments. Legislative matters concerning India are our internal affairs on which decisions are taken by the Parliament of our country. I would also like to point out that there are several nations, including the United States, which regulate the flow of foreign funds.
We now turn our gaze across the border to a geopolitical flashpoint that is or could spin out of control. It's Pakistan yet again. Islamabad staring into the abyss. It's brewing an explosive political cocktail that threatens to tear the country apart. The fragile marriage of convenience keeping the federal structure alive are now hitting their roughest patch yet. Traditional enemies turned allies are at each other's throats, fresh off the back of a highly contentious, rigged regional election. The Pakistan People's Party has now launched a blistering offensive against Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif's government. They've declared that the political countdown has officially begun. This is far from just a local squabble, viewers. There is a missing head of state, or Mr. 10%, as he is known to many. There is a self-appointed field marshal doling out heavy-handed military directives. In fact, there is also an unprecedented global media muzzle. Islamabad is a powder keg that's waiting for a match. We bring you this report uncovering the deep-seated cracks within the establishment.
टिक टॉक आपकी उल्टी गिनती शुरू.
The political landscape in Islamabad is boiling over as the fragile truce between traditional rivals turned allies officially shatters, exposing deep structural fault lines. Bilawal Bhutto's Pakistan People's Party has rejected the latest election outcomes, accusing Shehbaz Sharif's PMNL of absolute collusion with the state machinery to hijack the democratic process.
मुस्लिम लीग नवाज के दोस्तों के लिए जो पैगाम है वो सिर्फ इतना कि आपको वो आवाज सुनाई दे रही है, जरा गौर से सुने. टिक टॉक आपकी उल्टी गिनती शुरू हो चुकी है.
As the capital burns with political hostility, the formal head of the state, President Asif Ali Zardari, long dubbed Mr. 10%, remains completely missing from the action. This is fueling intense rumors about his health and systemic isolation. Adding fuel to the fire, nationwide chaos has erupted as thousands of PTI workers hit the streets to mark exactly 3 years of Imran Khan's imprisonment, defying an intense, iron-fisted police crackdown. Stepping directly into this dangerous leadership vacuum, Army Chief Asim Munir has aggressively tightened his grip. He has bypassed civilian oversight with unilateral pushes to redraw administrative boundaries and effectively placing Sharif on final notice. To hide these deep operational fractures from the global stage, the state has launched an intense crackdown on information. Islamabad is aggressively muzzling international journalists and digital platforms. Systemic corruption is running rampant. The economy is on life support. A fiery opposition is on the streets, and the federal coalition is eating itself from the inside. Islamabad's volatile mix of crisis is rapidly morphing into an unstoppable political disaster on India's doorstep. But the fractures run much deeper than power corridors of the capital, as Pakistan faces a dangerous multi-front collapse. In POK, political alienation has boiled over into fierce local resistance against federal high-handedness, turning the occupied region into a persistent security headache. Concurrently, the strategic landscape in Balochistan is on a knife edge. with the Baloch rebels escalating lethal attacks on state infrastructure and China-backed economic projects. From deep internal civil unrest and an ethnic insurgency to a collapsing economy and cross-border tensions, Islamabad is fighting a losing battle on all peripheral fronts. A losing battle that could push the entire region into an unpredictable security vacuum.
I have said it earlier, I say it again, viewers. An economy on a ventilator, a ruling coalition at war with itself, a missing president, an unprecedented rebellion that exploding from Pakistan-occupied Kashmir all the way till Balochistan. Pakistan is in a full-blown systemic meltdown. And as the state heavy-handedly muzzles the global press to hide its fractures, the flames of instability are now creeping closer to our borders. New Delhi is watching closely because a nuclear-armed neighbor spinning into a multi-front vacuum is a regional nightmare that we cannot afford to ignore. We now bring you a historic geopolitical showdown between India and Silicon Valley's ultimate empire. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Chief Global Affairs Officer Joel Kaplan have issued an absolute high-level apology to the government of India. The stakes? Well, unprecedented. The state issued a terminal ultimatum. Shape up or we permanently strip your safe harbor legal immunity. No more hiding behind Section 79. No more unchecked algorithms. And on India Sense this week, we unpack exactly how New Delhi forced the world's largest social media monopoly to face the music.
They will be coming and explaining what the situation is. We want to have both a policy level understanding and a technical understanding of the issues, and also an adaptation to the kind of concerns that India has in this regard. There are a number of issues which we have, which we will raise with them when they come.
Let's unpack the story, viewers. This crisis was triggered by a dangerous cocktail of algorithm failure and digital overreach. First, an explosive investigation by the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights, or NCPCR, exposed a sickening reality. Meta's automated advertising engine did accept money to actively run and boost paid advertisements featuring AI-generated child sexual abuse material, or CSAM. The algorithm, it seems, may have weaponized human trauma. In fact, the sovereign insult was the second aspect. On 23rd of July, Meta's automated systems erroneously blocked a high-profile Facebook video of Prime Minister Modi addressing students. The content vanished for 5 critical hours. That's when the government completely rejected Meta's defense of a technical glitch. Take a look at how the entire paradigm has shifted. India did not wait for sluggish international regulatory frameworks to catch up. The state machinery swung into action with alacrity. The Parliamentary Standing Committee on IT, that's chaired by BJP MP Nishikant Dubey, slapped Meta with an uncompromising 3-day deadline. Apologize publicly or face criminal prosecution for every piece of illegal content on your platforms, that is, stripping away the safe harbor provisions. Meta's top brass was forced to rush to New Delhi. Chief Global Affairs Officer Joel Kaplan sat directly before IT Secretary S. Krishnan and Minister Vaishnav. India's regulators ordered the immediate seizure of internal algorithmic logs. Silicon Valley's black box has officially been broken wide open. Regulators are now inspecting the back-end code to evaluate the systemic moderation failures and corporate negligence. The ultimate verdict from New Delhi was delivered without mincing any words. Foreign tech platforms cannot be in India as per US domestic law. By forcing Mark Zuckerberg into a personal apology and coercing Meta to deploy custom, heavily restricted AI safety filters explicitly tailored for the Indian market, India has been able to redefine global digital sovereignty. The era of big tech exceptionalism is over. If you want to cash in on the world's largest digital market, you've got to adapt to the Indian law. And that is the big story this week. Let's get in Khushbu Jain, who's a cyber law and tech expert, advocate at Supreme Court, on the broadcast. Khushbu, the one thing that has been the most disturbing part of the entire Meta issue has been the child sexual abuse material that has been so easily available on the platforms. In your assessment, have you been able to now ensure that this content is not going to be easily available to our kids to underage teenagers?
Absolutely not. If you see it now, also now, today also, if you'll see, there are a lot of content which is available. If you do a basic search where you put in words like rape or adult content or, those keywords, now also today, right now, I have searched and I have found that there are promotional campaigns running on Facebook. Now, Facebook and Instagram have a policy where 13 years and above can be on platform. How are these platforms similar? See, these are two issues. One is you yourself promoting content which has a child sexually abusive content, which is that's other side of it. The other side of it is that you have children on the platform. Do you do anything when it comes to what kind of content children are watching? For a child which is between 13 to 17 or 18-year age to watch these kind of adult or an abusive content practically has a detrimental impact when it comes to their growth. So combination of all these things, I think you see that today also they have not complied with just by saying an apology or a sorry, or saying that we have a strict zero tolerance policy on our platform.
So where is that zero tolerance? Where is that zero tolerance? That's what government has been saying all along.
On their paper. It's literally just on the paper. It's not in the reality. And that's what we are seeing, that it's not reflected in their actions. It is just reflected in their papers. It is there in their policy that they keep on brushing it on our face. But we don't see that in reality. You see the numbers which is coming. See, I'll put down one more point. 97% of Meta's earning comes from paid promotion. 97% approximately. When you have a 97% of earning out of that 200 billion USD that you have, the last year's number, you are practically earning approximately 197 to 198 USD from paid promotions. Could you not put across in those paid promotions to understand basics? I'm not even going that, with the technology.
That's a very important point, Khushbu, that you're making. And what and I'm sure everybody watching this broadcast would be wanting to know, then how do we safeguard our kids? Because, we've got Meta on the table. We've told them that we're going to take away your safe harbor also if you do not comply with the law of the land. How do we now ensure they comply and we ensure that we safeguard our children?
Number one, I think if you can and if it's in your hands, like what other countries are trying to do is to restrict or ban social media platforms like these for children. That can be number one, if you can restrict your children. But peer pressure and it doesn't, makes you allowed to do that, then I think you need to have that transparency with your children where you make them understand what is right and what is wrong. Create a safe space. Create a safe space where you tell them that anybody who's asking you, because it's not just the CSAM or adult
Khushbu, all this is fine. This is all good parenting, good social conditioning. But what about Meta? You can't leave Meta off the hook, right?
Absolutely. And we should not, and they should not take that, that safe harbor protection which they enjoy till now. And that's what Government of India is also talking about. That when you earn 790, almost majority of your money is coming from paid promotion. It's not a content which is posted by you and me. It is practically where you are involved step by step into it and you are earning out of it. How can you enjoy that safe harbor protection as an intermediary? If you're not putting that compliance or an accountability is not being put across to you and you want to have an arm's length to accountability. So if you want to continue that, do not enjoy the safe harbor protection. It's not an absolute right that you can enjoy. And I think the debate should be much larger, where we need to separate these two entities of Meta. Indeed. One which can be absolute platform where you and me post, but the part where their second entity which practically earns out of paid promotion, that content liability should come on Meta, and that separation should happen not just here but everywhere where we held them accountable, and that's happening. If you'll see Mexico court.
Yeah, Mexico has just fined Meta for less than $600 million.
And same is happening when it comes to California.
Right. I was coming to just that when it now comes to India, what is it that A, the punitive measures that we should be slapping, and B, the guardrails that we should be putting in place to ensure that the child sexual abuse material is not available for our children, for our underage kids?
See, very, very, very clearly we need to implement of the guardrails, the implementation of the law where we have put across the 3R policy of takedown, number one. Number two, no content can be shown. The DPDPA Act, which is yet to be enforced by May, it says and that enforcement should come across that no content which can have a detrimental impact to the mind of a child should be shown to them. Right. That liability should also be strictly put across. I think apart from penalty, which is your monetary penalty, which I think platforms like this, as it is, account for and keep it aside and continue to, do what they wish to do. We need to bring in the aspect where they can be penalized, because this is not a basic harm. You're harming children over here. These are the crimes which are of the highest stature. So I think we should start punishing to an extent that there can be a jail term for these kind of act if after knowledge you're continuing or you're allowing these things happening on your platform. I think that's where the seriousness will come to these platforms.
All right, Khushbu, I'm going to leave it there. Let's hope that some of these measures are put in place, because at the end of the day, child sexual abuse material cannot be so easily available on these platforms. I'm going to leave it there. Thanks for joining. All right, on that note, a quick break. We return with more on the other side. Stay with us.
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
R Pure Shahi Paneer Masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind me, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं.
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं. Is it fire?
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज.
From the
Welcome back. We now take you to a massive historic breakthrough for the nation's private space sector. Bengaluru-based startup Astrobase has officially unveiled India's very first full-flow staged combustion rocket engine. This is an elite engineering feat. A powerful 80-ton Methalox engine built entirely through advanced metal 3D printing, an achievement that positions India as a global pioneer in next-generation reusable rocket technology. How does this deep tech milestone really rewrite the future of commercial space flight, and how is it fueling our journey to the stars? This report tells you more. A historic leap for India's private space sector. In Bengaluru, aerospace startup Astrobase has officially unveiled an engineering marvel, India's very first full-flow staged combustion rocket engine. This is the holy grail of rocket propulsion. This 80-ton Methalox powerhouse vaults India into an elite club, making it one of the only handful of countries globally to master this hyper-complex, zero-waste engine cycle. The highlights are stunning. Built entirely via cutting-edge industrial metal 3D printing, this engine utilizes a clean-burning liquid oxygen and liquid methane mix. It is built to last, designed for over 50 reuses. This is precisely how India ascends. We are no longer just a cost-effective launcher of satellites. Indian private enterprises, backed by InSpace, are now pioneering the world's most advanced deep tech intellectual property. With hot fire testing slated for later this year and an orbital flight target of 2028, this engine will power vehicles lifting 3 tons to low Earth orbit, altering global commercial launch dynamics. A milestone for Atmanirbhar Bharat, proving that when it comes to the final frontier, India's ascent is unstoppable. With that, we wrap things up on this edition of India Sense. Thanks so much for watching.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. Celebrating excellence across journalism and innovation, NDTV steals the spotlight at the 12th BCS Ratna Awards 2025-26. Best English News Channel of the Year, NDTV 24/7. Best News App of the Year, NDTV. Best Election Coverage of the Year, West Bengal Election Coverage. Best Podcast Show of the Year, NDTV Control All Defense. Best Primetime Anchor of the Year, Syed Suhail. Best Female Anchor of the Year, Vasudha Venugopal. Best On-Ground Coverage of the Year, Operation Sindoor Coverage. NDTV, the network of impact. चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone.
Hello and welcome. My name is Reet Kaur Sahani. You're watching NDTV. We've got a whole lot lined up for you, but let's first take you through the headlines of the hour. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called a key meeting of member parliaments on delimitation, but the DMK and the AIADMK are set to skip the meet, with the DMK demanding that the Kaveri Mekedatu issue be addressed first. Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor has held up a mirror to his own party, questioning why it failed to connect with the voters. Tharoor has even stressed that the Congress cannot afford to miss the power of the youth. The BJP mocks and says that Tharoor has exposed the leader of opposition. Centre constitutes high-level committee on demographic change. The committee announced by Prime Minister Modi last year will suggest measures to address unnatural demographic shifts. The committee will also visit Jammu on a 3-day tour from August 10th. The FCRA bill has triggered a fresh showdown inside of the parliament. Government rejecting any scope for amendments. India has hit back at a US lawmaker, calling the issue an internal affair. The centre is tightening scrutiny of Meta, flagging gaps in content moderation and demanding stronger human oversight. Deepfakes and CSAM are among the key concerns raised by the government. The Ranchi student protest is entering a decisive phase, with the Jharkhand government now opening talks with the students. The first round has been described as positive, even as the CID summons 3 JPSC members. Well, we have some big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. The delimitation row has escalated in Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister Vijay has called an all-party meeting. These member parliaments have been called in. DMK as well as the AIADMK have boycotted the meeting. An important update coming in as the CPM requests the DMK to participate in the meeting, saying that we should show our unity. Now, following MPs are likely to attend is what we're learning so far. We're learning that there could be different member parliaments like Karti Chidambaram as well as others who could also be in attendance. My colleague Deepak Uppanna now joins us on the broadcast to bring us the details. Deepak, we're learning important information coming with regards to the delimitation meet that Chief Minister Vijay has called. Walk us through the details. What is the latest update that we're getting so far?
Well, as of now, we are told about 21 MPs are likely to attend. The DMK and the AIDMK, of course, have said that they are not going to be attending. Now, as far as the DMK is concerned, there are leaders, there are other parties, the smaller parties who are urging the DMK to be a part of this, especially the CPM is coming out and saying you should be a part of this. This is for the sake of the southern, for the sake of Tamil Nadu. As far as the delimitation exercise is concerned, especially in the south, from the Congress party, there has been vehement opposition that has come in the past as well. Today, several Congress MPs, former senior leaders, are also going to be a part of this particular meeting that has been called by Chief Minister Vijay. What will be the TVK stand officially, of course, is something that's going to be very interesting. As of now, TVK, of course, by themselves do not have MPs. They didn't even contest the previous Lok Sabha elections. How they will really view the delimitation exercise, what their position also would be post this meeting, will be very, very clear.
All right, Deepak, also help us understand, because of course this is a very crucial meeting and there's also chirp that goes on to suggest that delimitation could be brought again in the parliament, and that is something that could become the centre of discussion. Amid this, we know that the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has now called for a meeting. Help us understand the kind of arguments that these parties are now preparing to talk about the bill as and when it's of course tabled inside the parliament.
Well, one thing is very interesting here, because the DMK was, taking the stand of the Congress party against delimitation. Right now, with what has happened in Tamil Nadu, with the Congress backing the TVK, moving out of the alliance with the DMK, how the DMK will really view this, because they've been saying that, they're not against delimitation, but in the way that it's just, being carried out, or the plan to be carried out. And if the BJP can really convince the DMK here that, that the interests of Tamil Nadu will not be compromised in any way, will the DMK think otherwise? And then what really happens with the plan of the BJP going ahead with this exercise is going to be interesting. So this meeting, of course, is going to be crucial in that regard. One, it makes the stand of the TVK very clear. On the other, of course, we really have to see what will come out of the meeting, whether there will be any sort of resolution, and how the parties and the MPs who are coming together really respond to TVK's message on the delimitation exercise.
Absolutely, Deepak. You very rightly mentioned that we'll have to see how the parties now discuss and decide which side to support and what arguments to pick on, especially when, of course, the delimitation debate hits the parliament's floors once again. Thank you so much, Deepak, for joining us and sharing those crucial updates with us. We're tracking more updates coming in on this story. While the delimitation bill is set to take the centre stage in Parliament, with Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay reaching out to member parliaments for a meeting to discuss the centre's proposal. The move comes amid growing political debate over the delimitation exercise as Vijay seeks a united discussion on the issue. However, like we've been discussing all morning, the DMK and the AIADMK are likely to stay away from the deliberations. Meanwhile, the PMK has claimed that Vijay's move was prompted by the Congress pressure, while arguing that an all-party meeting on Kaveri and Mekidatu issues should now be given priority. The meeting is expected to see participation from the Congress, the VCK, the MDMK, the CPI, the CPM, the IUML, while like we've been discussing, the AIADMK and the DMK may not take part.
This is going to be very crucial and important meeting as far as Tamil Nadu politics are concerned, because this is one such first meeting where Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay has called for all party MPs meeting to discuss on delimitation. All political parties in Tamil Nadu have been opposing delimitation, but today DMK and ADMK MPs are not going to be part of this meeting. That's what we are hearing from our sources. DMK made it clear. First, they have put a condition to TVK. First, TVK government should call for all-party meeting over Meghdadu and Kaveri issue. TVK Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay to hold all-party MPs meeting this afternoon, 3 p.m. in Chennai. It is going to be very interesting and significant meeting.
Let's take you through more updates coming in from Tamil Nadu at this hour. A divorce case involving Tamil Nadu Chief Minister, in fact, and TVK Chief C. Joseph Vijay and his wife Sangeeta Sonalingam has now been officially closed. The case was before a family court in Chengalpattu after Sangeeta filed for a divorce earlier this year. But on Friday, she withdrew the petition. Here's more on the case. Take a look at this special report that breaks down all the details.
A divorce petition involving Tamil Nadu Chief Minister and TVK Chief Vijay and his wife Sangeeta Swarnalingam has been formally closed. The family court in Chengalpattu recorded Sangeeta's decision to withdraw the petition. She appeared before the court through video conferencing and submitted her reasons for withdrawing the case. The petition had been filed in February with Sangeeta seeking dissolution of the marriage. She had cited irreconcilable differences and had also sought permanent alimony and permission to continue residing in the couple's matrimonial home in Chennai. The case saw several adjournments over the past few months. Vijay and Sangeeta have been married for nearly 3 decades. The couple married on August 25, 1999 in Chennai. They have 2 children, a son born in 2000 and a daughter born in 2005. Speculation about differences between the couple had surfaced publicly in recent years, particularly after Sangeeta was absent from several high-profile events involving Vijay. However, reports about marital difficulties had also been denied previously. The case comes as Vijay has emerged as one of the central political figures in Tamil Nadu. His TVK went on to become the single largest party in the state assembly election and formed the government with his support from the Congress and other alliance partners. For now, the legal proceedings over the divorce petition have come to an end. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Alright, let's take you through more updates coming in at this hour. Now, there's a self-assessment from within the Congress that has emerged. Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor has made tough talk for his own party. He points out that issues raised by the CJP had already featured in Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj, but failed to strike the same chord with the public. Now, Tharoor says that the party must ask why its messaging did not translate into wider support, underlining the need to connect with people's concerns. The remarks come just as the CJP student agitation over exam leaks and accountability gained greater traction despite the Congress raising similar issues and even earlier. Meanwhile, the BJP has taken a jibe at Rahul Gandhi over Shashi Tharoor's comment and called his Chhatron Ki Goonj a flop show.
The issues taken up by the CJP and the Jantar Mantar protesters had been taken up by us earlier. We had a Chhatron Ki Goonj thing, where Rahul Gandhi was addressing students about the paper leaks, about the things.
And that didn't resonate, sorry to interrupt, but that didn't resonate as much as this did.
Correct. And that's why we need to ask ourselves, what did we fail to do? Did we fail to listen? Did we fail to tap into the old cliche of having your finger on the pulse of the people? Was our finger missing from the pulse of Gen Z? And that's something we really need to interrogate and solve it.
शशि थरूर has exposed राहुल गांधी. शशि थरूर ने कहा है कि राहुल गांधी के छात्रों के गूंज इवेंट एक फ्लॉप शो है और वो युवाओं से कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा है और कांग्रेस पार्टी संसद नहीं चलने दे रही, इससे कांग्रेस पार्टी का नुकसान है. हर व्यक्ति को कांग्रेस पार्टी में पता है कि राहुल गांधी सिर्फ ड्रामा करते हैं. राहुल गांधी की नीति और नीयत एंटी यूथ है. एवरीबडी इन द कांग्रेस पार्टी नोज that Rahul Gandhi's connect with youth is zero. Even the Congress party admits, कांग्रेस भी एडमिट कर रही है कि जेन जी राहुल के साथ में नहीं, जेन जी अगर किसी के साथ में कनेक्ट करते हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ में करते हैं, क्योंकि जेन जी की नीति और नियत पॉजिटिव है, नेशन फर्स्ट है, एंड द कांग्रेस पार्टी स्पिरिट इज नॉट प्रो नेशन.
Rahul Gandhi has totally failed and flopped in connecting with the students and youth of our country. So much so that even a senior Congress leader, Mr. Shashi Tharoor, has said Rahul Gandhi has failed to resonate with the students of India and his programs have not created any impact. Look at the double-faced duplicity of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi does not have any empathy and neither does he find time to go and meet students in Jharkhand who are on a hunger fast, and some of them have even fainted. Yet today, Rahul Gandhi goes for his Chhatron Ki Goonj program in Prayagraj. He finds time for that, a program which even his own party leaders, Congress party leaders, have said has failed miserably.
Well, the Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor's comments have now sent politics into motion. My colleague Ishika now joins us on the broadcast to get us some political reactions. Over to you, Ishika.
Well, yes, Reet, it is a complete back and forth now over Shashi Tharoor's comments over the event of Chhatron Ki Goonj that was held by Rahul Gandhi. And in fact, now the BJP has come out and said that Shashi Tharoor has in fact exposed the Congress party's event. Now, to talk more on that, I am being joined with the Lok Sabha MP of Congress, Sukhdev Bhagat ji, with us, sir. सबसे पहले हम देख रहे हैं कि शशि थरूर ने जिस तरीके से स्टेटमेंट दिया है, ये कहा है कि जो छात्रों की गूंज है उसका उतना वाइडर इम्पैक्ट नहीं हुआ, और अब बीजेपी कह रही है कि एक्सपोज कर दिया है, फ्लॉप शो था।
मैं समझता हूँ कि शशि थरूर जी को ये मैं बतलाना चाहता हूँ, राहुल गांधी जी पिछले 2 सालों से लगातार छात्रों की जो मूलभूत समस्या उनको उन्होंने उठा के रखा है, उन बातों को हमेशा छात्रों को भी जाके कह रहे हैं। और हम कोई ग्रॉसरी शॉप नहीं जिसमें फ़ायदे और नुकसान की तरह राहुल गांधी ने मुद्दों को उठाया है। मैंने कहा कि वो चाहते हैं कि व्यवस्था में परिवर्तन हो, शैक्षणिक वातावरण में परिवर्तन हो, इसलिए राहुल जी लगातार उन बातों को उठा रहे हैं। और ये मैंने इसलिए कहा ना कि हम कोई राजनीतिक गेन के लिए हम इन बातों को नहीं उठा रहे हैं, हम छात्रों के भविष्य के लिए, उनको भविष्य संरक्षित हो इसके लिए इन बातों को उठा रहे हैं। पूरे जो इतने कॉस्टली चीज़ें हो गई हैं, जिस प्रकार की चीज़ें शैक्षणिक व्यवस्था, उनके लिए राहुल जी इन बातों का आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं।
सिर्फ बीजेपी ने अब इस पर जो है आप पर लगातार वार कर रही है, ये कहना है कि खुद आपके ही एमपी ने आपको एक्सपोज कर दिया, बता दिया कि छात्रों की जो गूंज वाला जो शो था वो अब एक फ्लॉप शो।
मैं समझता हूँ कि ये बीजेपी वाले को तो एक मौका मिलना चाहिए और इस प्रकार की चीज़ें वो बोलते हैं। लेकिन आपको मैं बता दूं, बीजेपी आज भी अगर इतनी ही वो समझती है कि हम अगर फ्लॉप शो है तो अमित शाह जी आए ना और वो सदन में उन बातों को बताए ना, अमित शाह जी गायब है, मोदी जी गायब है। और ये अगर कोई, यही तो हमारी खूबसूरती है कि हम अपनी भावनाओं को व्यक्त कर सकते हैं, उनके पार्टी की तरह का नहीं, जो अमित शाह चाहेंगे या मोदी जी चाहेंगे उन्हीं बातों को बोलना है। ये हमारी आंतरिक लोकतंत्र भी है।
सर, शशि थरूर जी का एक और स्टेटमेंट आया, उन्होंने कहा कि जो ऑपोजिशन पार्टी है अब उन्हें नींद से जागना चाहिए। जंतर मंतर पे जितने जो युवा प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे थे, कहीं ना कहीं ऑपोजिशन पार्टीज फेल हो गई हैं उन्हें अपने उसमें अकोमोडेट करने।
मैं समझता हूँ कि इसका कोई पैरामीटर है क्या कि आपने कोई कैसे आपने गेज किया कि हम फेल हुए, पास हुए? हमने कहा कि मुद्दे हमारे लिए आज भी महत्वपूर्ण हैं, उन मुद्दों के साथ हम आगे चल रहे हैं।
तो आपको लगता है कि जेनजी जो है वो कांग्रेस पार्टी के साथ है, वो राहुल गांधी के साथ?
हम इतना ही जानते हैं, राहुल गांधी जी व्यवस्था परिवर्तन के साथ हैं और हम वो अपने जो संघर्ष जो अभियान है उसको हम जारी रखें राहुल गांधी जी के नेतृत्व में।
So in fact, as you heard, this is what the Congress party has to say. In fact, they have attacked the BJP, saying that it should be the top leaders of the BJP who need to in fact bring out their responses in the parliament over the protests that have been happening in the country so far. And they have also now attacked Shashi Tharoor over his comments over Chhatron Ki Goonj. Over to you.
Absolutely, Ishika. Thank you so much for joining us and getting us that important reaction coming in from the Congress and the Parliament. Let's now take you to the Parliament. The battle over the proposed amendments of the FCR is expected to dominate Parliament next week. Congress has issued a 3-line whip to its member parliaments, asking them to be present in the Parliament on August 10th, 11th and 12th. ND has also asked its member parliaments to remain in Delhi from Monday as the government prepares to table the bill. The deadlock, remember, continues. Sources tell NDTV that the centre is not inclined to amend the bill, even as the opposition pushes for a change and a joint parliamentary committee review. Meanwhile, after US Republican lawmaker raised concerns over the bill, India has now firmly rejected the remarks, saying that legislative matters of the country are India's internal affairs.
It is not, Christian centric. It is actually, it will affect the Christian, it will affect the Muslims, it will affect even the Hindus. In fact, minority serves the majority in these types of areas, be it a college, school or a hospital. So all that it was pointed out. And another thing is, no hearing is provided under the rules. Where the property is going to be waste, there should be at least a minimum hearing. Notice should be there. Nothing is there. Mere cancellation will automatically vest with the authority. That is so draconian nature. It violates fundamental rights.
We have seen the comments. Legislative matters concerning India are our internal affairs, on which decisions are taken by the Parliament of our country. I would also like to point out that there are several nations, including the United States, which regulate the flow of foreign funds.
Let's take you through more updates coming in at this hour. Well, the third round of talks between Meta and the government concluded last evening. But the compliance heat on Meta still remains high, with more talks scheduled for the upcoming week. As per sources, the latest round of talks, the focus was heavily on Meta's content moderation policy, with the government seeking more human-led intervention in Meta's architecture. Sources also say that the government has asked Meta to include more people who understand Indian languages and context to improve the efficiency of content moderation. Meta reportedly has explained its existing policy in place in response, with more talks scheduled for the upcoming week. Well, we have some big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. An important update coming in as the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has slammed the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi and has even gone on to say that this seems to be a positive message coming in from the Congress party. An important update coming in as Kiran Rijiju now takes a dig at Rahul Gandhi over women's remark. Now, an important update coming in because in fact, Kiran Rijiju has even said that he hopes the Congress party will support the women's reservation bill unconditionally. So the BJP now taking a drive at the Congress, Kiran Rijiju slamming the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi and saying that this is a positive message coming in from the Congress and that there is a visible change of heart of Rahul Gandhi. Let's also listen into the reactions coming in.
Today, I got a question about women, which I answered, but then since then I've been thinking about it more deeply. And I was thinking to myself that the energy of India's women is trapped, is not allowed to express itself, is not allowed to imagine. And to me, no country can be successful if the women in that country are not expressing themselves, right? And I think a lot of my politics and a lot of what politics should be in this country is in making people understand, and not from a top-down perspective, but making people understand that our country is stunted, is incomplete without the expression of our women. And that's not just, them doing well in business or them doing well in the political system. No, that's literally them being able to express themselves in their houses. That's them being able to walk the streets comfortably. That's them putting a point of view that maybe others don't agree with. That's them questioning their parents, their husbands, their brothers, sisters, whatever, right? So a certain amount of freedom from this patriarchy, from the control that, sorry, I'm a man and I'm saying this, but from the control, rigid control that India's men impose on their women.
An important update coming in. We also have BJP's Pradeep Bhandari now joining us on the broadcast to give a reaction on this. Sir, an important update coming in from the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi. He's released a video message now. What are your initial thoughts on this?
Madam, as the Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister said, that now he should walk the talk. Because we have seen in the past that there is difference between what the Congress preaches and what the Congress practices. Yesterday only, if you saw, there were women who were protesting outside Rahul Gandhi's residence demanding justice. So if this is a change of heart, as the Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister said, Rahul Gandhi should demonstrate it by the actions of the Congress party on the floor of the House by unconditionally supporting bills which will provide the required representation and justice to the women of India and the youth of India. Only time will tell whether this is hollow talk or whether this is change of heart.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. My colleague Ishika also now joins us on the broadcast to bring us the details. Ishika, we're seeing a fierce war of words between the leader of opposition and the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister. You know, Rahul Gandhi has released a message and has delivered a message to young women of the country, to which the Parliamentary Affairs Minister has said that if he believes so, then he must also, be in line with that and also support the Women's Reservation Bill inside of the Parliament.
Well, yes, Reed, as you rightly mentioned, we are now seeing continuous back and forth between the Congress party and the BJP. In fact, yesterday, after Rahul Gandhi, in fact, released a video addressing the young women of the country, saying that, it seems that the energy of Indian women is trapped. It is not allowed to express itself. And I think a lot of my politics and a lot of what politics should be in the country is about making people understand that our country is shunted and incomplete without the expression of women. Now, over that, certainly Kiran Rijiju has responded over this, and he has gone on to say that this seems to be a positive message from the Congress party, seems to be a change of heart, of Rahul Gandhi, and has gone on to say that it looks like that maybe now the Congress party will support Women's Reservation Bill. Now, to get a response from the Congress party itself, I'm being joined with the Congress MP Sudivya ji with us. सर, किरण रिजिजू का इस पर रिस्पॉन्स आ गया है. उन्होंने कहा है कि ये चेंज ऑफ हार्ट है राहुल गांधी की तरफ से और अब शायद कांग्रेस पार्टी वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल को सपोर्ट करेगी. मैं समझता हूँ किरण रिजिजू जी को, जो संसदीय मंत्री हैं, उनको थोड़ा कांग्रेस के इतिहास पढ़ लेना चाहिए. स्वतंत्रता आंदोलन की बात करें तो हमने महिलाएं कितनी सक्रियता से भूमिका निभाई. अगर पॉलिटिकल फील्ड यहाँ की बात करें तो या तो आप प्रधानमंत्री के रूप में देख लें, मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में देख लें, तो ये कांग्रेस पार्टी शुरू से उनके साथ रही है. जहाँ तक वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल की बातें हैं, सरकार की मंशा आज भी, मोदी जी की मंशा आज भी साफ नहीं है. हम लोगों ने क्या कहा कि आप जब तक जितनी चीज़ें आपने सेंसस 11 के बाद हुआ नहीं है, तो आप कोई भी बिल ऐसा ना ले कि केवल बिल लाने के लिए बिल ना लाए, उसका एक इम्पैक्ट, एक दूरगामी प्रभाव हो. उन चीज़ों को देखते हुए बिल लाने की बात है. अब राहुल जी का हृदय पहले भी साफ था, आज भी साफ है. बस किरण जी को हमारे ये इतिहास को जानना चाहिए और हमारे जो ये विचारधारा है उनको समझना होगा. लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विचारधारा अलग है. आज भी इनकी जो मातृ संगठन है आरएसएस में किसी महिलाओं को प्रवेश नहीं है. मैं किरण रिजिजू को ये बताना चाहता हूँ. लेकिन बीजेपी लगातार कह रही है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी की नीयत साफ नहीं, अगर होती तो आज सपोर्ट होता.
मैं समझता हूं नीयत हमारी साफ है. वो नीयत जो प्रस्तुत कर रहे हैं वो नीयत में ही उनके खोट है.
So as you heard here, this is the response that is now coming from the Congress party, going on to say that this has been the politics of Congress party so far, but it is not so of the BJP is what they claim. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, thank you so much for joining us and bringing us that important reaction coming in from the Congress Member Parliament. We also have some fresh breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take our viewers through it. Well, recent big breaking news coming in at this hour. Well, Devendranath Mahato has said that his team is going to hold dialogue at 10 a.m. In fact, Mahato has now gone on to issue a statement to say that the government should have accepted the demands earlier. He's even now gone on to add that the students will go to the circuit house for talks and all students have the same demands. He says that the number of students at talks does not matter. An important statement coming in. We're learning important breaking news coming in right over here, where we're learning that Devendranath Mahato has now issued a very crucial statement in which he's gone on to confirm that his team is going to hold a dialogue at 10 a.m. with the government. Let's also listen in to what he had to say.
उनके द्वारा तो सूचना मिला है कि आज 10 बजे सर्किट हाउस में वार्ता के लिए जाएंगे. हमने तो कहा था कि बाकी जो छात्र गए थे और सरकार मान जाती तो और जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं था. सरकार देखिए जाने का कौन जा रहा है, नहीं जा रहा है, 2 को जा रहा है, 5 को जा रहा है, 10 को जा रहा है, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात नहीं है. दोनों का मांग सेम है, मांग पूरी होना चाहिए.
My colleague Prabhakar also now joins us on the broadcast from Ranchi. Prabhakar, an important statement we heard from the student leader, who's now gone on to say that his team will now be conversing with the government at 10 a.m. Walk us through the details. What details do we have on the meeting?
See, the first round of meeting has already been done. Yesterday we saw the meeting of one of the factions of the main faction, I would say, of the students who are agitating out here. So they had a detailed meeting with the 4 ministers and the secretary over there at the state guest house. Now there is a second faction which is actually protesting in the same ground, the Devendra Mahto faction, and they are actually, their representatives will be meeting the same set of ministers and the bureaucrat here. So basically government has invited both the factions. Now the details of the meeting which actually happened yesterday, they have put forth their demand. Their main demands are the cancellation of the 14th JPSC examination, the CBI inquiry into it, and a long-term program, long-term plan of the government to ensure that the examinations in Jharkhand goes error-free and can never be tampered. So these are the demands which have been put forth before the set of ministers, before the group of ministers. The group of ministers then actually went on to meet the chief minister, and he has been apprised of the situation. So the government now has to take a call as to what they will be doing about the demand which the students have made. One set of students, they met them yesterday. Today they are meeting at 10:30, the other set of students, and the government already knows their demand. Remember, on 10th of this month, the students have already announced a massive Vidhan Sabha Gherao protest, which can turn out to be a mega event, and the government would not like that protest rally to happen. So they would try and wrap this up, or they would try and kind of diffuse this entire protest much before it happens, much before the 10th.
All right, Prabhakar, thank you so much for joining us and sharing those crucial updates with us. Let's take you through more updates now coming in from Jharkhand. Now, the Jharkhand exam row has entered a crucial phase. After days of protest by the JPSC and the JSSC aspirants in Ranchi, the Hemant Soren government has opened a formal channel of dialogue. Like my colleague Prabhakar was just mentioning, the first round of talks between protesting students and a panel of 4 state ministers has now ended on a positive note. Both sides, in fact, even described the meeting as constructive, with the government assuring the students that their demands will be seriously considered. Even as the talks begin, the probe is now intensifying. The Jharkhand CID has summoned as many as 3 JPSC members for questioning on Monday in connection with the recruitment controversy. Meanwhile, amid BJP criticism of Rahul Gandhi's absence from Ranchi, the Congress has now hit back, asking if every issue is expected to be taken up by the leader of opposition.
प्रतिनिधियों से जो सरकार के प्रतिनिधियों से बातचीत हुई, उस मामले का कोई अभी फाइनल निष्कर्ष नहीं निकला है। हालांकि छात्रों का कहना है कि जो पूरी बातचीत हुई है सकारात्मक हुई है। उन्होंने अपनी मांग को काफ़ी मजबूती से रखा है और जो मंत्रीगण थे उन्होंने भी उनकी बातों को ध्यान से सुना है। और उसके बाद उनका कहना था कि उनकी मांगें जायज़ लग रही हैं, लेकिन इसका जो अंतिम निर्णय है वो मुख्यमंत्री ही ले सकते हैं। तो मुख्यमंत्री के समक्ष वो गए हैं अपनी बातों को रखने के लिए। इनकी जो मुख्य मांगी थी उसमें जो 14वीं JPSC की परीक्षा थी उसे कैंसिल करना और साथ में CBI इंक्वायरी की मांग करना, ये 2 जो मुख्य मुद्दा है, ये उस पर छात्र जो है वो डटे हुए थे। और मंत्रियों का कहना है कि ये सारी बातों से मुख्यमंत्री को अवगत करा लिया जाएगा और जो अंतिम निर्णय है वो मुख्यमंत्री लेंगे। तो फिलहाल अभी पहले राउंड की वार्ता हुई है, उसके बाद दूसरे राउंड का वार्ता इस पर जब होगा वो उसकी सूचना सरकार जो है वो स्टूडेंट्स को देगी और उसके बाद इस पर दूसरे राउंड की वार्ता होगी। लेकिन अभी फिलहाल डेडलॉक बना हुआ है और जो छात्रों ने घोषणा की है कि वो अपने कार्यक्रम को, यानी कि अपने जो प्रदर्शन है उसको जारी रखेंगे।
छात्रों के साथ सौहार्दपूर्ण माहौल में हम लोगों ने तमाम वार्ता को किया, छात्रों की मांगों को हम लोगों ने समझा। सरकार सहानुभूति पूर्वक छात्रों की मांगों पर विचार करने को तत्पर है।
पहला वार्ता था बहुत ही सकारात्मक और परिवार जैसा लगा। सर लोग के मैम लोग के साथ बैठकर बहुत ही सकारात्मक वार्ता हुई और हमें विश्वास है कि हम लोग की जो भी जायज मांगे हैं उस पर सरकार, आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, तमाम मंत्री जी जो सो हमारी मांगों को जायज मांग मानेंगे।
हमारी डेलीगेशन गई, ये अच्छी बात है कि हर चीज राहुल गांधी करें। मोदी क्या करेगा फिर? अमित शाह क्या करेगा? सदन में नहीं आएंगे और राहुल गांधी घूमे, यहां भी जाए वहां भी जाए, तो क्यों? इलेक्शन जीतने के बाद ये लोग यहां आते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री और गृह मंत्री बनते हैं और सब काम राहुल गांधी करे। जवानों की बात राहुल गांधी उठाए, किसानों की बात राहुल गांधी उठाए, तो आप यहाँ क्या करने आए हैं? विदेशों में घूमने आए हैं?
वो झारखंड हो, वो प्रयागराज हो, वो कोटा हो, वो दिल्ली हो, राहुल जी के लिए हर छात्र महत्वपूर्ण है, कांग्रेस के लिए हर छात्र महत्वपूर्ण है और राहुल गांधी जी हर छात्र की बात सुनेंगे।
Well, NDTV's managing editor Padmira Joshi has exclusively spoken to former Union Minister and BJP leader Smriti Irani. Let's listen in to what she had to say.
If you ask me as an Indian citizen, my opinion on how citizens congregated in Pune, how citizens who are young are congregating in Jharkhand, it is my right to show that opinion, to express that opinion and applaud the conduct of the students of Jharkhand. Why should not I applaud the conduct of the students that congregated in Pune, who were respectful of their country, who were respectful of their flag, who were respectful of uniformed personnel? Why would you take away the respect that I express for fellow citizens and young citizens? Because why is my opinion only to matter if I compliment a particular subsection?
Because
and not the other.
The insinuation seems to be that those at Jantar Mantar are being demonized while comparing them to what's happening at Ranchi.
There is no insinuation. Those at Jantar Mantar did beat up police personnel. Those at Jantar Mantar did give naras for Azadi. Those at Jantar Mantar did abuse institutions of India, including the judiciary.
But that's
anybody who presumed that you can insult and instigate abuse against the judiciary, against the armed forces of our country, and find favor with the citizens of India, I think has not understood the citizens of India. Padmija, 64 crore Indians went to vote in the last general election. It does not matter, and I've said this before, it does not matter who we vote for. 64 crore people turned up to vote means they believe in our institutions. We may have voted for different parties, we may have promoted different ideologies, but we all collectively believe in the institution of law. We all collectively take pride in our armed forces. We all collectively take pride in our democratic process. Because ask those 64 crore people, will they stand for abuse of the judiciary? I am not saying we live in a utopian era.
Well, recent big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. With China repeatedly renaming some places in Arunachal Pradesh, India on Friday has formally identified as many as 27 places and features in the state by their standard names on the official Indian map. Now, an important update coming in as identifying them formally on the Survey of India map of Arunachal Pradesh. Remember, is aimed at facilitating their accurate recognition and better awareness among the public at large. This is what an official statement says. It's been given out by, of course, the centre. Now, China's act of renaming places in Arunachal Pradesh has always been categorically rejected, remember, by New Delhi, which has consistently termed such moves as vain and preposterous, while asserting that they will not alter the undeniable reality that the state was and will always be an integral part of India. Now, the 27 locations have been formally marked on the official map of India. Now, an important update coming in as we're tracking fresh developments coming in. My colleague Ratnadeep also now joins us on the broadcast to bring us the details. You know, Ratnadeep, an important update right over there. India has now diplomatically lodged a protest and has hit back at China's claims of repeatedly, remember, renaming some places in Arunachal Pradesh.
Absolutely. In fact, this has been a masterstroke by the Modi government, given the fact that now 27 areas in Arunachal Pradesh, land areas in Arunachal Pradesh, all of them at the frontiers with with China or the Tibet Autonomous Region, which is under the administration of China. In fact, all these areas have been now being officially made part of the Survey of India map, which is the official political map of India. This has been a move which has been taken in consultation with the Arunachal Pradesh government. In fact, I did speak to senior officials in Arunachal Pradesh government who also said that the center has been in touch. And now the specific areas which have been marked are very important, particularly areas in Upper Subansiri district like Longju, Maja, for that matter of fact. These are areas where China has in past, late claims. In fact, there have been several occasions where China has released, maps where they have claimed parts of Arunachal Pradesh or entire Arunachal Pradesh as their territory. So this is a big diplomatic reply by India. Also, given the fact that out of this 27 areas, there are 21 land areas. There are at least 4 very important mountain passes on the McMahon line, and in fact, there are also places like lakes. Now, remember, you have the LAC or the McMahon line, which divides India and China, and therefore there have been claims and counterclaims. And there have been also in past, particularly in Arunachal Pradesh, issues of incursion by the Chinese army. We have seen the issue that had come up in Doklam as well a couple of years back. So therefore, this is a very big response by India in terms of naming those places and marking those places on the Survey of India map.
All right, Ratnidip, thank you so much for joining us and sharing those crucial updates with us. With that, we're stepping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay on with us on the broadcast.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
देश का टायर जेके टायर
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूँ? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, or 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
Celebrating excellence across journalism and innovation, NDTV steals the spotlight at the 12th BCS Ratna Awards 2025-26. Best English News Channel of the Year, NDTV 24/7. Best News App of the Year, NDTV. Best Election Coverage of the Year, West Bengal Election Coverage. Best Podcast Show of the Year, NDTV Control All Defense. Best Primetime Anchor of the Year, Syed Suhail. Best Female Anchor of the Year, Vasudha Venugopal. Best On-Ground Coverage of the Year, Operation Sindoor Coverage. NDTV, the network of impact.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Saigal. What's happening?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Saigal, on Prime 5 only on NDTV 24/7.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea.
Welcome back. My name is Reet Kaur Sahani and you're watching NDTV. Well, recent breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. An IAF commander has been held in an alleged honey trap case. The Delhi police has arrested the IAF officer on May 31st over allegedly sharing sensitive defense information with a woman linked to a Pakistani handler. Now, police have also suspected a larger espionage network targeting defense personnel. The officer allegedly shared details of military movements as well as deployment, along with sensitive documents. The investigators are also now probing an alleged attempt to install spyware on a colleague's phone. The officer is currently in judicial custody while agencies are now tracing the digital trail. My colleague Anushka is with us on the broadcast to bring us the details. Anushka, you're bringing us some important information that now goes on to suggest that an IAF officer could have been honey-trapped and there could have been an act of espionage also that could be involved.
Well, that's right, Reet. We are seeing that an Indian Air Force wing commander is right now in judicial custody where he is being interrogated by the Delhi Police Special Cell about his involvement with a woman who's of Pakistan origin. He was allegedly going through a very tough time in his personal life, after which he met the woman online. They started having a conversation there, and after that the woman started asking him about the details of military operations that were in fact going on. Not just that, she's also suspected of downloading a different app in the colleague of one of his phone, and after that she was in fact trying to hack into the information online and get to know what all the military operations are in fact right now going on in. And we have seen how in fact when the Delhi police got to know this, when the complaint was in fact being made, he was arrested. Right now he's lodged in Tihar jail as we are speaking, and he's in fact also being interrogated by the Delhi police regarding his involvement and how many of the police, the army officials are in fact allegedly involved in this, because this seems to be one woman honey trapping a wing commander of the Indian Army, and after that she is trying to install apps on several different phones of other police officials or other military officials, so that she can gain sensitive information from the very officials who are involved in this whole case. What the police is in fact going on to say is that this is not involved to just one person. They are allegedly trying to find out if this is not a whole process of espionage that is in fact being orchestrated by the woman of Pakistan origin who was honey trapping the Indian Air Force wing commander to in fact gain sensitive information on the military operations, and not just that, also trying to install spyware into the mobile phones of other Indian Air Force commanders. So over to you.
All right, Anushka, thank you so much for joining us this morning and bringing us this crucial information. Let's now take you to Karnataka, where we're tracking important updates coming in. The food safety checks at Bengaluru's premium hotels have uncovered expired and unsafe food items. The Karnataka Food Safety Department inspected 26 hotels across Bengaluru through 30 teams, covering all BBMP zones. Officials even collected 35 food samples, which have now been sent to laboratories for a detailed analysis. At the Lalit Ashok, officials even seized about 200 kilograms of vegetables, 76 kilograms of meat, and 32 liters of expired milk. Now, Taj in the Yashwantpur region had about 72 kilograms of meat as well as fish seized, while Radisson Blu saw about 105 kilograms of expired food articles even seized. Speaking about the raids, Health Minister UT Khader even said that acting against the biggest establishments would also serve as a wake-up call to the smaller ones.
ಫುಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಎಲ್ಲಾ 5 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ತಪಾಸಣಾ ತಂಡ ಹೋಗಿದೆ. ಫುಡ್ ಸೇಫ್ಟಿ ಅಥಾರಿಟಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಶ್ರೀನಿವಾಸ್ ಕಮಿಷನರ್ ನೇತೃತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಿನ ಎಲ್ಲಾ 5 ಸ್ಟಾರ್ ಹೋಟೆಲ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ತಪಾಸಣಾ ತಂಡ ಹೋಗಿದೆ.
Information coming in at this hour. Remember that the Karnataka authorities have now ordered a huge crackdown when it comes to expired food items. They are now inspecting even the premium hotels of the state to understand what is going inside their kitchens. Remember that the food safety checks at Bengaluru's premium hotels have even uncovered expired as well as unsafe food items. The Karnataka Food Safety Department has inspected as many as 26 hotels across Bengaluru. Now, they've done this through 30 teams covering BBMP zones. Officials in their crackdown have collected as many as 35 food samples, which have now been sent to laboratories for detailed analysis. Now, from the Ashok Hotel, now the Lalit Hotel at the Ashok to even the Taj at the Yashwantpur, authorities have seized food items and articles and have sent it to laboratories for further inspection. Let's now take you to the national capital. The monsoon, remember, is in full swing and parts of Delhi NCR were lashed by heavy rainfall. As in every monsoon, several areas witness familiar scenes, long traffic jams, waterlogged roads and people wading through the flooded streets. This with even vehicles crawling at a snail's pace. From Kapashera border to where commuters struggle through waterlogged roads to Badarpur, where floodwater entered a subway. Delhi witnessed heavy rain with rainfall even exceeding 15 millimeters per hour in several areas. Push Bihar recorded one of the largest rainfall, of course, calculated, standing at about 111.5 millimeters, while Jaroda Karan in Delhi was also no far behind. Now, Delhi's August rainfall has already broken a 15-year record. The city has, remember, received as many as 127 millimeters of rain in just the first 7 days of August, while temperatures have remained around 7 degrees Celsius below the normal temperature.
National capital Delhi and also the adjoining NCR areas were highly affected because of the heavy rain that the entire region experienced on Friday. It largely affected the daily commuters, the lives of the daily commuters in the Delhi and the NCR region. As of now, our presence here is here at Mehrauli Badarpur Road. You can see the situation here. The locals are saying that this waterlogging has been there. We have two buses who have been stuck and no help has been received by these buses and the workers.
कल गड्ढे में बहुत 4-5 लोग गिर गए. एक लेडीज बच्चा लेकर के गिर गई. उसका बच्चा खींचा गया. बताइए इतना बहुत परेशानी है.
Multiple cases were reported yesterday wherein people got stuck here because of the heavy waterlogging. You can see how the buses still continue to be stuck here. This is Soumya Jaiswal with video journalist Kumar for NDTV.
The impact of heavy rainfall can be seen in the national capital. Not only national capital, if you just cross the Delhi NCR region, whether it's Gurugram, Noida, Greater Noida, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, what we have been witnessing that across several pockets, waterlogging incidents have been reported. And last evening, what we have seen that large number of people got stuck into the traffic situation. Several hours long traffic jam can be seen. And even if you see, right now we are at Palam area. This area touches the border of Kapashera and Gurugram. So across several pockets, what we have been witnessing such kind of similar situation. Right now I'm joined by one of the passerby over here. क्या नाम है आपका?
अजीमुल मियाँ.
अजीमुल मियाँ, ये बताइए कि बच्चे को लेकर के जा रहे हैं, कितनी तकलीफ हो रही है? कितनी
बहुत तकलीफ हो रहा है सर.
बहुत तकलीफ हो रही है.
बहुत तकलीफ हो रहा है. पैन भी गीला हो रहा है. देखो बच्चे को कैसे लेके जा रहा है.
Few hours of rains, you can see the entire drainage system collapsing, and such kind of waterlogging situations can be easily help exposing the drainage system of the Delhi NCR region.
Well, recent breaking news coming in at this hour from Haryana. Let me take you through it. Now, Gurugram has issued a work from home advisory. Gurugram has issued an advisory after about 60 millimeters of rainfall. The District Disaster Management Authority Chairman, in fact DC Uttam Singh, has advised people to work from home on 8th of August. An important update coming in from the National Capital Region, where about after recording 60 mm of rainfall in the district between 8 am and 5 pm on the 7th of August, several areas are now experiencing waterlogging and even traffic congestion. Owing to this, we are also seeing an important advisory be issued in the region, with the District Disaster Management Authority Chairman now issuing an advisory and asking people to work from home on the 8th of August. My colleague Akhil now joins us on the broadcast. Akhil, of course, owing to heavy rainfall conditions and severe waterlogging in different parts of the National Capital Region, several advisories have also been issued. Walk us through the details. What is the latest that you're tracking on this so far? Right, my colleague Akhil is with us on the broadcast. Akhil, of course, we're learning that an advisory has now been issued for Gurugram. If you could just walk us through the details of it. It seems as though we've lost connection with my colleague Akhil there, but those are visuals of Gurugram right on your screens at the moment. Remember that Gurugram, that lies in the National Capital Region, has now issued work from home advisory. This shortly after 60 mm of rainfall was recorded. The District Disaster Management Authority Chairman DC Uttam Singh has now advised people to work from home on the 8th of August. This is owing to waterlogging and traffic congestion. Corporate offices and private institutions have now been advised to encourage their employees to work from home. The decision has been taken to facilitate drainage, repair and restoration work, and Gurugram, viewers, as you all are well aware, is of course a victim of traffic conditions. Every rainfall we see there is of course heavy waterlogging, which also exacerbates the existing traffic problems that the area sees. Residents and the latest have also been advised to avoid unnecessary travel. So an important advisory, especially for corporates who have now been asked to work from home. My colleague Akhil is back with us on the broadcast. Akhil, if you could just walk us through the details. I believe an advisory has now been issued for Gurugram.
Well, absolutely. If you see at this stage, what we have got to learn that a district administration has again issued the advisory for work from home, because what we have been witnessing that if you see the Gurugram has been reeling under pressure of water logging across several pockets. Right now, we are in sector 68 area of Gurugram, just outside the area mall. Behind me, you can see the visual of this area. This area is completely inundated, and right now what we have been witnessing that a heavy traffic snarl across several pockets in Gurugram region. And if you see, for the last 24 hours, we have not witnessed any kind of rain situation in Gurugram. But still, if you see, water logging incidents have been reported across several pockets in this very region. Right now, I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visual from this very area. Right now, you can see these vehicles have got stuck, and some individuals are also trying to move from this very side towards the Golf Link Road side. So not only at this area, apart from that, across several pockets, we have received such kind of information that water logging incidents still persist in Gurugram.
To remain safe as you report on these conditions, remember that this is the waterlogging situation that's currently prevalent in Gurugram. And remember, viewers, that Haryana is already seeing, several parts of Haryana, including Gurugram, are already seeing a red warning that's been issued by them, by, of course, the IMD. With that, we're slipping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay on with us on the broadcast.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से जय हो देश हो विदेश हो जेके हो
देश का टायर जेके टायर।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challengers in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact,
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and prime-time anchor.
then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं.
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं. Is it fire?
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program. Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Celebrating excellence across journalism and innovation, NDTV steals the spotlight at the 12th BCS Ratna Awards 2025-26. Best English News Channel of the Year, NDTV 24/7. Best News App of the Year, NDTV. Best Election Coverage of the Year, West Bengal Election Coverage. Best Podcast Show of the Year, NDTV Control All Defense. Best Primetime Anchor of the Year, Syed Suhail. Best Female Anchor of the Year, Vasudha Venugopal. Best On-Ground Coverage of the Year, Operation Sindoor Coverage. NDTV, the network of impact.
Hello and welcome. My name is Reet Kaur Sahani and you're watching NDTV. We've got an action-packed show lined up just for you, but let's first take you through the headlines of the hour. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called a key meeting of member parliaments on delimitation, but the DMK and the AIADMK are set to skip the meeting, with the DMK demanding that the Kaveri Mekadatum issue be addressed first. Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor has held up a mirror to his own party, questioning why it failed to connect with the voters. Tharoor has even stressed that the Congress cannot afford to miss the pulse of the youth. The BJP has mocked the party, saying that Tharoor has exposed the leader of opposition. The FCRA bill has triggered a fierce showdown inside the parliament, with the government rejecting any scope for amendments. India has also hit back at US lawmakers, calling the issue an internal affair. The centre is tightening the scrutiny of Meta, flagging gaps in content moderation and demanding stronger human oversight. Deepfakes and CSAM are among the key concerns raised by the government. The Ranchi student protest is now entering a decisive phase, with the Jharkhand government opening talks with the students. 8 members of the Devendra Mahato delegation will now meet the Hemant Soren government today. Centre constitutes high-level committee on demographic change. The committee, announced by Prime Minister Modi last year, will suggest measures to address unnatural demographic shifts. The committee will also visit Jammu on a 3-day tour starting on the 10th of August. Let's take you through the top story of the hour. The delimitation bill is set to take the centre stage inside the parliament, with Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay reaching out to member parliaments for a meeting to discuss the centre's proposal. The move comes amid growing political debate over the delimitation exercise as Vijay seeks a united discussion on the issue. However, what's important to note here is the fact that the DMK and the AIADMK are likely to stay away from the deliberations. Meanwhile, the PMK has claimed that Vijay's move was prompted by the Congress pressure, while arguing that an all-party meeting on Kaveri and Mekidatu issues should be given priority. The meeting is expected to see participation from the Congress, the VCK, the MDMK, the CPI, the CPM and the IUML, while, like I said, that the AIADMK and the DMK may not take part.
So this is going to be very crucial and important meeting as far as Tamil Nadu politics are concerned, because this is one such first meeting where Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay has called for all party MPs meeting to discuss on delimitation. All political parties in Tamil Nadu have been opposing delimitation, but today DMK and ADMK MPs are not going to be part of this meeting. That's what we are hearing from our sources. DMK made it clear. First, they have put a condition to TVK. First, TVK government should call for all-party meeting over Meghdadu and Kaveri issue. TVK Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay to hold all-party MPs meeting this afternoon, 3 p.m. in Chennai. It is going to be very interesting and significant meeting.
Alright, we have some more breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. An important update coming in at this hour. We're learning that there's big breaking news coming in from Congress Member Parliament Manikam Tagore. Manikam Tagore has now gone on to say that those who place their politics over Tamil Nadu's interests may choose to not attend. But those who put Tamil Nadu first and politics second will attend the all-party meeting. Now, an important update coming in as Congress Member Parliament Manikam Tagore has hit out. Remember that this comes amid, there being speculation that the AIADMK and the DMK may not attend the meeting. Manikam Tagore has said that this is not about party politics, but this is about the rights of Tamil Nadu, the interests and the future of the state. He's even said that the people of Tamil Nadu are watching. Remember a subtle jibe coming in from the Congress Member Parliament towards the AIADMK and the DMK, who he subtly nudged, saying that those who will not attend will, of course, be placing their own interests over Tamil Nadu politics. In fact, we also have the Congress Member Parliament Manikam Tagore now joining us himself on the broadcast. Sir, you made a very crucial statement in which you've hit out at the parties who are choosing to not attend this all-party meeting that has been called by the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay. Walk us through the details. Why are you saying so?
We need to understand that Tamil Nadu, there is never, for the past 20 years, there is no all-party MPs meeting ever held. And the MPs, party-wise only the meetings are happening. But first time, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. Vijay, has taken an initiative to call all the MPs of Tamil Nadu, 57 of them, for a meeting in Tamil Nadu, in state headquarters, with the Chief Secretary's invitation. And we are all in, many of us are in Chennai. And the issue is going to be on the delimitation issue, which is going to be proposed bill, which is going to be brought up by the union government. And a very important thing is that those parties, which some parties has announced that they are not going to attend, shows that an initiative of the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister to take all the MPs along for Tamil Nadu's welfare are keeping their politics more, and they want their politics to be, they keep their politics above Tamil Nadu's interests. There are, we choose Tamil Nadu first and we will attend the meeting. And for us, politics is secondary, Tamil Nadu is first.
I understand the point that you're trying to make, sir. At the same time, I also want to understand from you, your parties had a pretty ugly breakup when it comes to, your relation with the DMK after, you joined hands with the TVK. Help us understand where does that relation stand at this hour, especially given the fact that, your party is vehemently opposing the delimitation bill. So could we see a support coming in from the DMK side on that?
That only the delimitation. The Chief Minister's meeting today would have signaled that. Who is standing where? Because you have to understand that TVK doesn't have any MPs in Delhi. The Chief Minister's party doesn't have MPs in Delhi. Other parties are having it. Congress is having it, DMK is having, ADMK is having, CPM is having, CPI is having, VCK is having, Muslim League is having, all other parties that PMK is having. Therefore, these parties, as to all other parties, should have attended today's meeting should attend today's meeting
and
express their views. That is the way parliamentary democracy works. But boycotting the meeting or not attending the meeting shows that for them politics is more important and where they are standing.
All right.
For them, their interest, political interest is more important than Tamil Nadu's interest. That's the issue.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. That was, of course, Congress Member Parliament Manikam Tagore, who is now hitting out at the parties not attending the all-party meeting, saying that the parties must be apart and must attend the meeting that Chief Minister Vijay has called so as to understand the stance of the southern states when it comes to delimitation and use their numbers to oppose the bill in the parliament. Let's take you through more updates coming in at this hour. Now, there's a certain sense of self-assessment from within the Congress. Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor has made tough talk for his own party. He's pointed out that the issues raised by the CJP had already featured in Rahul Gandhi's Chhatron Ki Goonj campaign, but failed to strike a chord with the public. Tharoor says that the party must ask why its messaging did not translate into wider support, underlining the need to reconnect with people's concerns. The remark comes as CJP student agitation over exam leaks and accountability gained greater traction despite Congress raising similar issues and even earlier. Meanwhile, the BJP has also taken a jibe at Rahul Gandhi over Shashi Tharoor's remarks and has called his Chhatron Ki Goonj campaign as a flop show. This is what the BJP has said they remember have hit out at the Congress party.
Interestingly enough, the issues taken up by the CJP and the Jantar Mantar protesters had been taken up by us earlier. We had a Chhatron Ki Goonj thing, where Rahul Gandhi was addressing students about the paper leaks, about the things.
And that didn't resonate, sorry to interrupt, but that didn't resonate as much as this did.
Correct. And that's why we need to ask ourselves, what did we fail to do? Did we fail to listen? Did we fail to tap into the old cliche of having your finger on the pulse of the people? Was our finger missing from the pulse of Gen Z? And that's something we really need to interrogate and solve.
शशि थरूर has exposed राहुल गांधी. शशि थरूर ने कहा है कि राहुल गांधी के छात्रों के गूंज इवेंट एक फ्लॉप शो है और वो युवाओं से कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा है और कांग्रेस पार्टी संसद नहीं चलने दे रही, इससे कांग्रेस पार्टी का नुकसान है. हर व्यक्ति को कांग्रेस पार्टी में पता है कि राहुल गांधी सिर्फ ड्रामा करते हैं. राहुल गांधी की नीति और नीयत एंटी यूथ है. एवरीबडी इन द कांग्रेस पार्टी नोज that Rahul Gandhi's connect with youth is zero. Even the Congress party admits, कांग्रेस भी एडमिट कर रही है कि जेन जी राहुल के साथ में नहीं, जेन जी अगर किसी के साथ में कनेक्ट करते हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ में करते हैं, क्योंकि जेन जी की नीति और नियत पॉजिटिव है, नेशन फर्स्ट है, एंड द कांग्रेस पार्टी स्पिरिट इज नॉट प्रो नेशन.
शशि थरूर जी को ये मैं बताना चाहता हूँ, राहुल गांधी जी पिछले 2 सालों से लगातार छात्रों की जो मूलभूत समस्या उनको उन्होंने उठा के रखा है. उन बातों को हमेशा छात्रों को भी जाके कह रहे हैं और हम कोई कॉस्टली सॉफ्ट नहीं जिसमें फायदे और नुकसान की तरह राहुल गांधी ने मुद्दों को उठाया है. मैंने कहा कि वो चाहते हैं कि व्यवस्था में परिवर्तन हो, शैक्षणिक वातावरण में परिवर्तन हो, इसलिए राहुल जी लगातार उन बातों को उठा रहे हैं. और ये मैंने इसलिए कहा ना कि हम कोई राजनीतिक गेन के लिए हम इन बातों को नहीं उठा रहे हैं. हम छात्रों के भविष्य के लिए, उनका भविष्य संरक्षित हो, इसके लिए इन बातों को उठा रहे हैं. पूरे जो इतने कॉस्टली चीजें हो गई है, जिस प्रकार की चीजें शैक्षणिक व्यवस्था, उनके लिए राहुल जी इन बातों का आवाज उठा रहे हैं.
शशि थरूर साहब पुराने कांग्रेस के नेता हैं, समय पर नसीहत भी देते हैं, लेकिन उनकी नसीहत कुछ काम नहीं आती, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी जी अपने से ऊपर किसी को अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन या विद्वान नहीं मानते. कांग्रेस में भी अच्छे लोग हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस से राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका के नेतृत्व में, खड़गे साहब के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से काम कर रही है, लोकसभा का मानसून सत्र पूरा केवल शोर शराबे के अंदर उन्होंने खराब कर दिया. राहुल गांधी जी को अभी युवाओं की नब्ज का पता नहीं है. उनको तो केवल ये लगता है कि कुछ जो आंदोलनकारी हैं, और उस आंदोलन के अंदर भी जिस प्रकार से अराजक लोगों ने उस पर कब्जा किया था, और वह भी अब देश और दिल्ली की जनता ने देखा है.
Rahul Gandhi has totally failed and flopped in connecting with the students and youth of our country. So much so that even a senior Congress leader, Mr. Shashi Tharoor, has said Rahul Gandhi has failed to resonate with the students of India and his programs have not created any impact. Look at the double-faced duplicity of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi does not have any empathy, and neither does he find time to go and meet students in Jharkhand who are on a hunger fast, and some of them have even fainted. Yet today, Rahul Gandhi goes for his Chatron Ki Goonj program in Prayagraj. He finds time for that, a program which even his own party leaders, Congress party leaders, have said has failed miserably.
Let's take you through more updates coming in at this hour. Well, a huge face-off has now erupted between the Congress and the BJP, with the leader of opposition now receiving backlash coming in from the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju. Well, Rahul Gandhi's remarks on women have triggered a political response from the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju. In a video shared by the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi said that India cannot prosper without women's voices, arguing that women's energy remains trapped and must be allowed to express itself. He even said that India is incomplete without the expression of its women. Reacting to this very message, Kiran Rijiju called it a positive sign and said that there was a visible change of heart in Rahul Gandhi's approach towards women. Rijiju also urged the Congress to support the Women's Reservation Bill unconditionally.
Today, I got a question about women, which I answered, but then since then I've been thinking about it more deeply. And I was thinking to myself that the energy of India's women is trapped, is not allowed to express itself, is not allowed to imagine. And to me, no country can be successful if the women in that country are not expressing themselves, right? And I think a lot of my politics and a lot of what politics should be in this country is in making people understand, and not from a top-down perspective, but making people understand that our country is stunted, is incomplete.
Well, my colleague Ishika is with us on the broadcast. Ishika, an important development now coming in. The leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi's comments have received backlash coming in from the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, who's, let out a remark and said that, he feels grateful that Rahul Gandhi has had a change of heart and expects Congress's support regarding the Women's Reservation Bill inside of the Parliament. Walk us through the details, help us understand what sort of reactions have come about from the Congress after this reaction coming in from the Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
Well, Reet, as you rightly mentioned, now it has turned into a complete political slugfest, because let me tell you that yesterday it was Rahul Gandhi who in fact released a video addressing the young Indian women, and he went on to say that in our country women feel trapped, they are not able to express themselves, and in fact today's politics should be over how we are able to make people understand that the country is stunted and incomplete without the expression of women. And now over that, the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju has slammed Rahul Gandhi, and in fact he has also gone on to taunt him, saying that it seems there is a change of heart of Rahul Gandhi, and now maybe the Congress will come in support of the Women Reservation Bill. Now let me tell you that Congress also in fact has counter-attacked the BJP over this, going on to say that the politics on women, for the support of women, has been in the history of the Congress party, and it has not been so much in the history of the BJP is what they claim. They are also in fact now saying that the way the BJP is wanting to implement it is the question that they are raising, and it is being done to in fact enforce the delimitation, is what the Congress party has now said, and slammed the BJP over it. So certainly the back and forth over this has now only intensified.
Absolutely, Ishika. Fair showdown between the Congress and the BJP. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing those crucial updates with us. Let me now take you to Jharkhand. Now, the Jharkhand exam row has entered a crucial phase after days of protests by the JPSC and the JSSC aspirants in Ranchi. The Monsoon government has opened a formal channel of dialogue. The first round of talks between protesting students and a panel of 4 state ministers ended in fact on a positive note. Both sides described the meeting as constructive, with the government assuring that the students' demands will be seriously considered. Even as talks begin, the probe is now intensifying in the case. The Jharkhand CID has now summoned 3 JPSC members for questioning on Monday in connection with the recruitment controversy. Meanwhile, amid BJP criticism over Rahul Gandhi's absence from Ranchi, the Congress party is now hit back, asking why every issue is expected to be taken up by the leader of opposition.
छात्रों के प्रतिनिधियों से जो सरकार के प्रतिनिधियों से बातचीत हुई, उस मामले का कोई अभी फाइनल निष्कर्ष नहीं निकला है। हालांकि छात्रों का कहना है कि जो पूरी बातचीत हुई है सकारात्मक हुई है। उन्होंने अपनी मांग को काफ़ी मजबूती से रखा है और जो मंत्रीगण थे उन्होंने भी उनकी बातों को ध्यान से सुना है और उसके बाद उनका कहना था कि उनकी मांगें जायज़ लग रही हैं, लेकिन इसका जो अंतिम निर्णय है वो मुख्यमंत्री ही ले सकते हैं। तो मुख्यमंत्री के समक्ष वो गए हैं अपनी बातों को रखने के लिए। इनकी जो मुख्य मांगी थी उसमें जो 14वीं JPSC की परीक्षा थी उसे कैंसिल करना और साथ में CBI इंक्वायरी की मांग करना, ये 2 जो मुख्य मुद्दा है, ये उस पर छात्र जो है वो डटे हुए थे और मंत्रियों का कहना है कि ये सारी बातों से मुख्यमंत्री को अवगत करा लिया जाएगा और जो अंतिम निर्णय है वो मुख्यमंत्री लेंगे। तो फिलहाल अभी पहले राउंड की वार्ता हुई है, उसके बाद दूसरे राउंड का वार्ता इस पर जब होगा वो उसकी सूचना सरकार जो है वो स्टूडेंट्स को देगी और उसके बाद इस पर दूसरे राउंड की वार्ता होगी। लेकिन अभी फिलहाल डेडलॉक बना हुआ है और जो छात्रों ने घोषणा की है कि वो अपने कार्यक्रम को यानी कि अपने जो प्रदर्शन है उसको जारी रखेंगे।
टीम के द्वारा तो सूचना मिला है कि आज 10 बजे सर्किट हाउस में वार्ता के लिए जाएंगे। हमने तो कहा था कि बाकी जो छात्र गए थे और सरकार मान जाती तो और जाने की आवश्यकता नहीं था। सरकार देखिए जाने का कौन जा रहा है, नहीं जा रहा है, 2 को जा रहा है, 5 को जा रहा है, 10 को जा रहा है, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण बात नहीं है। दोनों का मांग सेम है, मांग पूरी होना चाहिए।
Well, the Jharkhand exam row has, remember, entered a crucial phase. There's been several rounds of talks that have occurred between the students and the government. This comes after days of protest by the JPSC and the JSSC aspirants in Ranchi. My colleague Prabhakar now joins us on the broadcast from Ranchi to bring us the latest updates coming in. Prabhakar, I believe that a second round of talks is also expected to take place anytime soon. Walk us through the details. Where does the situation stand with regards to the progress that the students and the government have made?
See, the second round of talks with the second segment of the students, the protesting, so they're basically divided into 2 camps. So the second camp would actually be indulging in the talks with the government representatives, that is the 4 set of ministers whom the chief minister has nominated. That would happen at 10:30 a.m. today. So yesterday we saw the first round of talks happening with the students. Now the second round of talks would happen at 10:30. We just had an exclusive chit chat with Deepika Pandey Singh, who happens to be the minister and one of the ministers in that 4-minister team, and she confirmed to us that the talk was very positive. It all ended on a very positive note, and the students who were there to indulge in the talk yesterday, they are supposed to give their demands in writing, which they would hand over today, and the government is trying hard to diffuse the situation, or for that matter end this agitation before the 10th, because 10th is the deadline when the students would actually have already announced that they would be marching towards the Vidhan Sabha, and they'll actually gherao the Vidhan Sabha. So that is one agitation which the government would like to avoid. So the government is very positive that within next 24 hours they'll actually be able to meet the demands of the students and diffuse this entire tension and the agitation which is happening here in Ranchi.
All right, Prabhakar, thank you so much for joining us and sharing those crucial updates with us. You know, an important update brought by my colleague right over there, who is now going on to track the situation closely. Of course, the second round of talks is also slated to take place, but like he was mentioning, that this is the second camp of students. This is a different set of protesters that will now be meeting the government. So an important update coming in right there, as there seems to be some progress that has been made between the government and the protesters. Let's now turn our attention to more updates coming in. We have some breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's also take you through it. Crucial updates coming in now. In fact, we're learning an important piece of information that cricketer Rishabh Pant has now sought help from the Uttarakhand Chief Minister for land. That's right, the cricketer Rishabh Pant has now asked Chief Minister Dhami to help with the land acquisition. Rishabh Pant has now said that trying to find land in Uttarakhand for the past 3 years. Now, Pant, remember, wants to shift base from Delhi to Uttarakhand. Now, this has also evoked a reaction coming in from the Chief Minister himself, who has assured the cricketer of all possible cooperation. Now, Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, has called Rishabh Pant the pride of Uttarakhand. Officials are going to contact Pant, we're learning, over the land request. So, an exchange coming in. Now, remember that cricketer Rishabh Pant is now, he sought help from the Uttarakhand Chief Minister. And my colleague Kishore also now joins us on the broadcast. Kishore, हम ये जान रहे हैं कि ऋषभ पंत ने एक रिक्वेस्ट बनाई है जो कि उत्तराखंड के चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं उनसे, कि उनको लैंड एक्विजिशन में उनकी मदद चाहिए। इसमें उत्तराखंड के जो चीफ मिनिस्टर है उन्होंने भी जवाब दिया है। अगर आप हमारे व्यूअर्स को बता सकें कि ये क्या कॉन्वर्सेशन है जो हुई है दोनों के बीच में।
देखिए, ऋषभ पंत लंबे समय से उत्तराखंड में एक जमीन लेने के लिए तलाश कर रहे थे कि उनको जमीन चाहिए, और उन्होंने अपने ट्वीट में भी लिखा हुआ है कि वो उत्तराखंड के नागरिक है और दिल्ली से वो उत्तराखंड शिफ्ट होना चाहते हैं और ऐसे में उनको एक जमीन चाहिए। संभवतः ये जरूर हो सकता है कि ऋषभ पंत जिस तरीके से एक इंडियन क्रिकेट स्टार है और वो उत्तराखंड में एकेडमी भी खोलना चाहते हैं और यहाँ पे रहना भी चाहते हैं, हालांकि उनका घर रुड़की में जरूर है, तो वो एक लंबे समय से जमीन की तलाश कर रहे थे। हो सकता है कि जमीन लेने में या फिर खरीदने में उसको कई तरह की दिक्कतें आ रही होगी उनको। तो इसके बाद मुख्यमंत्री पुष्कर सिंह धामी ने उनके ट्वीट का जवाब दिया और उन्होंने कहा है कि आप उत्तराखंड का गौरव है, देश का गौरव है, और ऐसे में आपको जिस चीज की जरूरत हो रही है उसमें मैंने अधिकारियों को निर्देशित कर दिया है कि वो आपकी मदद करे और जो भी दिक्कतें आ रही है उनको सॉल्व करे। ये भी आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि उत्तराखंड में ऋषभ पंत सबसे ज्यादा टैक्स पेयर के रूप में उन्होंने अभी टैक्स दिया है। तो जाहिर सी बात है कि ऋषभ पंत क्योंकि उत्तराखंड के नागरिक है और देश के एक बड़े क्रिकेट स्टार है इंडियन टीम के, तो ऐसे में अब उनको जमीन तलाश के लेने के लिए जो उन्होंने ट्वीट किया था उसका मुख्यमंत्री ने तुरंत रिप्लाई करते हुए अधिकारियों को निर्देश दिया है कि वो उनकी जमीन तलाश करने में मदद करें। जी
बिल्कुल। ऑफ कोर्स एन अनयूजुअल एक्सचेंज कमिंग इन फ्रॉम विद द क्रिकेटर एंड ऑफ कोर्स द चीफ मिनिस्टर। थैंक यू सो मच Kishore for joining us and sharing those important updates with us. With that, we're stepping into a short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay on with us on the broadcast.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से, जय हो देश हो विदेश हो, जय के हो।
देश का टायर JK टायर।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला। जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रिकमेंड करता हूँ? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, "Maybe not." Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security. and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind me and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस हेल्थ।
Hello and welcome. You're watching Fault Lines with me, Gauri Dwivedi. This week on the show, 4 stories, 1 thread. A world rewriting its own rule book. Trump's out-of-the-box plan to end the war in Iran. Reports of Washington looking at creative and unconventional ways to corner Tehran. Ukraine's blunt no to NATO. A refusal that could reshape the war's endgame. India gears up for Agni 6. This week, we trace the missile that changed India's strategic destiny. And finally, we tell you the British Army's glimpse of tomorrow's battlefield. Paratroopers on e-bikes racing across open terrain. War, diplomacy, deterrence and disruption. We've covered it all. Stay with us on Fault Lines this week. The big story this week, months of confrontation, no decisive win, and now Washington appears to be rethinking its entire playbook with regard to the conflict in Iran. Instead of leaning only on missiles and military muscle, the US military is now hunting for fresh, unconventional ways to corner Tehran. And this shift comes at a very critical moment, when the Strait of Hormuz, that's essentially the most vital oil choke point, remains effectively paralyzed, even as Oman and Iran have been in talks to really ease out some of the maritime passage through this entire strait. Technical specialists from both sides are putting forward proposals to restore safe navigation. Iran has rejected some of the proposals with regard to joint oversight and has come out with its own proposal, one that would hand Tehran greater control over the waterway. Iran's deputy foreign minister has warned that the strait stays closed if Oman doesn't budge. That's only one part of the story, because the Gulf isn't waiting, viewers. Producers across the region are now spending billions to build pipelines that reroute oil away from Hormuz towards the Red Sea, the Suez Canal and the Gulf of Oman. And in the midst of all of this, you have Washington changing tack. What does this really reveal about the limits of its military operations and the options that Donald Trump has right now? And does this mean that it's now looking at unconventional and creative ways to actually look at the conflict, because the traditional ways are just not giving the result that Donald Trump has been hoping for this long? So let's tell you exactly what has happened. US Central Command has asked for unconventional and creative ways to corner Iran. Now, why is Washington actually asking for this? Well, here's what we know so far. The US Central Command has put out an unusual ask, creative ideas to corner Iran. Militarily, because traditional responses have had only so much of impact so far. They've made clear that right now they look at other and need other options as well. Now, why now? Why? What is the reason for the timing to be at the moment? Well, months of military action have not delivered a big win for Donald Trump so far. Tehran continues to challenge American interests on multiple fronts in the entire region. And Washington is now keen to avoid getting drawn into another large-scale, long-drawn conflict. Don't forget, it's a midterm year for Donald Trump. So what could unconventional actually mean right now? It could mean possibly new economic and financial pressure points that US would like to tap into. It could mean more rounds of cyber operations. It could mean information warfare. All of those are now on the table. Diplomatic isolation, they've already doubled down on it, could be more. Innovative military and intel tactics and other non-traditional tools that have stopped short of a full-scale war are some of the options that are on the table.
Now, why does this matter, viewers? Why is this our top story on Fault Lines? Because it signals something Washington rarely admits out loud, that traditional options alone may not be enough. That could mean a fundamental shift in how America confronts Iran. It could also mean that this is a conflict where Donald Trump thought that there would be an easy in and out, but that may not be the reality that he and his commanders are facing. Listen in to what the president said.
Rather make a deal, because I don't want to kill people. I do not want to kill people. But at some point we were set for the biggest attack of any attack, and we've hit them very hard for the last few months. But we were all set for the biggest attack since World War II. And they called me and they said, please don't do it, let's talk. And then they said, we never said that. You know what? The fake news knows they did say that, but we are talking, let's see what happens, but they respect us.
I can say that the latest situation is that almost all of the topics are under discussion. The map, the transit routes, the entering and exiting of maritime traffic, and those bilateral side agreements with Oman. Because it's not just a map. These fundamental agreements with Oman have mostly been completed, meaning we have made significant progress in our discussions with Oman, and this progress is on the verge of being finalized.
Amy Fredrickson joins me on the broadcast. She's a U.S. defense expert, in fact, a veteran of U.S. Air Force as well. Amy, thanks much for speaking to me on Fault Lines. Let me start first by asking you the need to have creative solutions to a conflict that almost looked like an easy in and out. What do you make of that?
Right. I mean, that's exactly right. What the first read is certainly the results and the length of this conflict has gone beyond anything that the administration had planned. And it continues, and I think this seems abundantly obvious to anyone, the conflict continues to drag on in a way that is unacceptable to the administration. It's been a lot of political pressure on the American front, especially with the interim elections bearing down. And so, but don't read, creative and unconventional as necessarily military, right? Okay. I think what it shows is that the military pressure has proven to not be enough. And so what other options could we put on the table and utilize to apply pressure to get Iran to the table to finalize a deal?
And what could be those options? If you're saying it's not just traditional military, which US CENTCOM has also said, what are we really looking at and what's really left on the table to explore?
Well, yes, I think there's some military options. There's cyber options. There's expanded regional allies. There's additional maritime operations. There's a whole myriad of things, which includes some military action. But I think this, especially when it comes to the Middle East, Iran has been very resistant to have proven over and over in the past that they're more resistant to economic sanctions as well as military pressure. Okay. And that this always was going to require something, was going to require additional pressures that have not been used before. And okay. So honestly, it's maybe, this should have actually been probably factored in very early on around conventional and creative ideas, because, clearly this has not been enough pressure to bring peace to the region.
Indeed. And this is coming at a time when there are some reports that indicate that 80% of interceptors have been used by the US, and there are concerns about whether or not there is any depletion and significant depletion as far as American war resources are concerned. And that's why the need for creative or unconventional options to be explored.
Well, I just think that it shows the limitations on any kind of direct military, traditional military only operation. Okay. That military force alone is not necessarily enough. Now, if you think about the Venezuelan conflict, that was very short, direct military operations, traditional military operations. It worked. I think that that's a bit more of an unusual situation, that this is much more needing let's call it a holistic approach to the conflict. And I also think that the Middle East in particular is a very difficult region, right? You have to balance military force, but make sure that you're not escalating and expanding a conflict. And that just means that like what we've been doing right now is obviously not getting the outcome that they would expect, or that the American people are willing to accept.
I think now it's obvious to one and all, and let's see how this actually turns out, or what really is that creative option to end this war. I'm going to leave it there. Thanks much, Amy, for speaking to me on Fault Lines. Turning attention, viewers, for 12 years, Ukraine was told the same story. Join NATO, it's coming, just wait. Now the man who fought that war says he's done waiting for a lie, or that he says it isn't coming. Ukraine's former commander-in-chief, the general who held Kiev when Russia came for it in 2022, who's now ambassador to Britain, but the soldier in him hasn't left. And he says, Verlaev says, that this week, behind closed doors, in front of Kiev's own ambassadors, he said the one thing Ukraine has spent a decade refusing to say out loud, that Ukraine will never join NATO. Not yet, not any day, not someday, never. And his reason isn't just political. It's an indictment, in fact, if you believe it. He says NATO is now fighting a war that ended in 1945. Doctrines, standards, a whole alliance that was built for a different century altogether. Look at how Ukraine is fighting this war. Every single night there are drones, there are glide bombs, there are electronic warfare that is really leading the fight. A war NATO has never had to fight. Is NATO now too outdated for the war Ukraine is actually living? And if the alliance Kiev really bled for won't take it in, what's really plan B? Let's break this down for you, viewers, how it's actually looking and why this is going to have a ramification for the Russia-Ukraine war. Now, is Ukraine's NATO dream dead? That's the big question, because the man who once ran its army just said so, out loud in front of Kiev's own ambassadors. And this isn't a voice you can actually dismiss. That's the most important part, because he was a man who defended Kiev in 2022. Zelensky sacked him in 2024, and he's still Ukraine's most trusted public figure. That's the reason why what he says matters so much. 73% of the people actually believe what he says. Now, so why actually he's come out by the word saying never? His case isn't political, as we are saying. It's a structural argument that he's making. Ukraine's army, he says, doesn't meet NATO's bar. NATO itself, he says and argues, is fighting the last war, while Ukraine is now fighting this forward. Drones, glide bombs, electronic warfare every single night. And what he wants isn't NATO's flag, it's NATO's technology. And that's where the catch really lies. Ukraine's constitution still says NATO is the goal. Zelensky hasn't walked this back. So Kiev now has two positions running at the same time. The official one and the one its most trusted general just blew out in public. And that's why this goes far beyond Ukraine. NATO's eastward march has always been Moscow's big red line. If Kiev itself steps back from that goal, if it reshapes what any peace deal may potentially look like, does that make a deal with Russia easier? Or does it just hand Putin for free the one thing he's wanted since 2014? Is the NATO dream dead? Or is this just more posturing ahead of some more give and take? All that is actually going to play out as much in diplomacy as it's going to play out on the battlefield as well. Colonel Jeffrey Fisher joins me for more on this. He's a former NATO Special Operations Commander. He's joining me from Vienna to talk more about what this means, whether this is political posturing or could this actually have an impact on the ground. Colonel Fisher, let me ask you just that. The comment that has been made, the fact that NATO ambitions as far as Ukraine are concerned are completely dead, how do you read it?
Yeah, so right now, when you look at Ukraine and you look at NATO, NATO is a little bit separated and disorganized, and largely so because the United States, which is one of the main contributors to NATO, has decided that it really wants to focus its efforts out in the Asian theater. It really wants the European nations to step up. So, you're seeing European NATO allies helping Ukraine extensively, but you're not seeing the same level of support out of the United States that you once saw.
This is one of the core issues and red lines as far as Russia is concerned. Why do you think this comment was made in the middle of the conflict? Is it political posturing, or do you actually see some sort of a reconsideration of the position?
Yeah, I would look at that more as political posturing than actual a military assessment of Ukraine. If you removed politics, I don't think there's one person in all of NATO that wouldn't send an invitation immediately and nearly beg Ukraine to be into NATO. They are the most combat-proven, combat-hardened military in European theater, and they've got the most amazing and advancing technology in the theater. So to suggest that there's nations out there that don't want Ukraine in NATO is a little bit, I would almost argue, comical, but it's merely political posturing.
So is Ukraine frustrated right now? And what's the reason for this frustration? Because as I said, this is Russia's red line. If it actually retreats on it, it has a huge impact on any potential peace deal, even as it's fighting a war that nobody in NATO actually has any clue about, because they haven't been preparing for this kind of a conflict in about 30 odd years. Why do you think this frustration is actually being voiced by Ukraine right now?
I'm sure you're 100% correct. It's very frustrating for Kyiv. I think that they would love to partner with NATO in a far greater fashion. That being said, I think that the leadership in Ukraine has done some exceptional work in creating strategic partnerships with Germany and other nations where they're able to actually leverage the German defense industry, if you will, and send intellectual property, the IP of a lot of these new weapon systems coming out of Ukraine. They're giving it to Germans or giving it to other European nations and saying, look, you're a strategic partner. You're going to help us. You're going to give us money. And oh, by the way, you're going to build a lot of these new weapon systems.
Okay.
I would point out that is not just a benefit to Ukraine. The key benefit in all that of becoming a strategic partner of Ukraine is simply this. Nations do not have to pay the billions and billions of euros that it takes to do research and development, operational tests, and then bringing a weapon system to bear. All that's been done by Ukraine. Germany and other nations are receiving literally free combat-proven plans to actually build systems, which is phenomenal.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. Colonel Fisher, thanks so much for speaking to me on Fault Lines. And on that note, a quick break. We return with more stories on the other side. Stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challengers in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact.
Padmata Joshi, managing editor and primetime anchor.
Then news has influence. The buck stops here. with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge value.
From Agni 1 to Agni 5, every launch has been a statement. A nation telling the world that it would no longer wait for permission to defend itself. And now speculation growing over the possible debut of Agni 6, a missile expected to strike beyond 10,000 kilometers, putting virtually the entire globe within India's reach, theoretically. This isn't just about range, viewers. It's about a country that went from dependence to deterrence, from watching the world's nuclear club from the outside to writing its own rules of strategic power. Has India reached another defining moment in its defense journey? This report answers that question for you.
A vast stretch of the Indian Ocean, a rare airspace warning, and a wave of speculation. India this week issued a notum restricting air and sea traffic over a large area for 2 days. Such restrictions often precede major missile trials, and this time, many believe the DRDO could be preparing for the first ever test of Agni 6. There is no official confirmation, but DRDO chairman Dr. Sameer V. Kamath had earlier said that Agni 6 is technically ready and can be tested once the government gives the green signal. If tested, Agni 6 would become India's longest range ballistic missile. And the ability to carry MIRVs, multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. That means one missile, several warheads, and several different targets. But India's missile story didn't begin with Agni 6. It began in 1983 with the launch of the Integrated Guided Missile Development Program, or the IGMDP. The mission was ambitious: build indigenous missiles, end dependence on foreign powers. The man leading the mission was Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, working with scientists like Dr. V.S. Arunachalam, who championed the program, and later leaders including Dr. V.K. Saraswat. Kalam helped lay the foundation of India's strategic missile capability. In 1989, the first Agni technology demonstrator took to the skies. Then came a new generation of missiles, from Agni 1 to Agni 5. Each generation became faster, more accurate, harder to intercept, and more survivable. The Agni series forms the backbone of India's nuclear deterrence under its doctrine of credible minimum deterrence. If Agni 6 is indeed tested, it will not just be another missile launch. It will mark the latest chapter in a journey that began more than 40 years ago. A journey that transformed India from a missile importer into one of the world's leading missile powers.
Forget tanks, forget armored convoys. The soldier of the future may have just arrived, and on an electric bike, viewers. The British Army has unveiled a striking glimpse into what could look like tomorrow's battlefield. Paratroopers racing across open terrain on e-bikes, carrying anti-tank weapons, striking fast and disappearing before the enemy can even react. It's a sign that warfare is evolving at breakneck speed. And this report is bringing you up to speed with what looks like the future of warfare.
Silent, fast, deadly. This is not a military exercise from a science fiction film. It's the British Army's latest vision of modern warfare. In newly released footage, UK paratroopers are seen speeding across the Canadian prairie on electric bikes. Anti-tank missiles strapped to their backs, moving swiftly to launch an attack and disappearing before the enemy has time to respond. The message is clear: speed is the new armor. Stealth is the new firepower. Military planners say future battlefields will demand soldiers who even arrive. electric bikes offer exactly that. They're quieter than military vehicles, far cheaper to operate, and agile enough to navigate terrain where heavier equipment struggles. The exercise reflects a broader transformation underway inside Western militaries. As drones, artificial intelligence, and precision weapons reshape combat, armies are experimenting with lighter, smarter, and more mobile tactics. The battlefield of tomorrow may no longer be dominated by tanks alone. Instead, it could belong to small teams, moving silently, hitting hard, and vanishing in seconds.
Well, that's all we pack in this edition of Fault Lines, viewers. Thanks so much for watching.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to do?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program.
Let's get it.
Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
Celebrating excellence across journalism and innovation, NDTV steals the spotlight at the 12th BCS Ratna Awards 2025-26. Best English News Channel of the Year, NDTV 24/7. Best News App of the Year, NDTV. Best Election Coverage of the Year, West Bengal Election Coverage. Best Podcast Show of the Year, NDTV Control All Defense. Best Primetime Anchor of the Year, Syed Suhail. Best Female Anchor of the Year, Vasudha Venugopal. Best On-Ground Coverage of the Year, Operation Sindoor Coverage. NDTV, the network of impact.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
ये लीजिए भाई, मैंने बनाया है। बैठ आपके साथ खाइए ना। ऐसे आप कहाँ से हैं? हरियाणा। कब गए थे लास्ट वहाँ पे? 1.5 महीने पे। आपकी फैमिली है? बच्चे हैं? 3 साल। मिस करते होंगे आप उन्हें ना? बहुत। फैमिली विजिट करने अलाउड है? श्रीनगर तक अलाउड। 1 हफ्ते की शूटिंग के बाद मुझे घर की याद आ जाती है। सी द सैक्रिफाइस इज अनबिलीवेबल, यू नो।
battles of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
So many attacks.
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv.
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind me, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
And this is People's Sansad between Jantar Mantar and Jharkhand. Is the distance so large? When we went there, my young colleagues went there. So that when people were sitting in dharna. Serious is the process. You're saying they're sensitive?
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
Now watching NDTV 24.
Hello and welcome. My name is Reet Kaur Sahani and you're watching NDTV. Got a whole lot lined up for you, but let's first take you through the headlines of the hour. The FCRE bill has triggered a fresh showdown inside the parliament, with the government rejecting any scope for amendments. India has also hit back at a US lawmaker, calling the issue an internal affair. Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor has held up a mirror to his own party, questioning why it failed to connect with youth voters. Tharoor has stressed that the Congress cannot afford to miss the pulse of the youth. The BJP mocks the comments and says that Tharoor has exposed the leader of opposition. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called a key meeting of member parliaments on delimitation. With the DMK, the AIADMK are set to skip the meeting, with the DMK demanding that the Kaveri Mekedatu issue be addressed first. Centre constitutes high-level committee on demographic change. The committee, announced by Prime Minister Modi last year, will suggest measures to address unnatural demographic shifts. The committee will also visit Jammu on a 3-day tour from August 10th. India rejects China's fictitious names for Arunachal Pradesh. Formally names 27 Arunachal places, including the LAC areas, mountain passes on official map. This move amid China's repeated naming of places. Well, recent breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. The leader of opposition has hit back at Kiren Rijiju, the Union of Course Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Rahul Gandhi has responded to comments made by Kiren Rijiju, saying that Mr. Rijiju, as Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, who would know better than you about the Women's Reservation Bill, and that it was passed unanimously in 2023 with the support of the Congress. This is a question that he's posed to the Union Minister, asking whether the bill was passed or not. He's even further gone on to question the Union Minister, saying that why hasn't it been implemented after 3 years? So a response we are seeing from the leader of opposition towards the Union Minister. Remember that Rahul Gandhi's video on the women of the country, in fact, had earlier evoked a reaction coming in from the Union Minister Kiren Rijiju. And now in the latest, we're seeing constant back and forth as the leader of opposition has once again replied to the comments made by Union Minister Kiren Rijiju. An important update coming in. This is with regards to the Women's Reservation Bill. My colleague Ishika is with us on the broadcast. Ishika, an important update coming in. We're seeing a reaction coming in from the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi. Walk us through the details. What exactly is he saying in his response?
Well, Reet, we have seen how this entire matter has now turned into a political slugfest. It initially started with Rahul Gandhi, the leader of the opposition, in fact addressing in a video to the women of this nation, saying that the women are not able to express themselves, and if that is not happening, the country will remain stunted. That is what he said. After that, we saw the response coming in, rather the Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju coming out and slamming Rahul Gandhi, saying that maybe that there is a change of heart from Rahul Gandhi's side, and maybe now the Congress will come in support of the Women Reservation Bill. Now, over that, the response now has come from Rahul Gandhi himself. He has said that when the Women Reservation Bill 2023 was unanimously, passed by the opposition also, then why link it to delimitation? So that is the question that even Rahul Gandhi and the other leaders of the Congress party are now raising, is the question on the implementation and why to link it with delimitation. Over to you.
All right, Ishika, hold on to that thought. We also have our colleague Janindra, who's joining us on the broadcast. Janindra, we are seeing a big political war of words between the leader of opposition and the Union Affairs, the Union Minister Kiren Rijiju as well. Walk us through the details. What exactly are the reactions coming in from both sides?
Yes, we are seeing this conversation on social media. But before that, there was a 50-minute long meeting between Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju and Leader of Opposition in Lok Sabha Rahul Gandhi this week to end the logjam in Parliament and also to make way for a delimitation bill. Women Reservation Bill is attached in the proposed delimitation bill. But Rahul Gandhi was adamant on two fronts. He demanded from Leader of Minister that first Home Minister Amit Shah should come in house and make a statement on 20th July police action on protesting students, and also the government should agree for a discussion on Ram Mandir fund theft issue. So during the meeting, one phone call was also made by Rahul Gandhi to Kiren Rijiju. But both conversations, there was no success in ending logjam. And after that, now we are seeing this conversation happening on social media when Rahul Gandhi made a video emphasizing on women empowerment and seeing a chance. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiren Rijiju appealed Rahul Gandhi that he should make way for the women reservation. And on that Twitter, now Rahul Gandhi have told that have said that Women Reservation Bill is already passed. Government should implement it.
Janindra, just hold on to that thought, because there's something very important that the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has said, and this is something that he's previously said in the parliament as well. He's also gone on to ask the question that why link the bill to delimitation? Why not implement it in its current form?
Yes, definitely, and this had been the old demand of opposition. First of all party meeting and discuss it in all party meeting
Right.
and take advice from all.
Janendra, my apologies for cutting you off. We actually have Mr. C.R. Kesavan of the BJP joining us on the broadcast. Let's also try and get a reaction from him. You know, sir, an important update coming in. Since morning, we're seeing, you know, a back and forth between the BJP and the Congress. The leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, has just responded to Kiran Rijiju. Your initial thoughts on that?
First thing is, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, since 2014, has not only ensured women-centric development, he has created a model of women-led development, which is now being emulated across world nations. As far as Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party is concerned, and please say this with responsibility, the Congress party has been historically against women empowerment. 60 years they were in power at the center. Did they bother to implement women's reservation in parliament and state assemblies? No. This Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji ensured that 33% reservation for women was implemented in parliament and state assemblies. Now, the new bill ensured that this is implemented at the earliest, but the Congress party is dead against it. And see the pattern of the Congress party. Congress party overturned the Shabana verdict, which empowered women. Congress party opposed the abolition of triple talaq, which again was a great progressive step for women. Take the case of Karnataka. Why is Rahul Gandhi keeping them? Look at the double-faced duplicity of Rahul Gandhi. Does Karnataka even have one woman representative? Rahul Gandhi has the nerve and audacity to talk about, supporting women. Let Rahul Gandhi answer that first. Why is there not even one woman representative in Karnataka? This farcical, statements of Rahul Gandhi is not accepted by everybody, and everybody knows Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party are anti-women.
Right, Mr. Kesavan, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your thoughts with us. Of course, Mr. Kesavan of the BJP now saying and questioning Rahul Gandhi as to why there isn't even one women minister in the cabinet in Karnataka. So, of course, you're seeing a back and forth between the BJP and the Congress right there. I'd also like to thank my colleagues Ishika and Janendra for joining us and sharing those crucial updates with us. Tracking more updates coming in, especially on this story, while Rahul Gandhi's remarks on women have triggered a political response from Union Minister Kiran Rijiju. In a video shared by the Congress party, Rahul Gandhi said that India cannot prosper without women voices, arguing that women's energy remains trapped and must be allowed to express itself. He said that India is incomplete without the expressions of its women. Reacting to his very message, Kiran Rijiju now called it a positive sign that there was a visible change of heart of Rahul Gandhi. He's even said and urged the Congress to support the Women's Reservation Bill unconditionally. This, remember, has sent a fierce showdown between the BJP and the Congress.
Today, I got a question about women, which I answered, but then since then I've been thinking about it more deeply. And I was thinking to myself that the energy of India's women is trapped, is not allowed to express itself, is not allowed to imagine. And to me, no country can be successful if the women in that country are not expressing themselves, right? And I think a lot of my politics and a lot of what politics should be in this country is in making people understand, and not from a top-down perspective, but making people understand that our country is stunted, is incomplete.
वुमेन रिजर्वेशन बिल हमारा लाया हुआ है, कांग्रेस का लाया हुआ है। किरण रिजिजू जी की याददाश्त थोड़ा कमजोर है, राज्यसभा में अभी पढ़ा था। रही दूसरी बात, पिछली बार भी आया था तो हमने कहा था वीमेन रिजर्वेशन पे हम साथ हैं, और जब पारित हुआ था हमने पारित भी कराया था। पर सरकार की जो बदनीयती है, सरकार जो बेईमानी कर रही है, उसके साथ डिलिमिटेशन बिल लाने की, हम उसके कल भी विरोधी थे, आज भी विरोधी। तो दोनों को मिक्सअप ना करें। यूएन रिजर्वेशन पे हमारे ओरिजिनल थॉट है, और डिलिमिटेशन पे जिस तरह वो ला रहे हैं हम तैयार नहीं हैं।
Women empowerment is a very noble, important concept, and this is, what is to be stated. This was a hot topic during the past many decades. I can say even before Riju and Rahul Gandhi entered politics. And the question is, why should we link delimitation with women reservation? We demand that. As of now, we have 543 Lok Sabha seats, and 1/3 must be allocated to women. It's so easy, and why the government is refrained from doing the same?
As the Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister said, that now he should walk the talk, because we have seen in the past that there is difference between what the Congress preaches and what the Congress practices. Yesterday only, if you saw, there were women who were protesting outside Rahul Gandhi's residence demanding justice. So if this is a change of heart, as the Honorable Parliamentary Affairs Minister said, Rahul Gandhi should demonstrate it by the actions of the Congress party on the floor of the House by unconditionally supporting bills which will provide the required representation and justice to the women of India and the youth of India. Only time will tell whether this is hollow talk or whether this is change of heart.
All right, like tracking more updates coming in at this hour, there is a certain sense of self-assessment from within the Congress. Congress Member Parliament Shashi Tharoor has made tough talk for his own party. He points out that issues were raised by the CJP had already featured in Rahul Gandhi's Chhatro Ki Goonj campaign, but they failed to strike the same chord with the public. Now, Tharoor says that the party must understand why its messaging did not translate into wider support, underlining the need to reconnect with people's concerns. The remark comes as CJP's student agitation over exam leaks and accountability gained greater traction despite the Congress party raising similar issues and even earlier. Meanwhile, the BJP has taken a jibe at Rahul Gandhi over Shashi Tharoor's comment and called his Chhatro Ki Goonj a flop campaign.
Interestingly enough, the issues taken up by the CJP and the Jantar Mantar protesters had been taken up by us earlier. We had a Chhatron Ki Goonj thing, where Rahul Gandhi was addressing students about the paper leaks, about the things.
And that didn't resonate, sorry to interrupt, but that didn't resonate as much as this did.
Correct. And that's why we need to ask ourselves, what did we fail to do? Did we fail to listen? Did we fail to tap into the old cliche of having your finger on the pulse of the people? Was our finger missing from the pulse of Gen Z? And that's something we really need to interrogate and solve it.
शशि थरूर has exposed राहुल गांधी. शशि थरूर ने कहा है कि राहुल गांधी के छात्रों के गूंज इवेंट एक फ्लॉप शो है और वो युवाओं से कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहा है और कांग्रेस पार्टी संसद नहीं चलने दे रही, इससे कांग्रेस पार्टी का नुकसान है. हर व्यक्ति को कांग्रेस पार्टी में पता है कि राहुल गांधी सिर्फ ड्रामा करते हैं. राहुल गांधी की नीति और नीयत एंटी यूथ है. एवरीबडी इन द कांग्रेस पार्टी नोज that Rahul Gandhi's connect with youth is zero. Even the Congress party admits, कांग्रेस भी एडमिट कर रही है कि जेन जी राहुल के साथ में नहीं, जेन जी अगर किसी के साथ में कनेक्ट करते हैं तो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के साथ में करते हैं, क्योंकि जेन जी की नीति और नीयत पॉजिटिव है, नेशन फर्स्ट है, एंड द कांग्रेस पार्टी स्पिरिट इज नॉट प्रो नेशन.
शशि थरूर जी को ये मैं बतलाना चाहता हूँ, राहुल गांधी जी पिछले 2 सालों से लगातार छात्रों की जो मूलभूत समस्या उनको उन्होंने उठा के रखा है. उन बातों को हमेशा छात्रों को भी जाके कह रहे हैं. और हम कोई ग्रॉसरी शॉप नहीं जिसमें फ़ायदे और नुकसान की तरह राहुल गांधी ने मुद्दों को उठाया है. मैंने कहा कि वो चाहते हैं कि व्यवस्था में परिवर्तन हो, शैक्षणिक वातावरण में परिवर्तन हो, इसलिए राहुल जी लगातार उन बातों को उठा रहे हैं. और ये मैंने इसलिए कहा ना कि हम कोई राजनीतिक गेन के लिए हम इन बातों को नहीं उठा रहे हैं. हम छात्रों के भविष्य के लिए, उनको भविष्य संरक्षित हो, इसके लिए इन बातों को उठा रहे हैं. पूरे जो इतने कॉस्टली चीज़ें हो गई हैं, जिस प्रकार की चीज़ें शैक्षणिक व्यवस्था, उनके लिए राहुल जी इन बातों का आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं. तो शशि थरूर जी को ये मैं बतलाना चाहता हूँ, राहुल गांधी जी पिछले 2
शशि थरूर साहब पुराने कांग्रेस के नेता हैं, समय पर नसीहत भी देते हैं, लेकिन उनकी नसीहत कुछ काम नहीं आती, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी जी अपने से ऊपर किसी को अच्छा पॉलिटिशियन या विद्वान नहीं मानते. कांग्रेस में भी अच्छे लोग हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस से राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका के नेतृत्व में, खड़गे साहब के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार से काम कर रही है, लोकसभा का मानसून सत्र पूरा केवल शोर शराबे के अंदर उन्होंने खराब कर दिया। राहुल गांधी जी को अभी युवाओं की नब्ज का पता नहीं है। उनको तो केवल ये लगता है कि कुछ जो आंदोलनकारी हैं, और उस आंदोलन के अंदर भी जिस प्रकार से अराजक लोगों ने उस पर कब्जा किया था, और वह भी अब देश और दिल्ली की जनता ने देखा है।
देखिए, मुझे नहीं पता थरूर साहब कब क्या बयान दे देते हैं, लेकिन छात्रों की गूंज का असर दिल्ली के अंदर देखने को मिल रहा है। छात्रों की गूंज का असर अगर उनको लगता है कि असर नहीं हो रहा तो प्रयागराज आ जाएं, प्रयागराज में उनको सब दिखाई देगा। छात्रों की गूंज का इम्पैक्ट बहुत भारी इम्पैक्ट दिखाई दे रहा है, और निश्चित रूप से यही आंदोलन है जो सरकार को उखाड़ फेंकेगा।
शशि थरूर जी ने कब बोला, क्या बोला, कैसे बोला, और मैं उनको टैग भी नहीं करता। मैं इतना ही कह सकता हूँ, जेनजी यूथ में अगर सबसे ज़्यादा लोकप्रिय कोई राजनेता है राष्ट्रीय स्तर का, तो उसका नाम राहुल गांधी। हमने युवाओं के संघर्ष को संसद में आवाज़ दी, किसानों के संघर्ष को हमने आवाज़ दी पार्लियामेंट में। वो देहरादून चले जाएं, प्रयागराज चले जाएं, दिल्ली में युवाओं के बीच में चले जाएं, उन्हें वो गूंज गर्जना के तौर पर सुनाई पड़ेगी।
Rahul Gandhi has totally failed and flopped in connecting with the students and youth of our country. So much so that even a senior Congress leader, Mr. Shashi Tharoor, has said Rahul Gandhi has failed to resonate with the students of India and his programs have not created any impact. Look at the double-faced duplicity of Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi does not have any empathy, and neither does he find time to go and meet students in Jharkhand who are on a hunger fast, and some of them have even fainted. Yet today, Rahul Gandhi goes for his Chatron Ki Goonj program in Prayagraj. He finds time for that, a program which even his own party leaders, Congress party leaders, have said has failed miserably.
Let's now take you through more updates coming in at this hour. Well, the battle over the proposed amendments to the FCRA is expected to dominate Parliament next week. Congress has issued a 3-line whip to its member parliaments, asking them to be present in Parliament on August 10th, 11th as well as 12th. ND has also asked its member parliaments to remain in Delhi from Monday as the government prepares to table the bill. The deadlock, remember, continues, and sources have even told NDTV that the centre is not inclined to amend the bill, even as the opposition pushes for changes or a joint parliamentary committee review. Meanwhile, after the US Republican lawmaker raised concerns over the bill, India has firmly rejected the remarks, saying that legislative matters of the country are India's internal affairs. Let's also listen into the reactions coming in.
It is not, Christian centric. It is actually, it will affect the Christian, it will affect the Muslims, it will affect even the Hindus. In fact, minority serves the majority in these types of areas, be it a college, school or a hospital. So all that it was pointed out. And another thing is, no hearing is provided under the rules. When the property is going to be vest, there should be at least a minimum hearing. Notice should be there. Nothing is there. Mere cancellation will automatically vest with the authority. That is so draconian nature. It violates fundamental rights.
We have seen the comments. Legislative matters concerning India are our internal affairs, on which decisions are taken by the Parliament of our country. I would also like to point out that there are several nations, including the United States, which regulate the flow of foreign funds.
Let me also now take you to Tamil Nadu. Now, the delimitation debate is, remember, set to take the centre stage in the Parliament, with Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay now reaching out to member parliaments for an all-party meeting. The meeting comes amid growing concerns over the centre's delimitation proposal, with the DMK and the AIADMK likely to stay away. Meanwhile, the PMK has claimed that Vijay's move was prompted by Congress pressure while arguing that an all-party meeting on Kaveri and Mekedatu issues should be given the top priority. Congress Member Parliament Manikam Tagore has now hit out at the parties, putting Tamil Nadu's rights, the interests and the future, urging all parties to attend. The meeting, remember, is expected to see participation from the Congress, the VCK, the MDMK, the CPI, CPM, IUML. Meanwhile, like I said earlier as well, that the AIADMK and the DMK may not take part in the meeting.
To be very crucial and important meeting as far as Tamil Nadu politics are concerned, because this is one such first meeting where Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay has called for all party MPs meeting to discuss on delimitation. All political parties in Tamil Nadu have been opposing delimitation, but today DMK and ADMK MPs are not going to be part of this meeting. That's what we are hearing from our sources. DMK made it clear. First, they have put a condition to TVK. First, TVK government should call for all-party meeting over Meghadadu and Kaveri issue. TVK Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay to hold all-party MPs meeting this afternoon, 3 p.m. in Chennai. It is going to be very interesting and significant meeting.
Tracking some more updates for you, the third round of talks between Meta and the government concluded last evening. But the compliance heat on Meta still remains very high, with more talks scheduled for the upcoming week. As for sources in the latest round of talks, the focus was heavily on Meta's content moderation policy, with the government seeking more human-led intervention in Meta's architecture. Sources also say that the government has asked Meta to include more people who understand Indian languages and contexts to improve the efficiency of content moderation. Meta reportedly has explained its existing policy in place in response, with more talks scheduled for the upcoming week. More updates coming in at this hour. Now, India has, remember, hit back at China's repeated attempts to rename places in Arunachal Pradesh. The Survey of India has now identified 27 such locations in the state using their official Indian names on its latest map. The locations include mountains, passes, even lakes, settlements and other geographical features. Among them are strategically significant areas such as Longju and Thagla. Now, the move comes after Beijing has, remembered, repeatedly issued its own names for places in Arunachal Pradesh. India has consistently rejected China's claims over the state, in fact, even calling its naming exercise as baseless and fictional.
Areas include 21 land areas which are very close to the border, the LAC or the McMahon line, and there are at least 4 mountain passes, very high altitude mountain passes on the border, as well as 1 lake and 1 monument. And now this includes some very sensitive areas like Longju, Maja, Bisa in Upper Subansiri district, where there have been claims by China. Also there is a mountain pass very close to Tawang in Arunachal Pradesh. Now, it was the Tawang sector and the Yangtze sector of Tawang where the last skirmish between India and China had taken place. Now, this comes also in the backdrop of the fact that there have been in past incidents of intrusion by Chinese army, and the fact that India has been very, India in a way has now responded, and Arunachal Pradesh government was consulted in terms of naming or standardizing these names on the Survey of India map, on the political map of India.
Alright, let's now turn our attention to the Delhi NCR region, and let's take you to Faridabad, where we're learning that cars have been submerged at a railway underpass. There's been neck-deep water. There's been, of course, the entire area that's been flooded, the railway underpass, and people have been rescued from the car. There's the entire underpass is now, we're learning, been flooded, and flood water has submerged the car, which has now triggered rescue efforts. Those are the visuals right there on your screens at the moment. This is some crucial information coming in. You can see that the car is being pulled by using a rope. These are visuals now coming in from Faridabad. In fact, shocking visuals. This is from under a railway underpass. There's been neck-deep water. The entire area has, remember, been flooded, and people have also been rescued out of the car. So you can see that there's water up until the door of the car, owing to which people have now been rescued from the car. The car, remember, is also being dragged out of the water. It's triggered rescue operations. Remember that this comes as rain has lashed all parts of the national capital region. Faridabad is also an area that has seen widespread rainfall, with more alerts issued even for today. Cars have also been submerged in Faridabad, and those are the visuals, the shocking visuals right there on your screens at the moment. Alright, talking about monsoon, let's also now take you to the national capital. The monsoon season, remember, is in full swing, with parts of Delhi NCR which were lashed by heavy rainfall. As in every monsoon, several areas have witnessed familiar scenes: long traffic jams, waterlogged roads, people wading through flooded streets, and even vehicles crawling at a snail's pace. From Kapashera border, where commuters struggled through waterlogged roads, to Badarpur, where floodwater entered even a subway. Delhi witnessed heavy rainfall, with rainfall even exceeding 15 millimeters per hour in several areas. Push Bihar recorded the highest rainfall at about 111.5 millimeters, while even Jaroda Kalan in Delhi received rainfall. In fact, among the many reporting stations from the national capital, Delhi's August rainfall has also broken a 15-year record. The city has received 127 millimeters of rain in just the first 7 days of August, while temperatures have remained around 7 degrees Celsius below normal. My colleague Akhil now brings us the latest updates coming in from Ground Zero. Let's take you through them.
The impact of heavy rainfall can be seen even after 24 hours in Gurugram. Not only Gurugram, what we have been witnessing that across the Delhi NCR region, Noida, Greater Noida, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, what we have been witnessing that across several pockets, if you see, flooded situation can be seen. And right now we are not in a suburb area or rural area. This is the heart of the Gurugram in sector 68. What we have been witnessing that across several pockets, such kind of situation, flooded situation can be seen. And earlier what we have seen that the district administration has issued an advisory, and they have said that today it's again work from home for the corporate employees and private institutions. And if you can see, the entire road has been completely submerged. Approximately a knee-deep water can be seen over here. So not only in this area, apart from this very area, there are several other pockets where we have witnessed such kind of flooded situations in Delhi NCR region. So if you just go across towards the Sohna road side on sector 68 highway, what we have been witnessing that such kind of similar situation can be seen across several pockets in Gurugram.
Alright, let's turn our attention to more updates coming in at this hour. We're learning important information that the Prime Minister has made a youth outreach at IIT Delhi. Remember that this is at the 57th convocation of the IIT Delhi students. I also have my colleague Manogya with us on the broadcast. Manogya, you know, from Prime Minister's late night reels to now his outreach, we've seen the BJP try and reach out to the Gen Z as much as possible. Walk us through the details. What are we learning on this so far?
Considered as one of the biggest students outreach, as a Gen Z outreach by the Prime Minister today, as he will be addressing the 57th convocation at IIT, and also given to understand that it's not just about the big outreach after the Instagram outreach that we had seen, but also the fact that Prime Minister will also be presenting awards to various achievers in various fields of IIT and academics. Now, given two factors. One, not just about taking to social media, but also meeting students in person. He has attended several other convocations earlier also, but this comes at a time which is being considered, and it's not just about the government outreach, but also as the Prime Minister's individual outreach to the entire the ecosystem of students. And these are meritorious students. These are the toppers of the country, the best brains of the country, who will be representing not only the nation, but also the entire fraternity in various parts of the world in various forms, as Prime Minister will be giving away these awards and addressing to the students here. Now, here is also a moment where IIT is recognizing the Prime Minister too.
Alright, Manogya, you very rightly said that, of course, this is the Prime Minister's outreach, and we've also talked about this for the past couple of days, about how, there was, a certain sense that was emerging from different parties, that, these parties were trying to reach out to the Gen Z, who, of course, forms the next electorate of the country. But we'll have to hold that thought right there. We're actually dipping into a very small break. Let's see you on the other side. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called a key meeting of member parliaments on delimitation, but the DMK and the AIADMK are said to skip the meet, with the DMK demanding that the Kaveri Mekadaatu issue be addressed first.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
ये लीजिए भाई, मैंने बनाया है ब्रेडसेट आपके साथ, खाइए ना प्लीज। आप कहाँ से हैं? हरियाणा। कब गए थे लास्ट वहाँ पे? 1.5 महीने पे। आपकी फैमिली है? बच्चे हैं? 3 साल। मिस करते होंगे आप उन्हें ना? बहुत। फैमिली विजिट करने अलाउड है? श्रीनगर तक अलाउड। 1 हफ्ते की शूटिंग के बाद मुझे घर की याद आ जाती है। सी द सैक्रिफाइस इज अनबिलीवेबल, यू नो।
The gift city in Gujarat stands at the heart of India's global ambition and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision to connect India's growth with global capital. How far has the idea progressed and what remains to be done? Finance and policy leaders weigh the challenges and map the road ahead. HSBC, a pioneer at Gift City, and NDTV present Global Connect, only on NDTV.
And this is People's Sansad between Jantar Mantar and Jharkhand. Is the distance so large? When we went there, my young colleagues went there. For that, when people were sitting in dharna. Serious is the problem. You're saying they're sensitive?
Celebrating excellence across journalism and innovation, NDTV steals the spotlight at the 12th BCS Ratna Awards 2025-26. Best English News Channel of the Year, NDTV 24/7. Best News App of the Year, NDTV. Best Election Coverage of the Year, West Bengal Election Coverage. Best Podcast Show of the Year, NDTV Control All Defense. Best Primetime Anchor of the Year, Syed Suhail. Best Female Anchor of the Year, Vasudha Venugopal. Best On-Ground Coverage of the Year, Operation Sindoor Coverage. NDTV, the network of impact.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, and this is a show that is your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility. Like every week, we've got a power-packed show lined up for you guys this week, including 140 years of innovation that Mercedes-Benz is celebrating in India. So without further ado, let's get started. On Automate this week, we take a trip down the memory lane with 140 years of innovation that Mercedes-Benz is celebrating in India. We also get you the review of the all-new Toyota Hilux and the biggest headline makers, movers and shakers from the world of automobiles in our News of the Week segment. So stay tuned. Now, unfortunately, this car does not come with ADAS, but the government of India is already preparing for additional layers of security that will come in your vehicles starting year 2028. Government has approved V2V technologies that OEMs will have to put on their vehicles, and this will be mandatory. We tell you everything about it up next in our first story. Imagine this will stop happening starting 2028 in October, because government has made mandatory V2V technologies on new cars that will be rolled out starting the year 2028 in October. What is this V2V technology? Let me explain. Cars talking to cars. It may sound like science fiction, but India is now preparing for a major leap in road safety technology. The Ministry of Road Transport and Highways has issued a draft notification proposing that all new vehicles manufactured from October 1st, 2028 will be equipped with vehicle-to-vehicle or V2V communication systems. Under the proposed AIS 230 standard, vehicles will be able to exchange critical information such as speed, location, direction, and braking events in real time. The technology being adopted is based on cellular vehicle to everything or C(V2X). Unlike regular connected car services, this system does not depend on mobile network coverage. Instead, vehicles communicate directly with each other using a dedicated radio link operating in the 5.875 to 5.925 GHz spectrum. That means even in remote areas or congested traffic conditions, safety alerts can still be transmitted almost instantly. The system can issue warnings for sudden braking, forward collision risks, wrong-way driving, and approaching emergency vehicles. It can even alert drivers to dangers hidden behind trucks, around blind corners, and at intersections where cameras and radar may not detect an approaching vehicle. Think of it as an extra layer of awareness that can complement existing ADAS technologies rather than replacing them. The government plans a phased rollout with voluntary adoption starting October 2027 before it becomes mandatory a year later. For automakers, that means developing interoperable systems that work across brands. For drivers, this could mean safer roads, lesser crashes, and vehicles that can communicate hazards long before you even see them. As connected mobility takes shape, India's next big safety revolution may not be what's inside the car, but how cars talk to each other. Mercedes-Benz in 2026 is celebrating its 140th birthday, and to mark that occasion, they're going to 140 destinations around the world. 20 of those were in India, and we were lucky enough to go from Mangalore to Goa in 3 Mercedes-Benz S-Class limousines. And up next, we tell you all about our experience with these beautiful machines. They say age is just a number. Well, Mercedes-Benz turned 140 this year, and instead of cutting a cake, they are driving around the world. Meet Carl and Bertha, 2 S-Class limousines that are driving around the world, named after Carl Benz and Bertha Benz, who started it all back in the year 1886. Their mission? To drive around the world 140 destinations, celebrating 140 years of innovation. Today on NDTV Automate, we are joining them on their Mangalore to Goa leg.
In 1886, Carl Benz changed mobility forever with the invention of the automobile. Fast forward 140 years, and Mercedes-Benz is marking that milestone with a celebration unlike any other. A global drive spanning 140 destinations across multiple continents. Leading that journey are the 2 Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans named Carl and Bertha, honoring Carl Benz and Bertha Benz, whose pioneering spirit laid the foundation for modern motoring. India plays a significant role in this worldwide expedition, with the convoy traveling across more than 20 destinations before continuing its journey across the globe.
What's interesting is that this isn't another road trip. Every destination adds to 140 years of innovation, India being one of the biggest legs with more than 20 destinations out of 140. Bringing together creators, Mercedes-Benz enthusiasts, car lovers, and, well, in general, public alike together on one platform to celebrate only one thing, that 3-pointed star.
This drive is about much more than covering kilometers. It's about bringing together the Mercedes-Benz community, customers, enthusiasts, engineers, and creators to celebrate a legacy that's been built over 140 years.
Honestly, I think there's one word, it's called amazing. We have really enjoyed being in India so far. India is the country with one of the biggest footprints that Mercedes has internationally. We have an R&D center in Bangalore, a plant in Pune. So we like to say our brand slogan is "Welcome Home." But you know, when you come to India, you can really feel that you already feel like home, because there's so many great collaborations, so many great employees. And yeah, it's been a blast so far. Really
Joining the convoy is Tucker from United States, who has been documenting different legs for this global adventure as Carl and Bertha make their way from one country to another.
Oh, it's great. Everyone is amazing here and very willing to help. Everyone approaches you with a smile and excitement as well, which is great. When we're driving down the street, we get everyone looking at the car, taking photos of the car, waving, saying hi. It's been really cool to be here. So yeah, it's awesome.
From coastal highways to mountain roads and bustling cities, every destination adds another story to this remarkable journey. And a journey like this that's celebrating 140 years of innovation is a reminder that for Mercedes-Benz, the road ahead remains just as exciting as the one behind.
For us, the journey ends here in Goa, but for Carl and Bertha, there's still a long road ahead. After their India leg, they're actually going to Africa before completing their 140 destination tour in October. 140 years later, Mercedes-Benz isn't celebrating where it began. It's celebrating where the road lies ahead. Now, next up, we've got a truck or an SUV for you that has its own follower base. Yes, we are talking about the all-new Toyota Hilux that has launched in India in its brand new avatar. And up next, we tell you how good is it from the outgoing model. Now, for over the past 5 decades, the Toyota Hilux has built a reputation that a few vehicles in this world can match. Sold in over 150 countries worldwide, it can handle some of the toughest conditions on this planet. And in 2026, the Hilux is all new. But has Toyota updated an icon and done justice to it? We'll find out.
Remember, you don't get it twice, the time of your life.
Legends are difficult to improve because the moment you change too much, you risk losing what made them iconic in the first place. Thankfully, Toyota hasn't made that mistake. The biggest change is right in front of you. The new Cyber Sumo-inspired face gives the Hilux far more attitude than before. The bold Toyota lettering, sharper LED headlamps, and upright grille finally gives it the road presence its reputation deserves. But styling is only half the story. Out here in Jaipur, it's the hardware underneath that reminds you why the Hilux is respected around the world. The 2.8-litre diesel continues to deliver 204 horsepower and 500 Nm through a 6-speed automatic. But it's the combination of low-range 4-wheel drive electronic differential lock, multi-terrain select, and a rugged ladder frame chassis that really shines. Whether it's climbing rocks, crossing ruts, or tackling loose surfaces, the Hilux never feels like it's fighting the terrain. It simply drives through it. And that's what separates a genuine off-roader from something that just looks adventurous.
This is the time of your life.
Conquering mountains is one thing, and unless your office is in the Everest Base Camp, this car makes no sense for you. And if you still dare to take this to your Monday morning office runs, well, you are a special person. So how is the all-new Hilux to drive? Well, for starters, you still get a hydraulic power steering, not an electronic one. So if you plan to drive it in the city, you will have to put in that effort or get bigger arms for sure. Now, if I talk about the fit and finish, the quality of interiors used, they are premium. It definitely reeks of modern design language that Toyota has to offer going ahead. If I talk about the overall visibility inside the cabin, brilliant. Overall vehicle dynamics, it's amazing. Yes, the rear is still bouncy. The suspension is on the softer side, but it is less bouncy than the outgoing Hilux. So if you plan to seat people in that middle row, they will be more comfortable than what they would have been on the outgoing one.
Toyota has definitely made the Hilux feel more premium. The cabin now looks and feels far more contemporary with a large touchscreen, digital driver's display, and a much better overall fit and finish. But there are still reminders that this is a pickup truck first. The middle row still remains quite upright. It's absolutely usable, but if you're spending hours on the highway, rear passengers will notice it. And in tight urban spaces, the Hilux size is something that you'll always have to work around. The flip side, Toyota hasn't compromised the things that matter. The cargo bed is still properly usable. Whether you're carrying camping gear, motorcycles, bikes, or work equipment, this remains one of the most versatile vehicles you can own.
So should this be parked outside your house, or should you just stick to an SUV?
Now, if you're buying a vehicle mainly for rear seat comfort, there are better choices. If mostly your driving is limited to city traffic, you probably won't use everything this Hilux offers. But if you actually travel, if your weekends involve trails, camping, or overlanding, if you tow, carry equipment, or simply want something that's built to last, the Hilux deserves a serious look. It now has the design. It finally has the premium cabin. The legendary capability was never in question, and with Toyota making the pricing more competitive, it's become an even stronger proposition for lifestyle buyers. This isn't an SUV pretending to be tough. It is the real take.
The Hilux really didn't need to prove itself. Its reputation was built over decades across 150 countries. With this new update, it simply makes it more desirable and easy to live with without taking away the toughness that it's world famous for. And that is exactly how you update a legend like this. And now it's time for NDTV Automate News of the Week, the biggest headline makers, movers and shakers from the world of automobiles and mobility, all in one place.
E20 petrol is back in the headlines after media reports cited Siam's letter with concerns around its quality. Now Siam has withdrawn its earlier communication on the petrol quality, saying figures cited need further verification. The agency also said that media reports had selectively quoted excerpts. On the side of cars, Mahindra has launched the Scorpio N facelift in India. Prices start at 13.69 lakh rupees. Key updates include a panoramic sunroof, large screens, and a 540-degree camera. Land Rover has introduced the Range Rover SV Ultra in India as well. Priced at 3.8 crore rupees, it's the range-topping variant of the lineup. Highlights include twin-turbo, mild hybrid petrol V8 engine, an upgraded opulent cabin, and new Titan Silver paint scheme. Confirming a new SUV, Kia has announced the launch of the Sorento on September 4th. Bookings of the SUV are already underway. Expect hybrid powertrain, all-wheel drive, upright stance, and a premium cabin.
Now, if you have about 5 crore rupees lying in your bank and you're looking for a supercar, you can consider this one.
प्रोफेसर अभय करंदीकर, आईआईटी दिल्ली के डायरेक्टर प्रोफेसर रंगन बैनर्जी, सभी प्रोफेसर्स, अन्य महानुभाव और सभी स्टूडेंट साथियों, आज देश के आप सभी प्रतिभाशाली युवाओं के जीवन की नई यात्रा शुरू हो रही है। आप इस समय जीवन के एक यादगार मोमेंट को जी रहे हैं। उत्साह, उमंग, सपनों और भावनाओं से सराबोर इस मोमेंट का हिस्सा बनना, आईआईटी दिल्ली के इस कैंपस में आना, आपके साथ ये अनुभव शेयर करना मेरे लिए भी बहुत खास है। पिछली बार जब मैं कॉन्वोकेशन में शामिल हुआ था तब पूरा देश कोविड के दौर से गुजर रहा था। तब मैं वर्चुअल माध्यम से जुड़ा था, लेकिन मैं आज आप सब युवाओं के बीच उपस्थित हूं और इसलिए मुझे भी बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। साथियों, आज जैसे आपके परिवार के लोग प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं, वैसे ही मुझे भी आप सब पर गर्व है। क्योंकि ये आप सब केवल एक डिग्री नहीं ले रहे हैं, आप देश के लिए बहुत कुछ करने का सपने लेकर के यहां से निकल रहे हैं। आज कई स्टूडेंट्स उनको उनकी उपलब्धियों के लिए मेडल्स भी मिले हैं। मैं आप सभी को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। लेकिन एक आध दो बेटियां होती तो जरा ज्यादा अच्छा होता। सॉरी, एक दो क्यों, ज्यादा होनी चाहिए थे। आज आईआईटी दिल्ली में एआई से जुड़े कुछ नए इनिशिएटिव्स भी शुरू हुए हैं। मैं इसके लिए भी आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। साथियों, आज आप सभी और सारे स्टूडेंट्स इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित हैं, लेकिन मन के किसी कोने में कुछ और चल रहा होगा। मैं तो बाबा बागेश्वर नहीं हूं, लेकिन कुछ तो चलता होगा। हर स्टूडेंट के मन में आने वाले कल की अपनी अपनी तस्वीर होगी। कई छात्र अपनी पहली सैलरी का इंतजार कर रहे होंगे, कोई नए शहर में नई शुरुआत की तैयारी में होगा, कई साथी अपने पहले स्टार्टअप का सपना देख रहे होंगे, किसी ने अगले कॉम्पिटिटिव एग्जाम का लक्ष्य बनाया होगा। हर किसी का रास्ता अलग है, हर किसी का सपना अलग है, लेकिन इन सब के बाद भी एक एहसास ऐसा है जो आप सभी के मन में एक सा होगा। वो दिन याद करिए जब आपका आईआईटी दिल्ली में पहला दिन था और एक ये आज का दिन है। आप सोच रहे होंगे कि अभी कल की भी तो बात है जब ओरिएंटेशन हुआ था और अभी ये कॉन्वोकेशन का समय भी आ गया। तो ओरिएंटेशन से कॉन्वोकेशन की इस यात्रा का आपको भरपूर सेटिस्फैक्शन भी होगा और साथ ही आप सभी में जीवन के एक नए चैप्टर की शुरुआत का उत्साह भी होगा। और इसलिए मैं तो यही कहूंगा, आज के इस पल को पूरी तरह जी लीजिए। आने वाले समय में जब आप पर बड़ी बड़ी जिम्मेदारियां होगी, तब यहां की पुरानी यादें आपको पुराने दिनों में जरूर ले जाएगी। ये आपको एनर्जाइज भी करेंगी। हर हॉस्टल के साथ आपकी मेमोरीज कुमाऊं, आरा, कारा, विंडी, नील, कैलाश, हिमाद्री, इंटर हॉस्टल कंपटीशन के किस्से, पुरानी नोकझोंक, ऐसा कितना कुछ होगा जो विदा होने से पहले एक बार फिर आप जरूर याद करिए। और दोस्तों, बात सिर्फ पढ़ाई की नहीं है, ये भी हो सकता अभी समय तो हो गया है। सतपुरा मैस के पराठे याद आ रहे हो? आप में से कई साथी विंड टी पर भी कुछ और पल भी बिताना चाहते होंगे, और विंड टी पर जाए तो मुझे भी याद करना। कोई अपने डिपार्टमेंट में एक बार फिर जाना चाहेगा, कोई अपने पसंदीदा अड्डे पर कुछ देर और बैठना चाहेगा। और साथियों, इन भावुक पलों में मैं एक बात आपसे जरूर कहूंगा। जब जब जीवन आपको पीछे मुड़कर देखने का अवसर देगा, तो ये कैंपस लाइफ आपके दोस्त, टीचर्स, मेंटर्स और सपोर्ट स्टाफ जो आपका परिवार बन गए, आपके प्रोफेसर्स जिन्होंने आप जैसी प्रतिभाओं को गढ़ने की जिम्मेदारी उठाई, और आपका ये इंस्टी जो धीरे धीरे आपका अपना घर बन गया। आप अपनी हर सक्सेस में इन सबको याद करेंगे। इन सब के लिए थैंकफुल होंगे, और इसलिए इन्हें एक एसेट के तौर पर यहां से लेकर के निकलना, भूल मत जाना, छोड़ मत जाना, साथ ले जाना। मेरा सुझाव होगा कि जाते जाते यहां के हर सदस्य मिलकर के जाइए। और आप कहीं भी रहें, कोशिश करिएगा ये रिश्ता हमेशा हमेशा ताजा बना रहे। साथियों, आज आप ऐसे समय में इस इंस्टीट्यूट से निकल रहे हैं जब दुनिया बहुत तेजी से बदल रही है। आज दुनिया की स्ट्रेटेजिक इक्वेशन बहुत तेजी से बदल रही है। ग्लोबल पावर बैलेंस भी प्रतिपल बदल रहा है और इसके पीछे सबसे बड़ी फोर्स है टेक्नोलॉजी की स्पीड। आज कोई भी निश्चित रूप से नहीं कह सकता कि अगले 20-30 वर्षों की दुनिया कैसी होगी। लेकिन साथियों, जब जब बदलाव का दौर आता है तब तब चुनौतियां भी आती है और नए अवसर भी पैदा होते हैं। दुनिया बदलेगी, टेक्नोलॉजी भी बदलेगी, इंडस्ट्रीज बदलेगी, प्रोफेशंस भी बदलेंगे, लेकिन इन सब के बीच मेरी बात याद रखिएगा, जो सीखेगा वो जीतेगा। जो नए चैलेंजेस के नए सॉल्यूशंस खोजने का साहस रखेगा, चैलेंजेस उसके लिए चांसेस बन जाएंगे। और आपने यही तो आईआईटी दिल्ली से सीखा है। आखिर आपकी ये डिग्री क्या कहती है? क्या ये सिर्फ इस बात का प्रमाण है कि आपने एग्जाम पास किया, अच्छा सीजीपीए हासिल किया या एक अच्छा प्लेसमेंट हासिल किया? निश्चित रूप से इन सब का अपना महत्व है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है आपकी डिग्री दुनिया को ये बताती है कि आप कठिन समस्याओं का समाधान करना जानते हैं। आप अपने आईआईटी दिल्ली के सफर को याद कीजिए। यहां तक पहुंचना आसान नहीं था, यहां की पढ़ाई भी आसान नहीं थी, लेकिन आपने हार नहीं मानी। ये डिग्री आपको एक दिन में नहीं मिली। एक एक विषय, एक एक प्रोजेक्ट, मिड सेम, इन्हीं छोटे छोटे कदमों ने आपको यहां तक पहुंचाया है। जीवन भी इसी सिद्धांत पर चलता है। जब कभी कोई चुनौती बहुत बड़ी लगे तो उसे घबराइए मत, उसे छोटे छोटे हिस्सों में बांट दीजिए। आपने खुद देखा है कैसे लैब में कोई प्रॉब्लम डेड एंड तक यानी लगने लगती थी, सिमुलेशन में सॉल्यूशन खोजने में घंटे या दिन निकल जाते थे, लेकिन फिर आपने प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व भी की और कुछ नया लेकर भी आए। इसी तरह लाइफ में भी मुश्किलें आएगी, लेकिन मुश्किलों का स्वभाव होता है, वो अकेले नहीं आती है, मुश्किल जब आती है ना तो साथ साथ मौके भी लेकर आती है। सबको बस अलर्ट रहना है, सतर्क रहना है। इस संस्थान ने जो सिखाया है उसे बार बार याद रखना है। साथियों, मैं लाइफ की कुछ प्रैक्टिकल बातें भी आपसे शेयर करना चाहता हूं। कैंपस का जीवन और कैंपस के बाहर का जीवन, इन दोनों में बहुत बड़ा अंतर होता है। आईआईटी की परीक्षा में सिलेबस होता है, लेकिन जिंदगी की परीक्षा में सब कुछ आउट ऑफ सिलेबस होता है। आप याद करिए, कैंपस लाइफ में सारे फंडे क्लियर होते थे। क्या पढ़ना है, कौन सा असाइनमेंट पूरा करना है, कौन सी परीक्षा देनी है, सब पहले से तय होता था। लेकिन जिंदगी कुछ अलग तरह से चलती है। वहां न कोई तय कोर्स होता है, न कोई क्वेश्चन पेपर होता है। कई बार तो ये भी कोई नहीं बताता कि असली सवाल क्या था। वो सवाल भी आपको खुद पहचानना पड़ता है। मैंने आईआईटी के अनेक अलुमनाई की यात्रा को देखा है। उनकी सक्सेस का कारण सिर्फ ये नहीं था कि उन्होंने सही जवाब दिए। उनकी सक्सेस का कारण ये था कि उन्होंने वो सवाल पहचाने जिन्हें दुनिया ने सवाल मानना ही छोड़ दिया था। उन्होंने उन समस्याओं का समाधान खोजा जिनके साथ बाकी लोग समझौते कर चुके थे। और इसलिए लाइफ में क्यूरियोसिटी बनाए रखिए, अपनी लर्निंग इंस्टिंक्ट को जगाए रखिए, चेतना बनाए रखिए। जो बातें बिना सोचे समझे स्वीकार कर ली जाती हैं, जरा उन्हें परखिए, उन पर सवाल उठाइए। लेकिन सिर्फ सवाल पूछकर मत रुकिए, उनका समाधान खोजने का साहस भी रखिए। यही सोच आपकी अलग पहचान बनाएगी। साथियों, आप सब जानते हैं, हर पीढ़ी के सामने उस टाइम पीरियड की अपनी चुनौतियां होती हैं और हर पीढ़ी का अपना एक राष्ट्रीय दायित्व भी होता है। हमारे देश ने गुलामी का वो समय भी देखा है जब उस पीढ़ी के सामने सिर्फ एक ही लक्ष्य था, भारत की आजादी। उसके लिए उन्होंने सैक्रिफाइस किया, लंबा स्ट्रगल किया। आज हम स्वतंत्र भारत में सांस ले रहे हैं, इसके पीछे उस पीढ़ी का तप, त्याग और बलिदान है। और साथियों, आज के इस दौर में हमारे सामने चुनौतियां भी अलग है। और इसलिए हमारे दायित्व भी अलग है। अपने जीवन के अगले 30-35 साल में आप जो कुछ भी करेंगे वो विकसित भारत की हमारी यात्रा को प्रभावित करेगा। इसलिए आपके हर निर्णय का आधार ये भी होना चाहिए कि इससे देश को क्या फायदा होगा, इससे देश की कौन सी जरूरत पूरी होगी। आज भारत इकोनॉमिक सेल्फ रिलायंस, टेक्नोलॉजिकल सेल्फ रिलायंस, इंडस्ट्रियल सेल्फ रिलायंस, ऐसे हर सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए काम कर रहा है। यही विकसित भारत की मजबूत नींव का सबूत है। इस मजबूत नींव पर आपको एक भव्य, सुंदर, विकसित भारत का निर्माण करना है। साथियों, विकसित भारत की इस यात्रा में आपकी भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है। देश का युवा जितना सशक्त होगा उतना ही देश सशक्त होगा। इसी सोच के साथ हमने कई ऐसे सेक्टर्स ओपन किए हैं जहां युवाओं के लिए एंट्री ही एक तरह से बंद हुआ करती थी। सरकार की आधुनिक नीतियों की वजह से आज देश में युवाओं के लिए नए नए सेक्टर्स भी बन रहे हैं। साथियों, पिछली बार जब मैं आपके सीनियर्स के कॉन्वोकेशन से वर्चुअली जुड़ने का मुझे अवसर मिला था, तब मैंने युवाओं के लिए स्पेस सेक्टर में हो रहे रिफॉर्म्स की चर्चा की थी। तब तक इस सेक्टर में लगभग पूरा काम सरकार ही करती थी, लेकिन आज वही स्पेस सेक्टर हजारों युवाओं के लिए नए अवसरों का आकाश बन चुका है। आज हमारे युवा अपने लॉन्च व्हीकल्स बना रहे हैं, रॉकेट लॉन्च कर रहे हैं और ऐसी उपलब्धियां हासिल कर रहे हैं जो दुनिया के गिने चुने देश ही हासिल कर पाए हैं। मुझे विश्वास है आज कहीं न कहीं देश का कोई युवा इंजीनियर गर्व से कह रहा है, फर्स्ट इन माय ब्लड लाइन टू बिल्ड अ रॉकेट। सेमीकंडक्टर सेक्टर का उदाहरण भी हमारे सामने है। जब हमने इस दिशा में कदम बढ़ाया तो कुछ लोगों ने सवाल उठाए, कहा गया भारत ये नहीं कर पाएगा, लेकिन आज पहली सेमीकंडक्टर यूनिट्स में प्रोडक्शन शुरू हो चुका है। और मैं साफ मानता हूं, चिप से लेकर के शिप तक सब कुछ यहीं पर आप ही के हाथों से बनेगा। और कहीं कोई युवा पूरे आत्मविश्वास से कह रहा है, फर्स्ट इन माय ब्लड लाइन टू मेक अ चिप इन इंडिया। साथियों, आज आप हमारे ड्रोन सेक्टर को भी देखिए। आज इस सेक्टर में युवा नई नई संभावनाएं तैयार कर रहे हैं। कहीं ड्रोन से खेतों में काम लिया जा रहा है, ड्रोन दवाइयां पहुंचा रहा है, ड्रोन देश की रक्षा सुरक्षा में मदद कर रहा है। और आज कहीं कोई युवा कह रहा है, फर्स्ट इन माय ब्लड लाइन टू मेक अ ड्रोन। साथियों, भारत के स्टार्टअप रेवोल्यूशन को इसी पीढ़ी के आप जैसे युवाओं ने ही तराशा भी है, ताकत भी दी है। इसी इंस्टीट्यूट से कितने ही फाउंडर्स निकले हैं। अगर एक इंस्टीट्यूट से इतना कुछ हो सकता है तो सोचिए पूरे देश में कितनी बड़ी ताकत तैयार हो रही है। यूनिकॉर्न्स, डिजिटल पेमेंट्स, फिनटेक रिवॉल्यूशन, इन सभी ने देश के लाखों युवाओं को पहली बार कुछ नया करने का अवसर दिया है। साथियों, अभी ऐसे भी अनेक सेक्टर्स हैं जहां भारत अपनी नई यात्रा शुरू कर रहा है और बड़ी जिम्मेदारी के साथ और बड़ी उम्मीदों के साथ देश आप जैसे युवाओं की ओर देख रहा है। आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, डेटा सेंटर्स, क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स, डीप सी एक्सप्लोरेशन, बैटरीज, पावर शॉर्टेज, एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, इलेक्ट्रिक मोबिलिटी, क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग, ऐसे अनेक क्षेत्र आपके टैलेंट, आपके इनोवेशन और आपकी लीडरशिप का इंतजार कर रहे हैं और मैं भी इंतजार कर रहा हूं। साथियों, अब एक और बड़ी संभावना आप सबके सामने है और वो नया अवसर है रिसर्च। आज देश को नई नई रिसर्च की बहुत जरूरत है और रिसर्च पर हमारा उतना ही फोकस भी है। प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स रिसर्च फेलोशिप हमारे प्रतिभाशाली युवाओं को रिसर्च करने का अवसर दे रही है, आइडियाज को आगे बढ़ाने का मौका मिले। इसके लिए रिसर्च, डेवलपमेंट एंड इनोवेशन स्कीम शुरू की गई है। अनुसंधान नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन की स्थापना भी हुई है ताकि देश में साइंस और रिसर्च को नई ताकत मिल सके। रिसर्च सेक्टर में 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए तक की फंडिंग की व्यवस्था की जा रही है। अंग्रेजी में बोलूं, 1 लाख करोड़। ये आपके लिए बता रहा हूं। इसी तरह साथियों, एकेडमिक रिसोर्सेज के एक्सेस को भी आसान बनाया गया है। वन नेशन वन सब्सक्रिप्शन के माध्यम से आज दुनिया की प्रतिष्ठित रिसर्च जर्नल्स देश के छोटे से छोटे शहर में बिना किसी अतिरिक्त लागत के पहुंच रही है। साथियों, मुझे पता है अभी इस दिशा में हमें लंबी दूरी तय करनी है और ये काम रिसर्च को लेकर आप सबके कमिटमेंट से ही हो सकता है। इसके लिए देश को आपसे अपेक्षा भी है और सबसे बड़ी बात, आप पर भरोसा भी है। साथियों, अब मैं आपसे थोड़ा डिस्ट्रैक्शन की बात करूंगा। जब हम बड़े गोल्स को अचीव करने के लिए प्रारंभ करते हैं, निकलते हैं, तो एक बड़ा डिस्ट्रैक्शन भी हमारे सामने आता है। ये डिस्ट्रैक्शन होता है एक दूसरे से कंपैरिजन का, किसी को क्या पैकेज मिला, कौन किस कंपनी में गया, किस शहर में गया, किस देश में गया, किसने स्टार्टअप शुरू किया। आज के सोशल मीडिया के दौर में ये तुलना कभी खत्म नहीं होती। लेकिन याद रखिए, जिंदगी कोई लीडर बोर्ड नहीं है। आपकी असली दौड़ किसी और से नहीं, खुद अपने आप से है। हर दिन कल से बेहतर बनने की कोशिश करते रहिएगा। साथ ही अपनी फिजिकल हेल्थ, अपनी मेंटल हेल्थ का भी ध्यान रखिएगा। साथियों, मैं सभी स्टूडेंट्स को एक बार फिर बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। आपके माता पिता को, परिवारजनों को विशेष बधाई देता हूं। आपके शिक्षकों को और उन सभी लोगों को भी मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं, जो इस पूरी यात्रा में हर कदम पर आपके साथ खड़े रहे हैं। आप सभी का भविष्य उज्जवल हो। आप निरंतर नई ऊंचाइयों को छुए। इसी मंगल कामना के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Well, that's the Indian Prime Minister addressing at IIT Delhi. He just addressed the graduating batch. Remember that this was the 57th convocation of IIT Delhi, and the Indian Prime Minister was addressing the graduating students, where he congratulated all those who were graduating. Apart from this, he also gave a speech where he spoke about how the young generation of the country has to take the lead in taking the country forward. From semiconductors and AI to the use of AI and technology, the Prime Minister also spoke about college memories and told the students to, of course, enjoy every moment along the way. So that's the Prime Minister right there at the convocation at IIT Delhi. This, remember, like I was mentioning, is the 57th convocation. This, remember, is not the first outreach of the Prime Minister to the youth. In the past couple of days, of course, after the protests at Jantar Mantar as well, we've seen the Prime Minister repeatedly try and speak to the youth population of the country, from making late-night reels on Instagram to the Prime Minister also reaching out to, of course, the youngsters of the country through his programs. We are seeing the Prime Minister try and make an outreach to what will be the largest electorate of the country. So he's even, remember, there were also sources that were telling NDTV that the Prime Minister has also asked his ministers to use social media and try and connect with the youth as much as possible. Owing to this, we've also seen different ministries try and attempt to speak to the Gen Z, the future of the country. On that note, we're stepping into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. Stay on with us on the broadcast.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
From the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. From the newsroom, to the studio, to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challengers in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact.
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and prime time anchor.
Then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length.
Hello and welcome to Chai Stop, the beloved NDTV show where editors, reporters get together every once in a while to kick around the big topic of the day. And do I really need to introduce the topic of the day, guys? It's Gen Z. Obviously, it's Gen Z, right? But before I kick into the topic tonight and ask a question, Vasudha, our political editor, managing editor Padmaja, our executive editor Gauri, and our latest, not Gen Z, but boomer on the block is Rahul Srivastav, who's just had a ghar vapsi here at NDTV.
I skew the average age here.
You know, when I told people on Twitter that Rahul Shri is back, there was like a huge meltdown. Sir, where will your digital be? Where will we see you? Where will we see your wonderful opinions? Well, this is the answer to that. At least on Chai Stop, every single week you will be seeing Rahul Srivastav. So welcome, Rahul. It's fabulous to have you back. And
you cannot miss these shows. Rain or shine, you've got to be on it, because I've got huge pressure from your audience, for God's sake, saying where is Rahul Shri. So anyway, guys, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi are getting wet in the rain. Mohan Bhagwatji is clocking it.
Yes.
Modi ji is making
get ready with me videos.
midnight vertical videos.
No, and get ready with me videos.
Get ready with me videos. So obviously everyone's fighting for the Gen Z attention. I don't know who's getting it, but there seems to be at least some kind of an acknowledgement on a serious note that there is a disconnect. You know, is the government disconnected with Gen Z? Is the political class in general disconnected with Gen Z? You know, I would right off the bat say the answer is yes, and even they know it. That's the reason why we're seeing all of these things. Rahul, you want to kick it off on a broad level? All of these things we're seeing show that there is a sort of shocked awakening in the political class, definitely in the government, even at the Prime Minister's level, that bhai kuch to disconnect hai.
You see, I think it's not a question of a disconnect. Every political party identifies a voting demography. If you see the conversations in the vocabulary over the last 10 years, every government, every political party has talked about that we have the largest population of people below 35. 65 to 66% people of India are below 35. 80 crore people are below 35, and that's our largest asset. Every time our foreign leaders will go to foreign lands, they will talk about it, that this is our asset. Now that's the block they had identified. They never thought that inside that block there was one block which was not 0 to 35, but it was 0 to 17 or 17 to 35. They never created the demarcation between these two demographic blocks. So that is why they could never strategize for that. Till you identify a demography, see, you know what are Dalits, you know OBC, MBC, EBC, and within EBC the Kushwahas. So you strategize for that. So they never identified that as a block, and since they didn't identify it as a block, they never strategized for it. And that is why, if you see, then there is a problem. We have a generation which is, I will say, politically non-aligned. Usually we used to say women voting as their husbands vote, or children voting as their parents vote. This generation is not tied with that political umbilical or ideological
and
umbilical.
in fact is sometimes hostile towards it.
More you tell them, they may actually revolt against it. Now, since this is the issue, the political parties have a problem. Any movement which comes up, what do political parties want? Political parties want that they should be leading it and they should be benefiting from the dividends of that agitation. And that is why Rahul Gandhi didn't go to the protests.
The Jantar Mantar.
Jantar Mantar. Because if he goes, he has to work under their umbrella. That's not something which will bring them dividend.
Do you think he missed an opportunity there?
Oh, huge.
Yeah, he should have gone there, you think?
You see, compared to Narendra Modi, he's younger. He's younger. He wears jeans and t-shirts.
But why didn't he do? I mean, was it because of the Aam Aadmi Party connection? He was wary of sharing a stage with others. But because Samajwadi Party went, Dimple Yadav went, the other MPs went, why did the Congress decide to stay away?
See, the Congress does not have any kind of alliance in its DNA. It has vacillated from different points, like they had Panchmadi, in which they said no alliances, then they came down to Shimla and they said yes alliances. They are not comfortable with any alliance. So any alliance of this sort would have meant tempering their entire leadership and other narrative which they
But they also dilly-dallied a bit about Jantar Mantar. And I saw someone today spin the fact that Rahul Gandhi didn't go to Jantar Mantar as a virtue, saying that, you know, we gave the youth their space. If we had gone there, it would have become something else and would have painted a target on Jantar Mantar and made it about that.
It's so funny because the same people who became, you know, the faces of Jantar Mantar, not specifically there, but during that agitation, like Riya Ahir. During the whole agitation, she stopped that bus in Mumbai. The other kids, for example, the kids who, you know, suffered pellet gun injuries. So you picked up some faces from Jantar Mantar, but you decided to not go to Jantar Mantar. So either you don't touch it with the barge pole. If you've decided to maintain your distance, then why are you trying to appropriate the people who became faces? So there's, I mean, I frankly didn't understand what was the, I think everyone's a little confused right now.
There's a dilemma within the Congress.
But I'll tell you what the Congress feels. Okay, Congress says that the negative
impact of social media, हमसे बढ़कर कोई नहीं जान सकता इसको, because we had to make our leader walk for 3,000 kilometers to get him, get rid of this Pappu image. Like the Bharat Jodo Yatra was done because the Pappu thing was overwhelming.
And it would be taken seriously.
Yes, so they feel that this 30% deficit of Gen Z, Dalit, Muslim vote is going to hurt the BJP in 2029 elections. Their only challenge, like you rightly pointed out, is the existence of other pressure groups, and they feel that this momentum to sustain it for 2.5 years is going to be very important. But they say that the first person to speak about the CBSE portal, which was also a big issue, was Rahul Gandhi. They say that he was the first one to meet leaders. He was the first one to meet class 12 students. So they are very clear that the Gen Z is naturally attracted to somebody who is unconventional like him. He has a lot of imperfections. They feel that this is a generation that's not bogged down by the image of Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister. They're not in some ways entrapped by
but there's
his
also the
personality.
sense that he's been trying for so long to capture this space, and suddenly you see these young upstarts appear from nowhere and completely eclipse.
That was 1 month, June 17th to July 17th.
But look at the engagement
yes, of course, it was
and the
a missed
traction.
opportunity
Who's
in
talking
that
about
thing,
the Congress right now? He's doing AMAs on Instagram now, saying, ask me anything.
Yeah.
It's almost like a counter reaction to it, when the truth actually is that the Congress has been trying to reach out to the youth.
If you flip that argument, which is that whether you take NEET, whether you take CBSE, all of it, or you take UGC, these were issues that were festering for weeks and months. But Congress didn't turn it around. It took a Dipke and some of these other young people to really connect with the people. So to that extent, has Congress actually been able to connect with the people? Despite having a younger leader, despite having somebody whose persona should be more appealing to youngsters, you had some of the CJP guys coming and really tapping into that angst, and not the Congress people.
Has it been
Rahul
a
Gandhi
hard pill
matter.
for Rahul Gandhi to swallow this entire
See, I'll
2
tell
months?
you that the original idea of marching on that day when he went came from somebody else. And
The Prime Minister's house,
Yes,
that one.
Yes. You see, Shiv, we have to understand, in the 70s when we had that students' movement, we had movement for what we call democratic renewal. You look at these kids today, not one of them is actually against the institutions. They want institutions to change. They want things to change. They are not challenging कि you may have elements entering and saying कि भारत का हालत खराब है, भारत ये है, भारत वो है. These are not, this is not Gen Z. Gen Z is unhappy with things the way they are. They want things to change. But they don't want those radical, that the entire institution is bad and CBI kharab hai, Sarkar kharab hai, election kharab hai. Now, Rahul Gandhi and the Congress have taken the political pitch to a different level. EC is defunct.
Institution.
Every institution, it's bad. Our constitution is gone. In that, even the Gen Z is not identifying with it. You have to tone down because they want things to improve. They are not bothered about a lot of political trappings and everything which comes.
And you remember how Shashi Tharoor reached out to Dipke and all in the middle of the Jantar Mantar. Forget this, come and be part of the Congress. How ironic, right?
which is it's so interesting you mentioned that, because just look at the contrast. And I, in saying this, one doesn't mean to paint one as good or the other as bad. It's not a value judgment, but just look at the difference in the way you see the Gen Z react in Ranchi to certain issues and the way they're reacting in Jantar Mantar. So, sometimes we also make the mistake of saying that just because, it's the tyranny of distance, that because it's Jantar Mantar, because a whole lot of us can go there, in half an hour, we think this is representative of all of Gen Z. No. So you've got a large swath of people, when you travel, say in, in places like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, even in places like, Tamil Nadu, when you go to the interiors, Maharashtra, you will see a huge difference of the way younger people in smaller cities, smaller towns are thinking, as opposed to those in larger cities. Look, there is a certain amount of privilege that children in cities come from. That is not available when you're in a smaller town. So you've got entirely different
Conversation
priorities.
is different.
Conversation is different. Here I can, here I can sit at Jantar Mantar and say, overthrow the government, defund the police. But that's not a luxury I enjoy. I need all of these institutions to function when I am sitting in Dispur, or when I'm sitting in Jorhat, or when I'm sitting in Bahraich. So I want institutions to exist, but function properly.
You see,
So
what
I
is
have very
also
different priorities.
I can't get to Delhi if these institutions don't
But But I also feel that this is the first generation that has acquired all its culture and values from online media, you know, from digital stuff.
Natives, yeah.
So I think that's why we see a lot of unity in the language they speak, in the values they uphold, and they're very performative in nature. There's something really endearing about them, which is why when I was speaking to the BJP guys, they've done a whole survey on this. You know, what are their big takeaways? The big takeaway is the fact that it's very performative as a generation. They will also understand social realities, but it's a generation that also believes that it needs to perform. That looks maxing thing is something they're trying to understand, because they want to look good and they also want to look candid. They also understand the importance of imperfections. They don't want like perfectly scripted people. They want institutions that function and they are ready to be honest. And I think that is one thing that the BJP has learned faster than the Congress party.
Because the
Congress
looks generation.
Looks maxing is the Gen Z term to like, you know.
I love how Vasudha just slipped in because she's cool. She's like, you know, looks maxing. I know what looks
Speaking to both sides and
you
both
clocked
She's covering it, yes.
But I want to ask everyone, because obviously there is a academic, theoretical kind of study going on within the government. I'll start with you, Rahul, on you know, whether there's a disconnect, what is it, and how to do it. What is also interesting to see is how fast the Prime Minister has personally sort of reacted to it. He's putting out the videos. You know, we can sit here and be cynical about, you know, these are oldies now suddenly reacting and making midnight videos. But there is a certain agility or nimbleness to at least reacting or trying new things. Okay, telling his ministers to be more active on Instagram. Forget Twitter. You've already got Twitter. Now we'll focus on Instagram.
In fact, the NDA MPs, Shiv, 1 minute, he just asked all the NDA MPs in the parliamentary meeting to go speak to the opposition. He wants outreach to happen at all levels. So this is a very different kind of government that we are seeing right now. It's also probably because they feel that this is the time to also showcase a picture of outreach.
What is happening within the government? What kind of conversations are happening within the government about this that has led to these vertical videos, these midnight videos and stuff?
Well, they've gotten multiple studies done, and they feel that the Prime Minister's videos are working because the Prime Minister is seen as somebody who's consistent, somebody who reaches out. They also feel that this generation, like Padmaja said, this Gen Z that we see, the homogeneity that we see on social media is not something that is prevalent throughout. They feel that they've corrected the mistake. The resignation should have happened long back. It was not just NEET. There were many other problems. Dharmendra Pradhan was not necessarily the most incompetent guy, but you know, something's happened. He probably could have taken responsibility. Yes, and they probably should have fixed it. There was a thinking in the government to have gotten this done. They probably missed that bus. They corrected it.
You know, and when you're talking about looks maxing, by the way, look at the difference. If you've got one bunch of people who would, you know, be, say, very free with their expression and, you know, say, okay, you know, it doesn't matter what kind of language I use. There's also this same generation which is doing bhajan clubbing. People like us are not doing bhajan clubbing.
I was invited to one, by the way.
Yeah, it's not like we didn't sing bhajans. We did sing it, but now it's also cool to be looks maxing doing bhajan
which is right.
That is also a Gen Z, which thinks it's very cool to do it in your colleges. You know, you're organizing it on your campus.
See, what is very good is, Shiv, I find that post-liberalization, something very funny happened. The entire society got engaged into affluence, getting their life better, economically well off. And we had lesser collective action. Society as a collective action was not there. In fact, if you see that left style protest, mobilization faded away in a certain period. I think the Gen Z has brought it back. We had protests like we had Arvind Kejriwal, of course. He emerged from a leader, but Hardik Patel. That protest was a very interesting protest. Such a young guy. He led a very credible protest. And it actually made the Gujarat government accept what they really wanted. So what I will say is that we are back into the times when a section of the demography is ready for collective action. And the government is supposed to listen to it. See, if you see the history, when you're saying tenacity of the government, 2015, Bhagwat made the remark about quota during Bihar election that they suffered. That's when they learned the lesson that you need to be nimble, otherwise you will lose. See, farmer protest, they lingered for a while, but eventually they took the bills back. Now you had...
This time was much faster actually.
They say now farmers had to wait for a year.
Much faster. Farmers had to wait for 1 year. Then in 2024, you had this 400 par and this narrative that Dalits ka quota chala jayega and all
Constitution
that.
Change.
The government suffered. So they realize now that they will have to address these macro entities. You have to be deft on those addressing their concerns. Otherwise, that basic idea of that Hindu monolith will falter. So the RSS coming out like this.
Because that is a huge audience and
what
a huge...
Bhagwat did yesterday is much bigger, I'm telling you, than what Modi ji's Instagram.
I was coming.
Bhagwat saying that I will trust the Gen Z is a wonderful line because, you know, RSS is a very different organization, and if you see Rahul Gandhi's attack has been less on Modi, on Indian education,
And
but saying RSS has been taking over the
Yeah,
institutions.
and I think that
The
is
mothership.
where, mothership, yes. And that also tells you where this entire movement is likely to go. And, you know, that acknowledgement, that acceptance that we are talking about, just, you know, when you interact with several, you know, we all have Gen Zs around us, right? Just two questions I'll tell you. We were talking about how bhajan clubbing is happening along with, you know, looks maxing. The fact that they don't have boundaries in their mind. They don't think aise hi hota hai, that monolith.
Look at the way things have been said, etc.
You know, we did this, NDTV did this fantastic story about, you know, the number of representation that Gen Zs have in our assemblies, in our parliament and stuff. The questions that people around me, the youngsters, asked me was, why is the voting age 25? I mean, look at how much of questioning is happening. So to that generation, you can't exist in blocks or stereotypes. You have to break those stereotypes and really address things across the board. They're okay with questioning everything. And I think it is those fundamental aspects that need to be understood. And I think that recognition is coming.
I'm just wondering, does the BJP and the RSS, by its very nature, somehow not... is Gen Z not comfortable with the BJP and RSS by the very nature of these organizations because they are seen as, you know, more traditional, right of center, and that's something, you know, the youth is the age of revolution, and which is why the whole image of left as, you know, no boundaries, we will be unfettered, any language, anything, lifestyle, liberal. Is there a fundamental mismatch over there?
I think, you know, Gen Z is not
Everyone's a communist in college.
Gen Z is not listening
exactly,
to
right?
the
I mean, it's just
speeches.
a lifestyle which appeals to you. I mean, look at JNU. I'll be very honest with you. You know, when I came from Lucknow to Delhi, I was fascinated with JNU. I used to go and sit at Ganga Dhaba every time, and I remember there was this one time, 5 of us used to take one auto so that we can divide the money between all of us. And when we reached there, suddenly the auto guy said, "Ki acha, main 50 rupees nahi, main 70 rupees lunga." So we were arguing, and all 5 of us were girls. And suddenly these two men in, like, you know, very dirty kurtas and ponytail, one guy with the ponytail came and he said, 50 rupees lo, nahi to hum auto jala denge. And we were enamored. We were like, who are these people? JNU is the place to be where, you know, everything is kosher. So it just appeals to the youth. And how does the right, or how does the BJP and RSS break through that?
I think as you grow older, like Hardik Patel, the Patidar reservation, or, you know, when I came to Delhi, Kanhaiya was a big thing, right? Like, you know, we all went to his protest.
And where were these
like,
people during this
what
whole
happened to them?
So where was Kanhaiya?
I think that is where, while they have a sense of respect for institutions, I also believe that they're not looking at the Prime Minister's speech at Red Fort. They're not looking at what's happening in the Parliament. They like the videos that that come on Insta. So there's a very different kind of communication that they comply with. And I think it's getting difficult for all of us to understand, which is why the Congress, what they're trying to do is they're holding something called the free group discussions, which is FGDs, trying to just understand what they want. And that's why they've come up with this
Listen
thing.
more than give gyan,
Listen
basically.
more, and gyan is something that they hate, the Gen Z hate. So that's why they're just looking at very short form discussions. What the Prime Minister is doing, I think consistency will pay off, because at the end of the day, all of us are going to grow older, and we're going to understand that conservatism is going to hit us very badly.
One thing about this Gen Z I have found, I have a 25-year-old daughter, that they are not in one direction. They may not like Modi or the BJP for the right wing that they are, but they may like that they have brought better roads. So they are not, I think they are more unidirectional than past generation. They don't. So they may. So there is a possibility for the BJP to recover ground, because that's what this generation is about. It's not, you know, by the time we were in colleges, we were fixated on the left. Bhai, ab jo hai baki uske bahar hai, wo bekar hai. But this generation is not. And then, you know, I find that they have an amazing. I find my daughter, she's studying abroad, but she knows what is happening. I don't know how she does. I don't know how she does, but she knows what has happened in India.
Invested in what's happening.
Yeah, she stays invested. She knows what the PM said on the from the Red Fort. So they are not like us. I don't think they don't fall for one idea and then invest everything in it. They keep a very open basket, and that is where it is more difficult to actually woo them, because you don't know what they are going to opt for on which day. But it is also to recover, it's easier because they're not fixated on one political ideology, one logic, or one negative or positive.
And I find that actually the most exciting, because everyone seems to be sort of searching in the dark in some sense. Plus, there is this temptation to see Gen Z as one sort of monolithic block when they're not. You know, whether it's bhajan clubbing or in general views about things. Like for instance, today I saw, someone, presumably a Gen Z person, quote tweeting the Prime Minister on his handloom tweet, saying, respectfully saying, sir, ye sab nahi chalega. Okay, all this will not work. Play to your strengths. Talk about your track record on national security, on infrastructure, and things like that.
Ending Maoist insurgency.
Why do you think that we don't appreciate those things? Exactly the point that you're making. You know, so instead of trying to reach a point where you think get ready with me is going to, put on a light bulb in some Gen Z minds, adapt your own strengths to that Gen Z message. That's what they're looking at.
And I'll tell you a story about Gen Z and how it works through generations. So when Jewar Airport groundbreaking ceremony was happening, and that story just stayed with me, because it was, to me, a symbol of how disconnected even we are from what people around us are thinking. So when we'd gone for the groundbreaking ceremony, I was going to all the various villages, where the displacement had happened, to check if they've been compensated, etc. So when I was doing my PTC, there was this very old gentleman who was sitting on his cart and he was smoking a hookah. So when I finished, he said, "Beta, tum English bahut achhi bolte ho. Padhi hai tumne." So I said कि मैं convent में थी. Then he introduced me to his granddaughter and he said, "इसको मैंने ITI में डलवाया है और इसको मैं हॉस्पिटैलिटी पढ़वा रहा हूँ, ये वहाँ अंग्रेजी भी सीख रही है, अभी जब ये एयरपोर्ट खुलेगा ना, वहाँ पे ये कॉफ़ी बनाएगी." So that is aspiration. Now that guy, he was her grandfather, and he is thinking that my granddaughter is going to be a barista when the Jewar Airport. Now, anyone who makes that airport, for us it will mean many different things, flights, this, that. For him, the only aspiration is my granddaughter will learn English, and she is going to serve coffee to everyone who passes through that airport.
You see, this is where the political
and she's that Gen Z.
Administrative vocabulary has to change. For 78, 75 years, we've been obsessed with jobs. And jobs mean to bring some bread and butter home. This generation is not just happy with being a rider, delivering blinket goods. It wants quality now. And this is what political parties need to change. Yani bhajiya talne se nahi kaam satisfied hai generation. It has tasted something, or it has smelled something which is different from the past generations. So the governments have to change at multiple levels. Political parties, hungry, but not just कि उनको रोटी नमक दे दो. They will need something which they think is a decent meal for the day. So that's where political parties will have to change. And I'll tell you, I wrote it in my article on this Prashant Kishore's win. How Lalu, when he came, my God, Lalu was, I think, the first showman of Nehru, of course. But I have not seen somebody from that background and a showman of that kind ki jeet ke aaye, bhains pe baith gaye, going to his mother and, saying ki main Hatua ka Raja ho gaya. Now this Prashant Kishore win, I think that's where, see what has happened in Tamil Nadu, you guys covered it so well. This generation is not tied by all those little things. You have to offer them a little much more. And I think that's where the BJP has also a crisis, and the Congress. Because they have very strong student organizations. What were they doing? What was an AB, and especially now in BJP, the second in command RSS, ABVP man. At least 7-8 ministers in government, ABVP people. ABVP is right now the flavor of the BJP or the RSS.
And you have a separate Yuva Morcha also. You have ABVP and you have Yuva Morcha.
But more than jobs, what I felt was also some Gen Z person was talking to Ankit when he went to Jantar Mantar and kept saying that Sarkar has to be real. Sarkar has to be real. I mean, be real in the sense, the government has also done a lot of things which any political party would do, be it getting MLAs, expanding, saying one thing, but doing things because that's what politics demands you to do. RSS can be a very idealistic organization, but BJP is a hardcore, politics-hungry party that wants victories, right? So when that boy kept saying victory, be real, I think what the Gen Z also expects is the government needs to be more transparent. It needs to just say that, we are like any other normal government. We are trying our best.
Authenticity is what they're
Authenticity, and
looking at
we are not some morally righteous, pious government. We're not going to give you something that nobody else, can.
So, see, that is why the mistake element, that did the government make a mistake? The government has not said we made a mistake.
Yeah.
But yesterday, Mohan Bhagwat said,
yes.
Chook hui hai.
Exactly.
That line actually shows that how far the BJP and the RSS is ready to go to actually get this generation back. Because remember, this generation which is about to start voting is going to be the RSS voter, the target vote for the next another 60 years.
Yeah.
But do you think the 30% deficit that the Congress talks about, Muslim, Gen Z and Dalit, do you think that could be a considerably influential bloc in 2029 elections?
See, it will be. It definitely will be. But is the Congress getting that vote?
Yes,
See,
that is true. Yeah.
Everybody is out to get them. I don't think
it's up for grabs now.
That political parties are out to get traditional voters now. They are out to get this. In Maharashtra and Bombay, you have got hoardings coming up by government. Even Devendra Fadnavis, the government, everybody is now going to go after them. And I think it's going to be a very charming period, because politics is going to really switch around now.
Yeah.
At one time they went after OBCs.
Yes.
No, it's
They went for Dalits.
In fact, more than Jantar Mantar, I think what should be studied very carefully by everyone is what happened in Bankipur. Since you mentioned Prashant Kishore,
Okay, guys.
that seat has 36%
Yeah.
kids in the age group of 18 to 25. And that, they didn't choose BJP, they didn't choose RJD. They chose a Prashant Kishore,
key is they didn't
breaking
choose
the
RJD.
stereotype that
All
it's
of
only about
this-
caste and Bihar.
Guys, we're out of time for only this episode, but I just wanted to say that this sets the stage for how exciting the road to 2029 is going to be. It's going to be fabulous. Even the elections in UP, Punjab next year and the others, it's fabulous. It's fascinating. It makes all of our lives so much richer. And I completely agree with Padmaja as well. We're all in the same boat. We're also reaching in the dark in many ways to understand the chaos that's going on.
Can I say one more thing, please?
Yeah. Okay.
One more thing.
She's the
30
greediest
seconds
of the
only.
lot.
I'm so
Greediest
sorry.
on
Because,
Chai Stop always.
Because I actually went back and checked, because when we were talking about Gen Z, it was, I think in Ghulam Nabi Azad's autobiography, he actually wrote that this was the same dilemma that Indira Gandhi faced after emergency and after she was thrown out of power. She went back to the Youth Congress, and that is where the entire new leadership, Sanjay Gandhi, was actually trying to reach out to the Gen Z of that time. And that was how the Congress was re-energized and they came back to power.
Imagine,
So
Shiv,
every government through the decades.
25% of this Gen Z has changed the rules of the game for 29.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
In a month's period.
It is fabulous, and I can assure you that Chai Stop will be on the road as well. We're going to go among the Gen Z and the young of India very, very soon and get you more episodes. This is only episode 1 of a new season of Chai Stop. We wanted to do it because Rahul has joined us, and so we're getting started. As you can see, we can talk for hours. The next episode will be even longer, but this was our first. Tell us what you thought about it, and thanks for watching.
Are we going to do a micro clap in the end? Micro clap, guys.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
Launch control 0 to 100. This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility. This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle. Really? Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program.
Let's get it.
Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
When
Hello and welcome. It's 1 p.m. and you're watching NDTV with me, Tanisha Awasthi. We get you all that the Prime Minister has said at the IIT Delhi convocation and as his outreach to the Gen Z. But before that, let's have a quick check of the headlines. Prime Minister's mega Gen Z Connect at IIT Delhi convocation. He says that global power balance is evolving and bringing new challenges and opportunities. The Prime Minister has also urged the youth to stay curious, question and find solutions, further taking up responsibility and contributing to Viksit Bharat.
मेरी बात याद रखिएगा, जो सीखेगा वो जीतेगा.
Rahul Gandhi and Kiran Rijiju's spar puts women's bill in focus. Rahul says India is incomplete without Nari. Rijiju meanwhile takes a dig, says he hopes Congress will support women's reservation bill. The leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi has hit back and has asked why the bill should be linked to delimitation. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor has held up a mirror to his party, questioning why it failed to connect with the voters. Tharoor has stressed that the Congress cannot afford to miss the pulse of the youth. The BJP has mocked, says Tharoor has exposed the leader of opposition. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called a key meeting of the MPs on delimitation, but the DMK and the AIADMK are set to skip the meeting, with DMK demanding that the Kaveri Mekadatu issue should be addressed first. The Ranchi student protest is entering a decisive phase, with the Jharkhand government opening talks with students. 8 members of the Devendra Mahato delegation met the Hemant Soren government today. India has rejected China's fictitious names for Arunachal Pradesh. From allied names, 27 Arunachal places, including key LAC areas, mountain passes on official map. Move is amid China's repeated renaming of the places. And we're starting this edition with the top focus story. The Prime Minister today delivered a message to the students at the IIT Delhi convocation ceremony, urging them to stay curious, embrace the change and have the courage to find solutions. Addressing the graduating students, the Prime Minister said that the youth will shape India's future and stressed that every change brings both challenges as well as opportunities. The Prime Minister also called on students to recognize the strength of India's population, saying that their energy and their ambition can further strengthen the nation. Education Minister Prahlad Joshi meanwhile said that the Prime Minister's vision has made India's education ecosystem more learner-centric, research-driven and even future-ready. Here are some experts of the Prime Minister's speech earlier today.
आपके परिवार के लोग प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं, वैसे ही मुझे भी आप सब पर गर्व है. क्योंकि ये आप सब केवल एक डिग्री नहीं ले रहे हैं, आप देश के लिए बहुत कुछ करने का सपने लेकर के यहां से निकल रहे हैं। आज कई स्टूडेंट्स उनको उनकी उपलब्धियों के लिए मेडल्स भी मिले हैं। मैं आप सभी को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। लेकिन एक आध दो बेटियां होती तो जरा ज्यादा अच्छा होता। सॉरी, एक दो क्यों, ज्यादा होनी चाहिए थे। जब जब बदलाव का दौर आता है तब तब चुनौतियां भी आती है और नए अवसर भी पैदा होते हैं। दुनिया बदलेगी, टेक्नोलॉजी भी बदलेगी, इंडस्ट्रीज बदलेगी, प्रोफेशंस भी बदलेंगे, लेकिन इन सब के बीच मेरी बात याद रखिएगा, जो सीखेगा वो जीतेगा। जो नए चैलेंजेस के नए सॉल्यूशंस खोजने का साहस रखेगा, चैलेंजेस उसके लिए चांसेस बन जाएंगे। और आपने यही तो आईआईटी दिल्ली से सीखा है। जिंदगी कोई लीडर बोर्ड नहीं है। आपकी असली दौड़ किसी और से नहीं, खुद अपने आप से है। हर दिन कल से बेहतर बनने की कोशिश करते रहिएगा। साथ ही अपनी फिजिकल हेल्थ, अपनी मेंटल हेल्थ का भी ध्यान रखिएगा। आज भारत इकोनॉमिक सेल्फ रिलायंस, टेक्नोलॉजिकल सेल्फ रिलायंस, इंडस्ट्रियल सेल्फ रिलायंस, ऐसे हर सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए काम कर रहा है। यही विकसित भारत की मजबूत नींव का सबूत है। इस मजबूत नींव पर आपको एक भव्य, सुंदर, विकसित भारत का निर्माण करना है। साथियों, विकसित भारत की इस यात्रा में आपकी भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है। देश का युवा जितना सशक्त होगा, उतना ही देश सशक्त होगा।
Today, more than 4.5 crore students are enrolled in higher education. Since 2014, number of universities increased nearly by 70%. More than 650 new universities, 14,000 new colleges, over 4,000 new ITIs, 9 new IIMs, 7 new IITs, and 13 new AIMS have been established. Medical colleges have more than doubled, and the medical seats have almost tripled. Today, nearly 1.4 lakh medical seats are available across 823 medical colleges in the country.
Joining me live on the broadcast is my colleague Aishwarya. Aishwarya, this certainly is seen as not just another address at a convocation ceremony, but also as an outreach of the government, specifically the Prime Minister, to Gen Z, especially at times when the voices of Gen Z really matter, keeping in mind also that the 2029 elections are approaching and nearly 30% of the voting group will be the Gen Z.
Well, that's right. And that's the outreach of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as far as the Gen Zs of the country are concerned. Prime Minister have been interacting to all those youth of the country through the Instagram social media platform. Has been releasing videos and now attending 57th convocation of the IIT Delhi. Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave a very important message as far as the generational shift is concerned, how every generation has specific challenges to its time, and also this clearly is a national responsibility for every generation to take the country forward. And whatever this generation which is sitting in front of Prime Minister at the 57th convocation of the IIT Delhi, over the next 30 to 35 years, Prime Minister stated that they will be influencing the journey of India towards a Viksit Bharat. That's the aim of Government of India. And also certainly on this basis, every decision will be be marked as what benefits India get, and also how nation needs to be fulfilled with their dreams. Certainly a very, very important messaging of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as far as the youth of the country is concerned. Prime Minister also stated about how there would be some difficulties in the near future that this generation might face, but this is a group which can take India forward by innovation. Prime Minister also stated that how India has been developing itself as far as the manufacturing unit is concerned, in the semi-sector sector, in the drone sectors, and this generation will certainly take India a leap forward. Clearly, at a time when there are several youth of this country who is questioning the education system, it is on the other side Prime Minister reaching out to the youth at the IIT Delhi convocation ceremony. Prahlad Joshi, Education Minister, clearly narrating the fact that how India's universities have been increased 70% in the last 10 or 12 years under the Modi government. So this is the kind of path that the Modi government have done, and they have to be together in line with the government's vision.
Absolutely, Aishwarya. Thank you very much for sharing us those details. We'll have to quickly move across to some other breaking news that we're getting in. This one is from Prayagraj, where the political temperature is certainly rising, and this is ahead of Rahul Gandhi's visit. Now, there are controversial posters that have been put up targeting Rahul Gandhi over the NEET and the Jharkhand protest just before the leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi's arrival in Prayagraj. Remember, these controversial posters are targeting him over the NEET paper leak and the Jharkhand issues as well, and it has appeared all across the city. Rahul Gandhi, let me tell you, will address the students at KP College in Prayagraj at around 5 p.m. today, and this is going to be under the Chhatron Ki Goonj program, while the security has been tightened. So another eventful day for Rahul Gandhi in Prayagraj. At 5 p.m. is when he will be addressing the students under the program that he has just launched, Chhatron Ki Goonj. He had earlier done 2 rallies. First was in Kota and then was in Dehradun. Today he will be addressing a rally under the same program, Chhatron Ki Goonj, in Prayagraj, where he will be addressing the students on their rights, on how they'll have to take their fight forward as far as it comes to paper leaks in certain states and cities. Remember, this program was started by Rahul Gandhi soon after the NEET leak had come to light. Rahul Gandhi had gone ahead to say that he will be launching the Chhatron Ki Goonj program, thereby to make the government listen to what the students will have to say. It was just yesterday when his own MP, Shashi Tharoor, had hit out at him. All right, we're moving across to other breaking news that's coming in. This one is from Jharkhand, where we learn that a dialogue between state government and the delegation of the JPSC and the JSCC aspirants delegation was held after meeting the aspirants delegation. Jharkhand minister, we learn, said that
They will continue to meet with various student groups and stakeholders as well. He said that the government delegation will be meeting all the students concerned, and additionally they will also be releasing an email ID, and that any student or individual or stakeholder can send in suggestions to this address, and that the state government intends to formulate a reform policy and reach a collective decision based on everyone's input. Now, the Jharkhand government has also said that they will take their concerns into account based on the emails received. And remember, all this is happening while the aspirants are protesting at the Jaipal Singh Munda Stadium in the city of Ranchi. We have a couple of reactions coming in on that story. Let's listen in.
सरकार के साथ हर बहुत सारे हिंदू हम लोगों ने सरकार के साथ चर्चाएं हुई है। इन्होंने सारा नोट डाउन किया और उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया इन सब में हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे और इन सब को माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के संज्ञान में डालेंगे और ये जल्द से जल्द इसका निष्पादन करेंगे।
आज छात्रों के विभिन्न समूहों से, स्टेक होल्डर से यह प्रतिनिधिमंडल मिलता रहेगा। आज जैसे हम लोग एक छात्र समूह से मिले, अभी NSCI के लोग हैं, JCM के लोग हैं, ACS के लोग हैं, ये तमाम से हम लोग मिलेंगे। अलावे एक मेल ID हम लोग जारी कर रहे हैं, jpsc.jssc.feedback@gmail.com। इस पर कोई भी छात्र, कोई भी व्यक्ति, कोई भी स्टेक होल्डर सुझाव दे सकता है और हम लोग तमाम लोगों के सुझाव के अनुरूप एक रिफॉर्म की नीति और एक सामूहिक निर्णय करने का विचार रखते हैं।
All right, my colleague Prabhakar is joining me live from Ranchi at this moment. Prabhakar, the government has extended an olive branch. They said that we will listen to your demands and that they've provided an email ID. Suggestions are welcome, but talk to us about what the students are now demanding. Are they okay with the kind of suggestions that the government has given, or are they not willing to bow down?
See, government has held 2 rounds of negotiations, 2 rounds of meeting with the students. One was held yesterday evening, and today morning the other section of the students actually had a meeting. Now the ball is in the government's court, because the government, both the students wing have actually put forth their demand, and more or less the demands are the same. Now, before I answer this question fully, let me just show you what's happening behind me. We are very near to the Chief Minister's house here in Ranchi, and these are the AVVP, Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad members who are trying to march towards the Chief Minister's house, and they are being arrested. You can see over there. So there's scuffle between the Ranchi police and the AVVP members, which is happening right outside, around 500 meters away from the Chief Minister's residence. So these are the AVVP workers who are trying to march towards the Chief Minister's house. They are demanding resignation of Hemant Soren. The Jharkhand police is here in full numbers, and they are trying to stop the agitators from marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. Very dramatic scene out here. The political parties have now jumped into fray. AVVP happens to be a student wing of a political party. They have now jumped into the fray. Earlier it was a student movement. We saw students protesting very peacefully. But now, after the political parties have jumped into fray, you can see the scenes like this, and that too just 500 meters away from the Chief Minister's residence. Their protest was to gherao the Chief Minister's residence. They have been stopped by Ranchi police. You can see they are trying to breach the barricade which has been put up here, and the Ranchi police is trying to stop them from doing so. These dramatic visuals coming live from Ranchi, from outside the Chief Minister residence, the protest venue of Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, AVVP protesters who are actually protesting in support of the students who have been protesting for last 15 days. Their protest has been so far very peaceful, but now they have taken on to the streets the political outfit of BJP, that is the AVVP, and now they are trying to march towards the Chief Minister's residence. they are demanding resignation of Monsoon. And remember, the 2 rounds of talks have already happened with the government. The government has assured them that they will be very sympathetically listening to their demand and try to diffuse the situation, try to concede to their demand in whatever way possible within 24 hours. So that's the deadline which unofficially the government has given to the students, but the student wing AVVP has now taken this fight onto the streets. You can see a minor scuffle and clash between the AVVP members and the Ranchi police Jawans and the officials over there who are trying to stop them from marching towards the Chief Minister residence, which is just 500 meters away from here. So these kind of dramatic scenes now actually erupting on the streets of Ranchi. The kind of clash happening between the AVVP members and the Jharkhand police Jawans. You can see on the streets out here. You can see.
आज लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से जो अखिल भारतीय कांग्रेस कार्यकर्ता माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के पास ना कोई वहाँ पे सवाल को लेकर के जा रहे थे। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी हम युवाओं के आवाज को लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से किया जा रहा है, दबाने का काम कर रही है या JPSC और
This is just outside, I would say 500 meters away from the Chief Minister's residence. These AVVP members were trying to breach this barricade, march towards the Chief Minister's house, demanding his resignation. They have been stopped by the Jharkhand police, and this agitation, you can see, this protest is not part of the main protest which is happening in Ranchi, which is very peaceful so far. They are just sitting on the dharna, sitting on the satyagraha. But these political protesters, I would say, they have now taken this fight onto the streets.
Prabhakar, also talk to us about, since the situation on ground is really heated up, talk to us about what was the start point of that scuffle that briefly happened between the AVVP protesters and the police, and how is the situation like right now on ground?
See, whatever is happening right behind me. So situation as of now still remains tense. Now these AVP workers, they actually had organized this protest march. They were trying to march towards the Chief Minister residence. Their agenda was to gherao the Chief Minister residence, and they are demanding resignation of Chief Minister Monsoon, holding him responsible for whatever has happened so far. Now, the police has stopped them because police in any case cannot actually allow them to march towards the Chief Minister's residence, so they have stopped them here. You can see a very huge contingent of Ranchi police, Jharkhand police over there. In huge number they are present here, and they have stopped the protesters from marching towards the Chief Minister's residence. But these protesters, they are parked here. There was a minor scuffle between the Ranchi police and the AVVP protesters, and they are now it's a standoff between the two. The Ranchi police on the other side of the barricade. They have stopped the protesters so far from marching ahead, but this scuffle might continue for a few more hours, I would say.
Right, Prabhakar, also we know that the prime and the foremost demand of these protesters are Hemant Soren's resignation. We keep a very close watch on that story, Prabhakar. For the moment, thank you very much for joining us. All right, moving across to some more breaking news that's coming in. This is in regard with the meeting of MPs that Vijay had called regarding the delimitation. We now learn that a response has just come in from the TVK on the proposed all-party meeting on delimitation. Tamil Nadu minister has said that when the DMK had hosted an all-party meeting on the very same issue last year, TVK had also participated, and that we supported the DMK government during that time. Now, this is what people are expecting as well. It is very unfortunate that the DMK has planned to boycott the meeting, and on the issues, the TVK has said that they stand firmly because they do not have any baggage. We are getting in some reactions on that story. Let's listen in.
This shows their true color. They are not genuinely interested in people's welfare and or states' rights. Only for to gain political mileage, they are using this issue. And people of Tamil Nadu expect that all parties stand in a united front against this union's unilateral decision. So DMK stands exposed by this. When DMK hosted a all-party meeting on the very same issue last year, TVK also participated, and we had supported this DMK government during that time. And now this is what people are expecting also, and it's very unfortunate that DMK has planned to boycott this meet.
Leader had stated that DMK is not taking part in the meeting. The only question is that what is the stand of TVK? They have not so far told. What is their stand on this issue? That party should have a stand, but they have not so far expressed their view on this. Why are they calling all-party meeting, a MP's meeting, when they don't have an MP? What is the intention of calling for an MP's meeting is a question. Maybe they want to go, stand by the Congress side. That apart, I don't think there is anything else in this meeting.
Vijay is joining me live from Chennai on that matter. Vijay, we do know that the AIA, DMK and the DMK have boycotted the meeting. They will not be attending it. Talk to us about the reasons behind which that they have stated that they will not be joining the all-party meeting that's been called by the TVK.
That's right, AIADMK and DMK are not going to be part of the all-party MPs meeting, which is going to be chaired by Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay. As we speak, we are just outside the program venue where exactly the meeting is going to happen. DMK stated that first TVK government should call for all-party meeting to discuss Meghadattu issue and Kaveri issue. They also pointed out that they are opposing delimitation in case if if delimitation process affects the interest of Tamil Nadu in a way reducing the number of seats, parliament seats as far as Tamil Nadu is concerned. Whereas ADMK has a completely different reason. They haven't released anything officially so far, but sources indicate ADMK from beginning they have been backing the delimitation and also they are part of NDA alliance. So that's why ADMK MPs or Rajya Sabha MPs are not part of this meeting.
All right, Vijay, thank you very much for sharing those details. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to slip into a very quick break. But don't go anywhere. News and update continue on the other side. Prime Minister's Mega Gen Z Connect at
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा और मसाला।
From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challenges in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact,
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and primetime anchor.
then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
आर प्योर
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
ये लीजिए भाई, मैंने बनाया है। बैठ सकता आपके साथ, खाइए ना। ऐसे आप कहाँ से हैं? हरियाणा। कब गए थे लास्ट वहाँ पे? 1.5 महीने पे। आपकी फैमिली है? बच्चे हैं? 3 साल। मिस करते होंगे आप उन्हें ना? बहुत। फैमिली विजिट करने अलाउड है? श्रीनगर तक अलाउड। 1 हफ्ते की शूटिंग के बाद मुझे घर की याद आ जाती है। See, the sacrifice is unbelievable, you know.
The gift city in Gujarat stands at the heart of India's global ambition and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision to connect India's growth with global capital. How far has the idea progressed and what remains to be done? Finance and policy leaders weigh the challenges and map the road ahead. HSBC, a pioneer at Gift City, and NDTV present Global Connect, only on NDTV.
And this is People's Sansad between Jantar Mantar and Jharkhand. Is the distance so large? When we went there, my young colleagues went there. For that, when people were sitting in dharna. Serious is the problem. You're saying they're sensitive?
Celebrating excellence across journalism and innovation, NDTV steals the spotlight at the 12th BCS Ratna Awards 2025-26. Best English News Channel of the Year, NDTV 24/7. Best News App of the Year, NDTV. Best Election Coverage of the Year, West Bengal Election Coverage. Best Podcast Show of the Year, NDTV Control All Defense. Best Primetime Anchor of the Year, Syed Suhail. Best Female Anchor of the Year, Vasudha Venugopal. Best On-Ground Coverage of the Year, Operation Sindoor Coverage. NDTV, the network of impact.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program. Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone. There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there. Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network.
It is pouring in Mumbai today. Navigating this sprawling concrete jungle during a heavy downpour is usually a challenge. But behind the wheel of the VinFast VF7, it is a different story. The EV's sure-footed driving dynamics and planted grip makes cutting through the wet, noisy city completely effortless. As the city's natural environment shrinks under all this concrete, finding green cover feels impossible. Mumbai city traffic can test any vehicle, but the VF7 feels purpose-built for conditions like these. Its strong electric performance, up to 350 horsepower on the dual motor variant, makes overtaking gaps effortless. While the 190 mm ground clearance inspires confidence on rain-soaked roads. Inside, the driver-focused 12.9-inch touchscreen, head-up display, and level 2 ADAS features create a calm, reassuring driving experience, even in the middle of the city's most demanding traffic.
We often complain that our cities are losing its green cover, but what if one man can bring it all back? Welcome to VinFast Presents Wheels of Change, powered by NDTV Automate, and we are meeting a man that is destined to bring the green cover back in Mumbai.
Namaskar, my name is Shobhajit Mukherjee. As an environmentalist, I'm working since year 2010, and 2016 I'm working full-time. The purpose of my campaign is to plant trees. The thought is each one plant one. If you are not growing your own oxygen, you do not have the rights to breathe. That's why we always tell people, plant at least one tree which you can take care of, which is nearby, and which you can see growing. So that's how you are connected. Like, it's me, my name is Shobhajit Mukherjee. So there should also be a tree whose name is Shobhajit Mukherjee, whom I'm going to adopt and make sure that it flourishes big. That's my campaign.
Shobhajit's approach is unique. He isn't just planting trees randomly, he is engineering specific ecosystems directly into the urban landscapes. He calls them pocket forests.
The purpose and the definition of forest is where the world can live together. World is not just about human being, but all living beings. It can be a bird, it can be a butterfly, it can be a dog, it can be a lot of domesticated or semi-urban or semi-forest related areas. So when we have a thought of biodiversity loss, when we say that butterflies have disappeared, squirrels have disappeared, birds have disappeared, many of the beautiful animals, we don't see them around anymore. So the purpose of creating a green zone, a protected area in the urban landscape, which is replicating as a forest, it gives you a feel that, okay, you are in an original place where we have all the life that you can see. You do not see concrete around, and forest is a place where human being has minimum intervention. So that's how we think that let us create a Zen space specifically for people other than human being, where they can really flourish, they are protected, they can have new babies, and where the population is increasing. So when people say that there's a shortage of bird in my area, specific bird is missing, like a lot of people say that sparrows are missing from my vicinity. So then we talk about, okay, let us make a pocket forest, which is as pocket as like a small space, as small as say 10 feet by 10 feet space. And we'll create an ecosystem for that particular bird so that he can come and live there, and they can have nest, they can have more birds coming. So that's the purpose of pocket forest, is a tailor-made plantation technique in a very simple way, which has a specific objective in mind. When we talk about objective of a pocket forest, I'm talking about maybe we are planting a particular pocket forest for butterflies. We are planting a pocket forest for bees. We are planting a pocket forest for squirrels. It can also be for specific birds, as I said. Or sometimes people say that, okay, there's too much of noise pollution. Like, I'll take you to a hospital where it is between one of the most polluted residential areas of Mumbai is Malad West. Whenever you see, it comes under the top 5 residential areas. So our purpose is to surround that entire hospital in a way where there's less of pollution that is coming in. The pollution in terms of sound pollution, pollution in terms of dust pollution. So that's the technique why we create it. A lot of time you will also see that there's too much of big drains going around. There's a lot of smell of the dirty sewage smell. Even to control that smell, there can be a pocket forest around your place. There can also be a pocket forest to control mosquitoes, where we identify a patch of say 3 feet by 50 feet or 100 feet, surround your entire bungalow with a particular type of plants which will be planted in the pocket forest and which will keep all the mosquitoes away. They will also keep rats away, plants which will keep snakes away. So it can be a combination of what we are looking for depending upon a tailor-made focus. Okay, this is the requirement, we tailor-make a pocket forest and get it planted. मेरा intention ये लेकर देना इसलिए appoint नहीं मिला तो मिल जाएगा बाद में।
आज यहाँ जो बोलते हैं वो शायद सब लोगों को लगेगा कि ये ऐसे बोलते ही होता है कि नहीं मालूम, लेकिन मेरी सोसाइटी में मैंने ये इम्प्लीमेंट किया। जैसे कि मेरी सोसाइटी में फर्स्ट प्रोजेक्ट तो वेट पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट का है, जो हमारा 2 साल से चालू है। उसके लिए ऑल ओवर मुंबई से हम 2 बार हमें अवार्ड भी मिल चुका है कंटिन्यू। तो वो प्रोजेक्ट होता है, तो हमारी सोसाइटी में जो वेट वेस्ट है वो बिल्कुल बाहर नहीं जाता है। हमारे सोसाइटी में उसका कंपोस्ट होता है और वो कंपोस्ट हम लोग बाकी सोसाइटी NGO स्कूल को देते हैं।
अभी हम लोग मुंबई में है, जगह नहीं है, यहाँ बड़ा ही टारगेट ड्रिवन, पर्पस ड्रिवन प्लांटेशन होता है। We all understand tree plantation, but people are planting trees without any purpose. The purpose has to be defined clearly. When the purpose is not defined, you don't have an objective why you are planting, then our plantation go haywire. We are not able to achieve the targets. So the very first step of when we talk about pocket forest is to first make a person think, why do you want to plant? What are you actually trying to achieve out of this? And then, as I said, that we make the entire workflow of, okay, this is where we are going to plant, this is how we are going to plant, these are the type of trees which will be planted, this is the soil that we have to work on, because every type of plant and tree, they will need a specific type of soil to support it. The quantity of water, lot of plants, if you remember, they need only weekly once watering. Lot of them will need watering twice a day. So these are many of the topics which needs to be, as a botanist, we have to work on that before finalizing a particular design. So whenever we are talking about a pocket forest, first, the step 1 is we need a space which has enough sunlight. Second, it has to be a protected area. You cannot say that, okay, we are planting today and after a year I want to create something else, because we are also ready to do it at a space of 10 feet by 10 feet. So it has to be dedicated. A forest takes more than a decade to develop. This may not be exactly a forest that we go on Sundarbans or any kind of wild animals, but it will try to clone, it will try to replicate some of the benefits that our ecosystem will derive from this forest. So it is very important to give time to it. And third, we don't want any human intervention. Once we have planted it, we don't want people going inside. Yes, if a cat wants to go inside or a dog wants to go inside, that is fine, but not for human being. Then, as I said, as a next step, you should know what you are trying to achieve, what is the goal you have in your mind. And then comes the funding, which is somewhere, I would say, a pocket forest with 100 tree will cost around 50,000 rupees. It's a combination, and that 100 tree will need maximum 200 square feet of space, 2 to 250 square feet. So that kind of fund is needed. It's not a huge amount, but it's all about, I just wanted to mention it. And water. Many of the plantations fail because there's water shortage, there's no water at home. So we always insist that we don't want to use fresh water. We always want to use bathing water. Bath water is the cleanest reusable water, and which constitutes around 40% of the water available at home. So we can easily reuse it after basic sand filtration, and we create automated watering. You don't have to water it. If there is a space of say 15 feet by 15 feet, and we are making a pocket forest, at the center there is a technique, we call it as Jal Tara. It's a kind of water harvesting technique. And here we are not harvesting rainwater. Here we are harvesting our bath water. We make sure that the bathing water is diverted automatically, it is filtered and it is absorbed in the soil automatically. And you will be happy to know that we have installed more than 10,000 of such systems across India. So, आप नहाइए और अपने आप आपके पेड़ बड़े हो जाएंगे. You don't have to work on that much. So that's a very simple thing. So in simple, I would say a pocket forest is a automated tree plantation technique where it is meant for a specific purpose with urban landscape in mind.
A greener city isn't built overnight. It's built through consistent effort, community participation, and a belief that every small action matters. We'll be back after these short messages. Keep watching WinFast Presents Wheels of Change, powered by NDTV Automate.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला।
The gift city in Gujarat stands at the heart of India's global ambition and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision to connect India's growth with global capital. How far has the idea progressed and what remains to be done? Finance and policy leaders weigh the challenges and map the road ahead. HSBC, a pioneer at Gift City, and NDTV present Global Connect, only on NDTV.
ये लीजिए भाई, मैंने बनाया है बेडशीट आपके साथ, खाइए ना प्लीज। आप कहाँ से हैं? हरियाणा। कब गए थे लास्ट वहाँ पे?
1.5 महीने पे।
और आपकी फैमिली है? बच्चे हैं?
3 साल।
मिस करते होंगे आप उन्हें ना?
बहुत।
फैमिली विजिट करने अलाउड है?
श्रीनगर तक अलाउड।
एक हफ्ते की शूटिंग के बाद मुझे घर की याद आ जाती है। सी द सैक्रिफाइस इज अनबिलीवेबल, यू नो।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
You're watching NDTV 24/7. The hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challenges in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact,
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and primetime anchor.
then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking.
Welcome back. You're watching WinFast Presents Wheels of Change, powered by NDTV Automate. And now we've seen how these microforests in Mumbai grow. Now let's take a look at how saving rainwater will help them sustain for years to come.
my end goal is judicious use of water. Because one thing I know that if the rainwater do not directly go into the river, if the rainwater is not flowing into the sea, then our life on earth will be better. We have to hold the water. If I call it as catch the rain when it falls and where it falls. It's a very beautiful campaign by Jal Jeevan Mission. The government of India is working on this. Thank you to our Honorable Prime Minister. He is heading this. Or we call it as slow the flow. The flow of water is very fast. Slow it will go inside. So it's very important that we do not allow fresh drinking water going into the sea. We have to hold it. Definitely there are many ways. People make ponds, people make lakes, people make dams. No matter how big dam you make, Bhakra Nangal Dam, Rihand Dam, and Brahmaputra Nadi also we have dam. Whatever dams you make, the biggest challenge is evaporation rate. With the climate change, with the heat island effect, water starts evaporating. When we thought about making dams, the evaporation rate was 6 to 10%. Right now it is more than 24% evaporation rate. And what about the projections by Niti Aayog by 2036? It can touch 40%. Imagine how dangerous thing I am talking about. हमने पानी जमा करके रखा, गर्मी में भाप बन के उड़ गया. So all the system is failing. So the only system to protect, save water is groundwater recharge. Bhujal, not the surface water, not on the surface. It will all go into the ground through our existing bore wells, or we make the wells. Well system used to be very nice. Divert all the rainwater into the well and let it all percolate into the ground. So this is what we had been working. स्पंज गार्डन, जैसे मैं आपको पहले भी बता रहा था, स्पंज गार्डन का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है इन एंटायर सिटी. हम लोग 10 स्पंज गार्डन इमीडिएटली मुंबई में इंस्टॉल करना चाहते हैं.
Shubhajit's recipe for Mumbai is highly localized. You might have heard of the Miyawaki forest technique from Japan. But bringing back greenery to our specific climate requires a different formula. This localized approach is showing real, tangible results in communities across Maharashtra.
Firstly, I am from Royal College and as a Green Club, I am from Green Club as a Vice President of the Green Club at Royal College. जैसा सर ने आप बताया करंटली सब वेस्ट वाटर वाले सिस्टम के बारे में, जैसे स्पॉन्ज गार्डन के बारे में जो बताया, काफ़ी इनिशिएटिव ले रहे हैं वाटर के रिलेटेड सेव करने के लिए. काफ़ी अच्छा, मतलब जो अलग अलग डिफरेंट मेथड है यूज़ करे जा रहे वाटर्स को हार्वेस्ट करने के लिए, काफ़ी अच्छा मतलब बताया है सर ने उसके बारे में. स्पॉन्ज गार्डन का मेरे को ज़्यादा अच्छा लगा क्योंकि इंटरेस्ट आया मुझे भी काफ़ी कि ये इम्प्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं हम, क्योंकि इससे मल्टीपल टास्क एक टाइम पे मल्टीपल टास्क हो रहे, तो काफ़ी अच्छा लगा इनिशिएटिव. एंड वो आइडिया बहुत क्रिएटिव है और अच्छा आइडिया है मेरे हिसाब से.
करेंगे अपने यहाँ?
हाँ करेंगे ज़रूर.
क्या मेथड है स्पॉन्ज गार्डन का, क्या है
मतलब बेसिक मेथड, मतलब एरिया रिक्वायर्ड रहता है. जैसे कि आपने बताया कि वो इम्प्लीमेंट करने पे हमें वो हैवी रेन्स होता है उससे भी एक तो वो बचाएगा. एंड डिफरेंट मेथड्स से और भी सर ने बताए, तो सर ने जो एक्सप्लेन किया काफ़ी अच्छा एक्सप्लेन किया है, मतलब सब समझा है. एट द एंड देखेंगे एंड इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे.
They are suffering from scarcity of water, so we can take steps to save that water, especially the water which are coming from rain. We can use it. जो पानी ऑलरेडी हमारे पास आ रहा है, हम ज़्यादातर देखते हैं कि जो छोटी छोटी गलियाँ होती हैं वहाँ पे पानी ऐसे भर जाता है, नाले भर जाते हैं, वो पानी कोई यूज़ में नहीं आता, वो पानी वेस्ट हो जाता है. बट वी कैन यूज़ दैट वाटर. और पानी का शॉर्टेज है, तो जो जैसा कि सर ने हमें बताया, हम स्पॉन्ज गार्डन और फिर पॉकेट गार्डन और रूट बूस्टर का इस्तेमाल करके हम पानी जो है ग्राउंड में बहुत लार्ज अमाउंट में जमा कर सकते हैं. और फिल्टरेशन के लिए भी एक अलग से स्पेशल क्लॉथ है, दैट्स व्हाई वी कैन यूज़ अ क्लीन वाटर. और जैसा कि हम जानते हैं बीएमसी हमें जो है क्लीन वाटर प्रोवाइड करता है, एंड दैट वाटर आर मोस्टली आर यूजिंग इन फ्लश. 40% ऑफ वाटर आर गेटिंग वेस्टेड इन दैट. सो हम उन वाटर को फ्लश में ना यूज़ करके जो वाटर हम सेव कर रहे हैं उनको यूज़ करें. सो उससे क्या होगा, जो बीएमसी के थ्रू हमें पानी मिल रहा है वो बच सकता है. 40% वाटर जो है हम बचा सकते हैं, और जो वाटर हमने प्रिजर्व किया है वो हम यूज़ कर सकते हैं.
एक पहाड़ी एरिया पे मैं रहता था, वहाँ पे उन्होंने बहुत सारा वाटर शॉर्टेज है और हर साल ग्राउंड वाटर जो है वो कम होते जा रहा है. और इसके चलते मैंने कुछ अपने को रिसोर्सेस करना पड़ेगा। इसके लिए सुभरजीत मुखर्जी फाउंडेशन के साथ मैंने जोड़ा और वो सब देखा एक्टिविटीज़, बिकॉज रत्नागिरी चिपलून ये जो अपना जो वहाँ का जो लैंड स्ट्रक्चर है उसके लैंड के नीचे 4 फीट के नीचे बेसॉल्ट है और वहाँ पे पानी जाना बहुत मुश्किल है। तो बहुत सारे ड्राई बोरवेल्स है जो उनका जो लेंथ है वो 250 फीट 300 फीट 600 फीट तक गया हुआ है और वाटर लेवल ऑलरेडी कम है। तो हमने पिछले साल उनका जो मॉडल लिया और उसका जो हमने स्टडी किया और उन्होंने उनको जो हमको हेल्प की उसके बारे में हमने 31 बोरवेल रिचार्ज किए उनके साथ मिलके। और आज हमने देखा है कि वो 250 फीट ज़मीन के नीचे अंदर पानी पूरा रेन का पानी जा रहा है, तो उसका स्टोरेज 1 CR से ज़्यादा है ज़मीन के अंदर।
See, the most important situation right now is we depend upon groundwater a lot, and 70% of the groundwater is already finished. We have taken it out. Our extraction rate is much more than the natural percolation of rainwater. So if the water takes 3 years, 4 years to percolate, but we are taking out so fast that there is no water left. So it's very important that the very system we are using as a borewell to take out water from the ground, we want to recharge it again instantly. Like our rooftop water should be immediately connected to the borewell and let it go into the ground. Because if it's like a bank account, we are only withdrawing money and we are not depositing it. Just imagine you have a bank account which your forefathers have deposited money and right now you're only withdrawing. So obviously it's going to be over in no time. So it's very important that we start depositing. It's like a mobile recharge. There's no energy in the mobile, we have to recharge it. So similarly, groundwater recharge is very important, and that part everyone can do. When we are talking of a country, if I'm talking about India, there are more than 30 million borewells which are running dry right now. 30 million is a huge number. So we don't have to invest much. It's all about diverting your rooftop water into the borewell and your work is done. It can be as initiative as free. You just have to create a percolation pit. We call it a shosh kadda or a jal tara or a technique where we collect water around the borewell pipe and the water goes in. As simple as that. And we have to make sure that the quality remains best. We don't want dirty water to go into the ground. That's it. So it's very simple. Everyone can do it. As I always say, Har Ghar Jal Sanchay Abhiyan. Grey water reuse.
Change often begins with a simple shift in mindset. Just as Shubhajit is encouraging communities to rethink how they use water. VinFast is encouraging motorists to rethink mobility itself. Through its ICE to EV exchange program, owners of petrol and diesel vehicles can upgrade to electric SUVs like the VF7. With special trade-in benefits, additional upgrade discounts, and financing options designed to make the transition to cleaner mobility easier. It's a practical step towards reducing emissions while embracing a more sustainable future.
From growing dense urban microforests in a city like Mumbai to rainwater harvesting, his work is proving how sustainability begins with small but fractal steps.
Catch the rain when it falls, where it falls, and let it go into the ground. Har Ghar Jal Sanchay Abhiyan, that's what we call. It is all inspired by our Government of India campaign, but that's what we call that. Har Ghar Jal Sanchay Abhiyan.
Today's journey reminds us that meaningful change doesn't need the governments or policies. It needs just one man to act.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV with me, Tanisha Avasti. Let's get to the top headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Prime Minister's Mega Gen Z Connect at IIT Delhi convocation says global power balance is evolving and bringing new challenges and opportunities. The Prime Minister has even urged the youth to stay curious, question and even find solutions, further taking up responsibility and contribute to Vikasit Bharat.
मेरी बात याद रखिएगा, जो सीखेगा वो जीतेगा.
Rahul Rijiju's power puts women's bill in focus. Rahul says India is incomplete without Nari. Rijiju takes a dig, says he hopes the Congress will support women's reservation bill. The leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, has meanwhile hit back and has asked why the bill should be linked to delimitation. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called a key meeting of the MPs on delimitation, with the DMK and the AIADMK are set to skip the meeting, with the DMK demanding that the Kaveri Meghdadu issue should be the one that should be addressed first. The Ranchi student protest is entering a decisive phase, with the Jharkhand government opening talks with students. 8 members of the Devendra Madhav delegation met the Hemant Soren government today. India rejects China's fictitious names for Arunachal Pradesh. India formally names 27 Arunachal places, including the key LAC areas, mountain passes, on official map. This move is amid China's repeated renaming of the places. And the top focus story that we're tracking at 2 p.m. is about how the Prime Minister has done another outreach to the Gen Z. This as he delivered a message to the students at the IIT Delhi convocation ceremony, urging them to stay curious, embrace the change and have the courage to find solutions. Addressing the graduating students, the Prime Minister said that the youth will shape India's future and stressed that every change brings both the challenges and the opportunities as well. The Prime Minister also called the students to recognize the strength of India's young population, saying that their energy and ambition can further strengthen the nation. Education Minister Prahlad Joshi, meanwhile, also said that the Prime Minister's vision is made India's education ecosystem more learner-centric, research-driven and even future-ready. Here are some of the experts from the Prime Minister's speech that was given earlier today.
आपके परिवार के लोग प्राउड फील कर रहे हैं, वैसे ही मुझे भी आप सब पर गर्व है. क्योंकि ये आप सब केवल एक डिग्री नहीं ले रहे हैं, आप देश के लिए बहुत कुछ करने का सपने लेकर के यहां से निकल रहे हैं. आज कई स्टूडेंट्स उनको उनकी उपलब्धियों के लिए मेडल्स भी मिले हैं। मैं आप सभी को इसके लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। लेकिन एक आध दो बेटियां होती तो जरा ज्यादा अच्छा होता। सॉरी, एक दो क्यों, ज्यादा होनी चाहिए थी। जब जब बदलाव का दौर आता है तब तब चुनौतियां भी आती है और नए अवसर भी पैदा होते हैं। दुनिया बदलेगी, टेक्नोलॉजी भी बदलेगी, इंडस्ट्रीज बदलेगी, प्रोफेशंस भी बदलेंगे, लेकिन इन सब के बीच मेरी बात याद रखिएगा, जो सीखेगा वो जीतेगा। जो नए चैलेंजेस के नए सॉल्यूशंस खोजने का साहस रखेगा, चैलेंजेस उसके लिए चांसेस बन जाएंगे। और आपने यही तो आईआईटी दिल्ली से सीखा है। जिंदगी कोई लीडर बोर्ड नहीं है। आपकी असली दौड़ किसी और से नहीं, खुद अपने आप से है। हर दिन कल से बेहतर बनने की कोशिश करते रहिएगा। साथ ही अपनी फिजिकल हेल्थ, अपनी मेंटल हेल्थ का भी ध्यान रखिएगा। आज भारत इकोनॉमिक सेल्फ रिलायंस, टेक्नोलॉजिकल सेल्फ रिलायंस, इंडस्ट्रियल सेल्फ रिलायंस, ऐसे हर सेक्टर में आत्मनिर्भर बनने के लिए काम कर रहा है। यही विकसित भारत की मजबूत नींव का सबूत है। इस मजबूत नींव पर आपको एक भव्य, सुंदर, विकसित भारत का निर्माण करना है। साथियों, विकसित भारत की इस यात्रा में आपकी भूमिका बहुत बड़ी है। देश का युवा जितना सशक्त होगा, उतना ही देश सशक्त होगा।
Today, more than 4.5 crore students are enrolled in higher education. Since 2014, number of universities increased nearly by 70%. More than 650 new universities, 14,000 new colleges, over 4,000 new ITIs, 9 new IIMs, 7 new IITs, and 13 new AIMS have been established. Medical colleges have more than doubled, and the medical seats have almost tripled. Today, nearly 1.4 lakh medical seats are available across 823 medical colleges in the country.
Shifting our focus to breaking news that's coming in, there is a statement that's just come in by the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju, who has said and hit out at the Congress, in fact, by saying that the centre and the BJP do not agree with the policies and the stance that the Congress is taking. In fact, he has gone ahead to say that the steps taken by the former Prime Minister Indira Gandhi ji, she was blunt in her admitting her actions and that she had taken. Now the Congress party is not even realizing their own errors and shortcomings. So that's a scathing attack that's coming from Kiran Rijiju. Aishwarya is joining me on the broadcast. Aishwarya, talk to us about the context of Kiran Rijiju's tweet. Is it in the context of the delimitation bill, which is being linked to women's bill that's going to come up in Parliament next week?
Well, certainly, it's the Twitter war that was going on since morning between Union Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju and Leader of Opposition Rahul Gandhi over the delimitation bill. Rahul Gandhi clearly hitting out at the centre, stating that in the shadow, in the backdrop of delimitation, the women reservation, the centre wanted to bring in the delimitation bill. If the government really intends to increase the reservation for women, then they should get the bill passed that was earlier tabled back by the Modi government, to which the Congress party unanimously supported it. It is the Kiran Rijiju has hit out back at the Congress party by putting out a video of Indira Gandhi. Mr. Rijiju contrasts in Indira's counter with the Congress. In fact, in this particular video, Indira Gandhi was stating in an interview that back then it was the late Prime Minister Morarji Desai who said in an interview that the Prime Minister should be gheraud. If the Prime Minister is not listening to the opposition, then if ballots are not being used handfully, the ballot should be used handfully. To which it is Kiran Rijiju had stated that we do not acknowledge the and support the ideas of Indira Gandhi, but at a time when Indira Gandhi was admitting on what has been done in the past, the Congress party should learn from these past lessons as well. Certainly, it is the Congress party's leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi, who earlier stated that the women should be given much representation in the country, and that's how the country can move forward. To which earlier Rijiju stated that this seems that it's change of hearts of Mr. Rahul Gandhi, and we expect that Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Congress party will fully support the women reservation bill that the government is planning to bring in.
All right, Aishwarya, thank you very much for the moment for getting us those details. All eyes will now be on the Parliament that's going to begin from Monday again on whether this issue will come up or not. Thank you very much for getting us those details. All right, so the delimitation bill is and the women reservation bill is causing a huge storm. It is now DK Shivakumar who has responded on the issue. He has said that the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rijiju's remarks, he has responded to that. He has said that we are the ones who have piloted the women's reservation bill and that we will give more strength to the women, and that Kiran Rijiju need not to worry about the Congress party. So two contrasting views coming here from the Congress party on one hand, while the leader of opposition and the other party members have been opposing it. DK Shivakumar says that we will give our full support to the women's reservation bill. We have a reaction also coming in from DK Shivakumar. Let's listen into what he has to exactly say.
We are the one who piloted, we are the one who passed. The Congress party believes in it. Definitely there will be a woman. We will give more strength for women. You know how many seats we gave in the parliament? I think you remember. So in Karnataka. Definitely we are sorting out that issue. Riju may not worry about the Congress party. He settled himself to the whatever his party and the NDA is there.
All right, Deepak Bopana is joining me live. Deepak, there seems to be a disparity between inside the Congress party, while on one hand there are Congress MPs, Rahul Gandhi in fact also saying that they will not be supporting the women's bill till the time it is de-linked from the delimitation bill. However, we have DK Shivakumar coming forward telling that we have our full support to the BJP and the centre government for bringing in the women's delimitation bill.
Well, this is a very interesting situation, especially a reaction coming in from the Karnataka Congress leaders. At this time, the Chief Minister himself, who's saying that it was the Congress that piloted the delimitation bill. Of course, he's responding directly to a question pertaining to the delimitation bill. But however, the Congress themselves have come under a lot of criticism here in the state of Karnataka, because the cabinet that was recently formed sees, even till today, no woman who has taken oath. And one woman who found a space in the cabinet, she did not land up taking oath. There seems to have been some sort of confusion. So the BJP, of course, is definitely going to counter the Congress with this argument, as the Chief Minister, of course, goes on to say that Mr. Kiran Rijiju or anybody in the BJP should really worry about their own issues rather than worrying about Congress, which has always supported women and women-related issues. And so will the Congress when it comes to the reservation bill as well. So we'll really have to see how the politics over this pans out.
All right, Deepak, stay with me, because we're getting in one more breaking news, a very interesting piece of breaking news, in fact, that's coming in from the state of Karnataka, where the Karnataka leader of opposition has now slammed the Congress over 0 women in the cabinet. The Karnataka leader of opposition had in fact gone ahead to say that the Karnataka cabinet has 0 women, and that the campaign slogan of the Congress party, "Ladki hoon, lad sakti hoon," is nothing but a farce, and that there is no cabinet berth that has been given to women. In fact, the Karnataka LOP has also said that the high-pitched sermons that are given by Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi on women have completely collapsed into something that is extremely farcical. Now, remember, in a 33-member cabinet expanded under DK Shivakumar, there is exactly 0 female representation. Deepak continues to stay with me on the broadcast on that note. Deepak, an interesting piece of news that's coming in. While on one hand, the Congress has been saying that DK Shivakumar, in fact, had just given a statement, and we were talking about that earlier, where he said that he will support the women's reservation bill. But interesting to see that his own cabinet has 0 women.
Well, this is exactly what I was saying, isn't it? That when the Congress, of course, makes any sort of statement with regard to women's issues or reservation bill or anything pertaining to providing or empowering women, this conversation is definitely going to come up. That until now, there is no woman who has taken oath, because there was one woman who found her place in the list that was sent by the AICC with the extended cabinet that came about a few days ago. But then she didn't land up at the Lok Bhavan, did not take oath, and even now there's one pending cabinet berth. It's not likelihood it is going to be given to a woman. But why so much confusion? Why so much delay? And why just one cabinet minister? Again, is many questions that the BJP has repeatedly been asking.
One quick question before I let you go. Why is it that we are seeing that there are contradicting statements that are coming in? The Congress seems not to be on the same side as far as the issue of delimitation bill, as far as the issue of women reservation is going to come up in the parliament.
Well, for sure, when the delimitation bill, of course, comes in, we are going to see a lot of questions that the Congress says that they have pertaining to how the implementation is going to happen. But they've always, of course, gone on to say, at least to defend it themselves, saying that they've always been for the reservation of women, giving them more number of seats wherever it may be. And we heard even the Karnataka Chief Minister, of course, talk about how they've given a lot of prominence to women when it came to the Lok Sabha seats, and they say that they continue to do so. As far as the BJP's charge against them, they continue to defend that it's just political in nature. The Congress has always batted for women empowerment.
Thank you very much, Deepak, for sharing those details with us. We will now move across to breaking that's coming in from the state of Maharashtra, and this is regarding the Shiv Sena corporator Ramesh Mhatre, who we learn is likely to walk out of jail today after the completion of the requisite court proceedings and official paperwork, with procedures expected to be wrapped up around by 5 p.m. Mhatre, remember, was granted bail by the Bombay High Court earlier in connection with the doctor assault case in Dombivli, with the court imposing strict conditions, including a mandatory period outside Maharashtra until the charge sheet is filed. Now, following the completion of the procedural formalities and the release orders as well, his exit from the custody is anticipated later in the evening. So it's been 2 times now that the Sena corporator Ramesh Matre has been granted bail. Earlier he was granted bail. Soon after he was granted bail, he was nowhere in the public view. In fact, there were sources telling NDTV that he had gone for a vacation and he was not making any public statements. His bail was later cancelled, keeping in mind that he might be misusing his bail, and he was sent back to jail. But now we have this fresh piece of breaking news that's just coming in, where we learn that the Sena corporator Ramesh Matre is likely to walk out of jail today after the completion of the requisite court proceedings and official paperwork. Let's tell you about what the case is all about. This case is about this Sena corporator assaulting the doctors who serve us. Sujata, my colleague, is joining me on the broadcast. Sujata, what are the conditions for which Ramesh Matre has been granted bail for the second time?
Well, certainly, and in a relief, we can say so, but not the relief that Ramesh Matre expected it could be. Though he has been granted bail, but there are several of these conditions that he needs to follow. Now, first, that he needs to be out of the state. He is supposed to be at a resort in Goa and also go to the Anjuna police station on 3 days a week to register his attendance, just so that the police is aware that he's still out of the state. And also he, as well as the other 3 accused, are supposed to submit their passport to the police station of Vishnunagar, and just so that Ramesh Matre could not tamper evidences and do not go on to threaten the victims in the case again. Because yesterday, while speaking to the advocate representing Dr. Vishnu, the guy, Dr. Weber, who was the victim in the case, he stated that Dr. Weber is still into a lot of mental trauma, and he was still suffering through extreme illness after the entire incident happened. So somewhere, Ramesh Matre, though has got bail, it was earlier being told that he could not come out today, and it was probably on Monday it would be, but now it is being told that the paperwork is nearing end, and it is likely that around 5 p.m. he may walk out of jail, but that again needs to be seen. We are on our way to the Adharwadi jail, where he and the 3 other accused are stationed, and it is likely that at 5, once he walks out, what answers will he have, and what expressions would he have after seeing the outer world is going to be important, because this is the same area where he continues to have and create threat and fear in the minds of people. Absolutely. And get his work done, and which he did on the 6th of July as well. But the consequences were that he later landed into jail, though he got bail, with the Bombay High Court took suo motu cognizance, and we know the story followed. Back to you.
All right, Sujata, thank you very much for sharing those details. All eyes now remain at the moment when Ramesh Matre walks out of jail. Moving on to some other breaking updates that we're getting in on the broadcast, we learned that one woman has been killed in a road accident, and this happened in Narela in Delhi earlier today at about 8 a.m. in the morning. This is a road accident that occurred in front of the Himalayas apartment in Narela in Delhi. Now, as per the preliminary inquiry, we learned that it was a Mercedes and a Wagoner that collided head-on. Due to the impact, the Wagoner was thrown back and hit a 3-wheeler loading van standing nearby. Now, in this accident, a 70-year-old woman, we learn, has been killed, who was present at the spot, got caught between the vehicles and died on the spot. Now, the driver of the Wagoner has sustained minor injuries and was given medical aid as well. A fatal accident case is being registered. My colleague Soumya gets us the latest from ground.
Around 8 a.m. in the morning, a fatal accident took place here in Delhi's Narela, wherein a 70-year-old woman died on spot. You can see the very Mercedes car in question. As per preliminary inquiry, this particular Mercedes car collided with a Wagoner head-on. Due to the impact, the Wagoner was thrown back and hit a 3-wheeler loading van standing nearby. In this particular accident, a 70-year-old woman named Urmila, who was present at the spot, got caught between the vehicles and died on the spot. It was speeding at such a level. Police sources and the people on ground are saying that the driver was highly intoxicated when he was crossing this particular stretch and when the fatal accident took place. As of now, an investigation is underway and the body of deceased Urmila has been taken for post-mortem. This is Soumya Jaiswal with video journalist Krishnan Kumar for NDTV.
And before we head into our short break, let's get you these visuals where Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath conducted an aerial survey of Meerut and showered flower petals on Kavariyas as they made their way through the city. The Chief Minister also reviewed arrangements for the ongoing Kanwar Yatra. We leave you with these visuals from Meerut capturing Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, showering petals on the Kavariyas.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
And this is People's Sansad between Jantar Mantar and Jharkhand. Is the distance so large? When we went there, my young colleagues went there. For that, when people were sitting in dharna. Serious is the problem. You're saying they're sensitive?
ये लीजिए भाई, मैंने बनाया है। बेडशीट आपके साथ, खाइए ना प्लीज। आप कहाँ से हैं? हरियाणा। कब गए थे लास्ट वहाँ पे? 1.5 महीने पे। आपकी फैमिली है? बच्चे हैं? 3 साल। मिस करते होंगे आप उन्हें ना? बहुत। फैमिली विजिट करने अलाउड है? श्रीनगर तक अलाउड। 1 हफ्ते की शूटिंग के बाद मुझे घर की याद आ जाती है। सी द सैक्रिफाइस इज अनबिलीवेबल, यू नो।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day. Celebrating excellence across journalism and innovation, NDTV steals the spotlight at the 12th BCS Ratna Awards 2025-26. Best English News Channel of the Year, NDTV 24/7. Best News App of the Year, NDTV. Best Election Coverage of the Year, West Bengal Election Coverage. Best Podcast Show of the Year, NDTV Control All Defense. Best Primetime Anchor of the Year, Syed Suhail. Best Female Anchor of the Year, Vasudha Venugopal. Best On-Ground Coverage of the Year, Operation Sindoor Coverage. NDTV, the network of impact.
पीओके के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं।
Just few inches away is POK.
तो हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं। Is it fire?
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I am Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight. On this special monsoon episode where we talk about monsoon food, monsoon fashion and much more exciting things that make me want to go out and get wet in the rain. Your space here. Show us around. Any particular spices that the people can incorporate in their day-to-day meals?
The jeera over here, coriander, pinky ginger, almonds are here, the garlic. The recipe of the soup is very nice. All the times you can have it. Bheke kebab, which is basically the no garlic kebab. Mixture is being binding the singhare ka acha.
Deep fried.
Yeah, this is a deep fried.
This is the soup and those are the kebabs.
Fazil ka lonji chaat. Lonji means something sweet and sour. This is a folded form of the samosa.
We Indians love our food and of course, like any season, monsoon season also has its delicacies. I'm joined by Chef Gagan at Taj Loya here in New Delhi. And Chef Gagan, we have some fabulous things and I'm already getting very excited. Tell me about it. What are we looking at?
On the table, we can say the monsoon is incomplete without any chaat preparation.
Right.
But here is not an aloo tikki chaat or something else. We are doing here the fazil ka samosa lonji chaat.
Fazil ka samosa lonji chaat. Okay.
Here
it's a mouthful.
Yeah. In the Punjab, there is a tradition of eating the chole along with the matti.
Yes.
So it's accompanying the two of the items in a one dish, chole matti also.
Okay, you also please serve yourself
yes,
because
definitely.
We will taste it together right from the beginning. Lots of flavor. And why do you think, Chef, this is fit for monsoon?
I can say in the monsoon, everybody likes to eat the chaat preparation.
That is true.
And something tangy, something hot, something sweet. So to fill that the carving portion of the chaat, so we come with something of the different. So the samosa along with the chole and the matti.
So this chaat comes from and is inspired from Punjab, is very tasty. So hats off to you and your team. What do we have here?
Here, another item over here, we are having it's a no garlic kebab over here, which is called the bheke kebab.
Bheke kebab.
Bhe means the lotus stem. Lotus stem, we have just grated and we just sauteed it and we're binding, we use some singhare ka acha over here.
Right.
And against on the skewers when we deep fried it over here. Below you can say when we pick this kebab over here, there's a special bread over here. Here we have prepared the special doon chutney. Doon means walnut, which is again the Kashmiri chutney. There's a walnut pounded with some of the fresh chilies. There's some onions and the shai jeera in it.
Right.
It's a combination of the kebab along with the doon chutney is a very different over here.
Okay. All right, Chef, a burst of flavors here. What do we have over there in that gold kettle?
You can say during the monsoon season, when it's been raining, you feel to have the chai in a cutting glass.
Right.
So here we are not
Which
serving...
is a monsoon essential.
Definitely.
Yes.
But we are not serving the chai over in the cutting glasses. So here from the teapot, I'm going to pour you the soup, which is called the chit.
Okay. So again, where is this soup from? What part of North India?
North India, as you can see, is a very basic recipe of my mother from the Punjab.
Very sweet.
So during the monsoon or the winter season, we just prepare it over here, which is the paste of the ginger, garlic, green chili, the almonds. We bhuno it nicely in the ghee. We add some of the dilute with some of the chickpeas water in it. And we just have that during the winters. And you can have it during the summers also. If you're having the flu, you're not feeling well, you are having the cold, the soup is very good for you.
Excellent. Let's have a sip. Fantastic. And spicy.
Yeah,
which is good.
spicy.
I love spicy. Yeah. So it goes very well with the kebab and the chaat.
Definitely.
Okay, Chef. I'm done with the savory. I have a major sweet tooth. Let's get the dessert. What do we have in dessert now?
Dessert is basically very simple dessert over here. You can say in the Punjab, mostly all of the villages, what the ladies in the house do, they just make a savia which is handmade over here.
Right.
They knead the dough and just sitting over here either watching the TV or chit-chatting. This is the savia.
Okay.
You can say They made it in a housemaid with the help of the hands, sir. This
But
is not
isn't Savior little longer?
That's the machine made. These are the
Okay.
savior which are handmade.
Interesting.
With
I
the
would
help
like
of-
to show it to our...
In the Punjab or
Right.
every North Indian houses, the savior over here is in two form. If you want to try dry, you can try only the dry also. And here is to give warmness in the monsoon. There is savior, kada doodh along with it.
Oh, let's get a close-up of that.
Which we pour on the side over here, the milk. So there's
What kind of milk? Is it the condensed milk?
No,
or-
it's normal. The milk we are the reduces, which is called the kadaya doodh. Kada doodh means it's been reduced in the kadai over here.
Okay. So the kadahi, I'm guessing, gives it a certain flavor to it.
Certain flavor, the texture, and being reduced to the some point of view.
And what else have we added in
There
milk?
is some of the pistachio in it.
Oh, love that, love that. Okay, chef, let me serve you now because this is fantastic. And thank you so much for allowing us
thank you very
in your kitchen, in your space. Of course, Monsoon isn't just about chai pakoras and samosa. It's also about fashion. Let's look at how is the Gen Z or the young India taking this monsoon moment and glamorizing it. I have with me the bunch of fabulous fashion students, I believe, very creative, and look how brilliantly they are dressed. When you look at this extremely humid monsoon season, what kind of garments do you think of?
Activewear, if I may call it. Activewear are more prevalent during these.
So what's your fashion advice for wannabe skater girls out there?
Stay comfortable and wear what you want. Just don't overthink your outfits and just be yourself.
Go sustainable. First of all, stop using those brands. I know I am wearing H&M myself, but these are very old boots.
Any homegrown brands जो आपका favorite हो?
Not particularly any homegrown brands, but I am very lean towards thrifting. And I
Okay.
do believe sustainability is the key.
Do you think thrifting is against the idea of luxury?
It's not against the idea of luxury. It actually appreciates the idea of luxury. Luxury goods are more sustainable. They are usually made of high quality.
Yeah.
And they go for a longer life. But the people who buy luxury goods don't want to repeat their outfits.
Fantastic. Please stand up and serve this outfit to me. My God, I love that. Okay, tell me about it. Take the mic, talk to the audience.
So these pants I've made myself. These are micro done with
Brilliant.
knife pleats.
Fantastic.
And this raincoat I made yesterday by myself. This was basically a hanger cover.
Oh, like the garment bag?
Yeah, it was a garment bag.
Genius.
And I used this on my raincoat.
Yeah.
And I would say in the monsoon season...
And you
the
made it
weather
yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday night.
Okay, I love that.
In the monsoon
Yeah.
season, the weather is very unpredictable. It can
Right.
be cold, it can be sunny. So
Right.
you should be ready for any kind of weather.
I'd love to know from you, Mr. Garment Bag turned into a raincoat. I love it. What do you think of AI? People say AI is taking over fashion. What do you think of it? And do you guys use AI for your fashion projects and research and all? You don't?
AI could sure put out designs, but it does not know how to construct a garment.
Okay.
That's the clocked point of it.
Okay.
It doesn't know how it feels. It doesn't know how the texture feels. Eventually, we're selling it to the people. And not an AI model is not going to go out for us or dress up like us.
AI can be the hands, but it wouldn't be the mind. We are the
Oh,
mind.
I love
at the
that.
end of the
AI
day.
can be the hands, but can't be the minds. Can I get a... I mean, there you go. Brilliant. Thank you so much for talking to us. And I love that all of you have such great sense of style, opinions, and personality. And I can't wait to see what you do next. So clearly, this lot here is not clocking AI, is all for individuality and thrifting and sustainability and cares about the environment. I mean, I love that. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you.
Spider-Man is Spider-Man. तूने चुराया मेरा दिल का चैन. Spider-Man is Spider-Man. तूने चुराया मेरा दिल का चैन. Oh.
I love that. Clearly, this lot loves Spider-Man. How many of you watched the new movie?
I have.
Okay, and how was it?
I think it was really wonderful. I think it was a new take on how Tom is living his new life without Zendaya in it.
Okay, out of you guys, we've had how many? 3 Spider-Mans, I believe, right? We've had Andrew Garfield, Tom Holland, and the first one was? Tobey Maguire. Who's your favorite?
Tom Holland.
Andrew Garfield, the amazing Spider-Man. But the accurate one was Tobey Maguire. He was the actual one, which
Okay.
was actually accurate.
How many for Toby's here? 1, 2. That's it. Okay, how many for Tom?
Tom.
I love that. Overrated.
Yeah, he is.
Do you think Zendaya ने सही choice किया?
I feel both of them are overrated.
You think both of them
Yes,
are overrated? Wow, brilliant. For Zendaya, a press tour isn't just about promoting a film. It's another chance to tell the story through fashion. Together with longtime stylist Law Roach, she turned the Spider-Man Brand New Day tour into a masterclass in method dressing, where every red carpet became an extension of the movie itself. Fashion's biggest houses got a starring role. Louis Vuitton, Alexander McQueen, Christian Cowan, Ashi Studio, Tamara Ralph, alongside archival masterpieces from Gianni Versace, Giorgio Armani and John Galliano. There were spiderweb illusion gowns, inspired black leather, shimmering crystal embroidery that echoed delicate webs. A vintage 1990 Giorgio Armani gown spun into a crystal web illusion. A celestial 1997 John Galliano archival dress adorned with constellations and a dramatic spiderweb chain back. A vintage Versace look in Spider-Man's iconic red and blue palette, and sculptural Ashi Studio couture that fans linked to the film's darker aesthetic. Even the finishing touches stayed on script. Lydia Cortelli's sapphire spiderweb jewelry, Karen Bull's gold spider brooch, web-inspired Christian Louboutin heels, and a $35 vintage Marvel Spider-Man t-shirt that proved great style isn't always about the biggest fashion labels. Every city unveiled a new fashion chapter. Every look rewarded a second glance. And once again, Zendaya proved that she is iconic. A red carpet moment that let South Asian artistry steal the spotlight. Long before the premiere invite arrived, content creator Atifa Arshad had already envisioned the look. Designed by Rita Karanbach, the custom black and red sari drew inspiration from the delicate geometry of a spider's web, rather than the superhero's iconic costume. Handcrafted with over 1,000 hours and brought to life with 50,000 plus embellishments, every shimmer echoed meticulous craftsmanship. Mayank Chaudhary, NDTV. Met Gala 2027 theme has been announced, and before the celebrities hit the Metropolitan steps, it's already making headlines. How many of you watch the Met Gala, the first Monday in May, called Fashion's Biggest Night? Do you? Okay. Okay. Whose look out of all that you've seen has been the most memorable?
Last year, Sabrina Carpenter's looks was really nice.
Okay, okay. Diljit Dosanjh, yes. Again, clocking it. Okay, what do you, are you aware of the new theme?
Yes.
What is it?
John Galliano.
What do you guys know about John Galliano?
Nothing good.
Nothing good.
Not good.
The runway. The runways at Dior.
The Dior runway was iconic.
But can I tell you something? The way you're dressed is very John Galliano. Like, he would look at you and be like, come do my shows. It's very John Galliano. The Metropolitan Museum hosts the Met Gala every year with stars like Lady Gaga, Diljit Dosanjh, Zendaya, Rihanna, Sabrina Carpenter, and this year's theme has just been announced. We got all the details. Take a look. Wake up, babe. The Met Gala 2027 exhibition theme has just been announced. And it's already dividing the fashion world. The Costume Institute's next exhibition is John Galliano Horizons, celebrating 4 decades of the designer's work, making him only the 3rd living designer to receive a solo exhibition at the Met after Yves Saint Laurent and Rika Wakubo. But it's also one of the Met's most controversial decisions in years. The announcement has sparked a debate before a single celebrity has even climbed the famous steps. Supporters call John Galliano's Horizon a fitting tribute to one of fashion's greatest visionaries, a designer whose work continues to shape fashion today. Critics see it differently. They argue that honoring Galliano inevitably revives the conversation around his 2011 anti-Semitic and racist outburst at a Paris cafe, which led to his dismissal from Dior, a criminal conviction in France, and one of fashion's most dramatic downfalls. Across the fashion world and social media, opinions remain sharply divided. For nearly 15 years, Galliano transformed Dior into fashion's hottest ticket. Every collection became a global event, with editors, celebrities, and royalty waiting to see what impossible dream he'd bring to life next. He didn't just design clothes, he built worlds. Ancient Egypt, Paris, Japanese geishas, Spanish matadors, Russian aristocracy, opera heroines, India reimagined through its Bollywood collection. The Galliano era rewrote the couture playbook, from the saddlebag to the legendary newspaper print, while dressing icons including Princess Diana, Kate Moss, Naomi Campbell, and Charlize Theron. Today, vintage Galliano is still fashion's holy grail. His creations command record-breaking auction prices, live in museum collections, and continue to inspire a new generation of designers. Then came Mezzo Margiela. Just when fashion thought his story had ended, Galliano wrote another chapter. His acclaimed artisanal collections reminded the industry why many still consider him one of the greatest storytellers in fashion. Which is exactly why the Met's decision carries so much weight. The exhibition promises to celebrate Galliano's extraordinary contribution to fashion world while confronting the controversy that reshaped his legacy. Fashion's biggest night has made its choice. Now the conversation belongs to the fashion world. Mayank Chaudhary, NDTV. So brands these days are targeting folks like them, the stylish, the provocative, the opinionated, the aware, the woke. Okay, tell me, what are some of the brands you guys resonate with?
Probably.
Could be any, fashion, lifestyle, food, samosa, kachori, whatever. What are some of the brands that you like?
Chanel, definitely.
Chanel, okay. How many of you can afford Chanel? I can't afford Chanel.
No.
It's so expensive.
But you can resonate.
You can resonate. Anything else in sports or anything?
One of the brands that I really love is Zouk. I have seen
the bag brand.
The bag brand. I've seen multiple women across Petro or like around the city wear it.
Okay.
And it has such amazing Indian heritage textile designs.
Wonderful. What about you?
Anoki. So there's this brand called Anoki which works around Indian
Block printing?
Block printing,
Yeah.
and you know the way they uplift the craftsmen.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty
Fantastic.
amazing.
What about you?
I'm not sure whether it is an homegrown brand or not, but
There are no wrong
recently one brand, Bhavya Ramesh, you must have heard of
Jewelry,
it.
yes.
Jewelry brand. It has been speaking to me a lot, especially the collection that they came up with, Stare.
Oh,
It is just
wow.
something, the way they embrace Indian women.
So
the
Bhavya
way
Ramesh,
they-
you must send her your jewelry. I mean, she would kill it. What about you? What kind of brands resonate with you?
There's this brand called Doodle Age.
Doodle Age, yes,
Yeah,
works with upcycling.
Yeah,
and,
it's a sustainable brand, and they keep sustainability in their mind, but they have some really cool designs along with that, and it's very interesting.
Fantastic. So Doodle Age, Bhavya Ramesh, Zook, Anokhi, Chanel are some of the brands that are speaking to the Gen Z. My colleague Simran tries to find out what is it about the brands and how are they marketing to target the Gen Z. Take a look.
These Desi brands are putting the cult in culture. Today's new generation Indian brands aren't just selling products, they're injecting culture straight into the veins of today's youth. These new age Desi brands have cracked the code. They didn't chase the West, they built movements.
Today we're competing at the level of identity, we're not competing at the level of necessity. So I think it totally transforms what a brand has to build and offer.
To past modern and indie wild, weaponizing storytelling and nostalgia, and Comet and Gully Labs owning the streets with Indian roots.
These youngsters are influential, you know, like they want to wear something, they want to be expressive, see what's happening around us politically. We are not being heard. If there's any channel in which, like, you know, we sort of are seen, we sort of are heard, we sort of just gravitate towards it.
I think we've built a community around us expressing a modern Indian identity, of course through fashion, but also through all of our cultural narrative that is intertwined with the product that we make. Anyone can manufacture product, but I don't think you can manufacture a community.
I think it creates like brand association. So, you know, every time now new would be like associated with like Pilates, or if I want to go for a workout session, then I'm like, okay, I know what brand I want to wear or what I want to go for.
How do you build something out of you? How do you respect the culture that you've come from and then actually take it to the world? You know, we've always been consumers of culture and thought. We've never been producers of it. And to me, that's sort of the framework that I would want Almost Gods to build towards being.
Because just the way we consume content has changed a lot in the recent times. We don't wake up and read newspapers anymore. We don't watch television as much anymore. Our content consumption is through Instagram, through YouTube, through Netflix. And that's why the way we market our products is also completely different now. I think also the younger generation now looks to have more transparency and wants to build a relationship with the brand, which is why it's very important to speak directly to them.
And what's great is when you're walking down the street and see someone else wearing the same brand, you're like, hey, I resonate with those same values. And that's effectively a community, at least the seeds of a community getting formed.
In 2026, if your brand still feels like a company, then you're already losing. The ones that are winning feel like an identity, and that is the Desi blueprint.
Hello, Mom, Dad. NDTV. Love Mokam Singh.
Well, that's all from me. For all the latest updates from India and around the world, keep watching NDTV. And remember, don't be afraid to be in the limelight. With camera person Azam Siddiqui, Ishita Kaur, this is Mayank Chaudhary. See you next weekend.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones.
This location from Tel Aviv
Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi spoke to him at length yesterday.
The Ayatollah Khamenei is gone.
There has been a missile attack right behind you, and we need to rush into a shelter. Heading there.
Will Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli resign?
And now, Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network. The gift city in Gujarat stands at the heart of India's global ambition, and Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision to connect India's growth with global capital. How far has the idea progressed and what remains to be done? Finance and policy leaders weigh the challenges and map the road ahead. HSBC, a pioneer at Gift City, and NDTV present Global Connect, only on NDTV. Celebrating excellence across journalism and innovation, NDTV steals the spotlight at the 12th BCS Ratna Awards 2025-26. Best English News Channel of the Year, NDTV 24/7. Best News App of the Year, NDTV. Best Election Coverage of the Year, West Bengal Election Coverage. Best Podcast Show of the Year, NDTV Control All Defense. Best Primetime Anchor of the Year, Syed Suhail. Best Female Anchor of the Year, Vasudha Venugopal. Best On-Ground Coverage of the Year, Operation Sindoor Coverage. NDTV, the network of impact. Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. From the newsroom to the studio to the thick of political action.
Now watching NDTV 24/7, the hope is that beyond this election, this will be one of the major issues. With multiple challenges in the fray, the TMC also has done a bit of rejigging. Remember, this is also a district that has been plagued by communal violence. Come to some of the sabhas that the BJP is also organizing, especially in the villages of West Bengal.
When stories have impact,
Padmaja Joshi, managing editor and primetime anchor.
then news has influence. The buck stops here with Padmaja Joshi.
Your work is being watched by people. You think that you're making an impact in this time. I think that's really a huge validation, very rewarding, and I'm pretty certain that Team NDTV will go from strength to strength.
POK के फायरिंग रेंज में खड़े हैं.
Just few inches away is POK.
हो सकता है दुश्मन को पता हो कि सैफ अली खान यहाँ पर खड़े हैं. Is it fire?
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby powered air taxi.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV with me, Tanisha Avasthi. Let's quickly get you the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Prime Minister's Mega Gen Z Connect at IIT Delhi convocation says global power balance is evolving and bringing new challenges and opportunities. The Prime Minister has also urged the youth to stay curious, question and find solutions, further taking up responsibility to contribute to Viksit Bharat.
जो सीखेगा वो जीतेगा.
Rahul Rijiju's spat puts women's bill in focus. Rahul says India is incomplete without Nari. Rijiju takes a dig, says he hopes Congress will support women's reservation bill. Leader of opposition Rahul Gandhi, meanwhile, has hit back and asks why the bill should be linked to delimitation. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called a key meeting of the MPs on delimitation, but the DMK and the AIDMK are set to skip the meeting, with the DMK demanding that the Kaveri Mekadatu issue should be addressed first. The Ranchi student protest is entering a decisive phase of the Jharkhand government opening talks with students. 8 members of the Devendra Maha delegation met with the Hemant Soren government today. India rejects China's fictitious names for Arunachal Pradesh. India formally names 27 Arunachal places, including key LAC areas, mountain passes, on official map. The move is aimed amid China's repeated renaming of the places. All right, we're getting in breaking news at this point in time. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay has called for key delimitation meeting, and all the Tamil Nadu MPs will be there in the meeting, which is to begin shortly. The 21 MPs are likely to attend the all-party meeting.